The Tower of Fish, a novel of Mary Magdalene, being the account of Miriam of Magdala set down by her own hand in the cave at St. Baume in the 63rd year of the Common Era, for everyone who was there and was not believed. Pay attention. Yitzhak of Magdala, fish merchant, reported by his daughter, Act 1 Water, Magdala, Galilee, c. 10 BCE to 28 CE, Chapter 1. The name of the tower, Magdala, Galilee, c. 10 BCE. Magdala, Galilee, 10 BCE. I have been trying to remember the exact smell of my father's hands, fish and cedar oil, and the particular dust of a city built on the edge of a lake. I can get close some mornings if I press my face into the rock of the cave wall and breathe. Stone and water. It is not the same, but it is enough to begin. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. The city of my birth had more names than it knew what to do with. The Greeks called it Tarachaia, which means the place where fish are salted, and they meant it practically, the way the Greeks always meant things, as a description of commerce, not a statement about the soul of a place. The Romans used the Greek name too, because Rome believed that the Greek word for a thing was more reliable than whatever the people who actually lived there called it. The Babylonian Talmud would one day call it Magdala Nunaya, the Tower of the Fishes, which I have always preferred, because it sounds like something a child would name a city, and children are the most honest geographers. We called it Migdal, the tower. My people had been calling it that since before anyone could remember, since the time when Herod's father was building walls and my grandfather's grandfather was salting tilapia on the same limestone quay where I would later sit with my feet in the water, watching the light change on the Galilean hills. I was born on the 23rd day of Tishrei, in the year that Rome was deciding what to do about Judea, and Judea was deciding what to do about Rome, and nobody was paying much attention to what the women of Magdala were doing, which meant we were free to do quite a lot. My mother told the story of my birth differently each time she told it, the way all good storytellers adjust their material for the audience at hand. For the synagogue women, it was a long labor, a terrible storm on the lake, the midwife arriving soaked and breathless at our door, the whole ordeal framed as an act of endurance that reflected well on her character. For my father's mother, a woman of exacting standards and very little patience for drama, she told it briefly. The girl came quickly, the girl came healthy. There was nothing remarkable about it. For me, when I was old enough to ask, she told it the way she told me everything important. Quietly, with her hands busy doing something else, her eyes on whatever she was weaving or chopping or mending, as if the information were incidental to the work. You came out furious, she said, screaming before you were all the way out. Like you had already decided you had something to say, and you were annoyed that no one was listening yet. She looked up from her loom just long enough to give me the particular look that mothers give daughters when they are saying, "This is a warning, and also a compliment, and I will leave it to you to decide which parts to keep." My father named me Miriam. He was a careful man, my father. Careful with money, careful with words, careful with the affections he distributed, measuring them out the way you measure saffron, small precise amounts that suggested great reserves somewhere in storage. His name was Yitzhak ben Eliezer, and he had been a fish merchant since he was 14 years old, which meant he had grown up learning to assess things quickly, the quality of a catch by the color of the gills, the honesty of a buyer by the stillness of his eyes, the weather by the behavior of the birds that nested in the reeds at the southern end of the lake. He had a habit, I noticed it before I was old enough to have language for it, of standing at the end of our street, at the point where the road curved toward the quay, looking out at the water. Not looking for anything specific, not watching for boats or checking the weather or waiting for a particular arrival. Just looking with an expression that I eventually came to understand was not contentment exactly, and not grief exactly, but something that lived in the country between the two. A man accounting for something he could not name. I asked him once, when I was perhaps 7 years old and had recently acquired the conviction that direct questions were the most efficient way to gather information about the world, a conviction that would serve me well and cost me dearly in equal measure. I asked him what he was looking at. He did not answer immediately. He rarely answered immediately. He had the kind of mind that treated questions the way a good cook treats dough. You work it slowly, you let it rest, you do not rush it. Then he said, "The lake. I can see it's the lake," I told him. "I meant, what about the lake?" He looked down at me then, with the same expression he turned on the water. "Measuring, assessing for quality and honesty. It's different every morning," he said. "Same lake, same hills, same fish underneath it that have been there since Moses was in diapers. But something is always a little different. The light, the color at the far edge, the way it sounds against the boats." He paused. "I like to see what it is today." This is the first thing I remember knowing about my father, that he was a man who paid attention, that the world to him was not a static thing to be moved through efficiently, but a living thing to be read each day like text. I think now that he taught me everything I ever knew about how to witness. Magdala, in the year of my childhood, was a city in the full confidence of its prosperity, and it wore that prosperity the way wealthy cities always do, loudly, unevenly, with great beauty in some streets and great ugliness around the corner. We had a harbor. We had warehouses along the quay where the smell of salt and fish was so thick in summer that you breathed it like a second air. We had a marketplace that began before dawn and did not fully quiet until well after dark, where you could buy linen from Egypt, spices from the Nabatean trade routes, glass beads that had traveled up from Alexandria on ships that had never seen the Sea of Galilee and seemed faintly embarrassed to be here. We had Roman baths, which the devout avoided and the merchants used, and a hippodrome that had been built by Herod's men and was used now mainly for horses and argument. We had mansions with tiled floors and servants who spoke 4 languages, and we had fishermen's houses 100 cubits away with dirt floors and children sleeping 6 to a room. And we had the synagogue. I want to describe it the way it was, not the way it looks now in my memory, polished by 30 years of distance into something more perfect than it was. It was a working building, not a grand one. The columns were limestone, plain. The benches that lined 3 walls were worn smooth by 2 generations of worshippers, shifting their weight through long readings. There was a stone in the center of the room, a carved block, elaborate in a way that nothing else in the building was, covered in images that the adults discussed in lowered voices, and that I, as a child, examined as closely as I dared. A 7-branched menorah, a wheel, images of the temple that I would not understand fully until the first time I walked through Jerusalem's gates and felt my legs go soft beneath me. The stone was the heart of the building. Everyone behaved differently near it, more careful, more upright, as if it reminded them of something they usually forgot. I was not allowed to touch it. I spent most of my childhood wanting to. The women of my family occupied a specific and well-mapped position in Magdala's social order, which is to say, comfortable, respectable, and about 2 degrees of latitude north of where my mother would have preferred. My father's business was good. We were not the wealthiest family in the city. That distinction belonged to the Barak family, who had warehouses on 3 continents, and a son who had been to Rome, a fact mentioned in every conversation about them, regardless of context. But we were prosperous enough that my mother wore silver at Shabbat, and we ate meat twice a week, and I had a room of my own, which was the luxury I valued most, the privacy, the door that closed. My mother, Naomi, was the kind of woman who maintained the standards of a household the way an army maintains a frontier, not out of love for the work itself, but out of absolute conviction that the alternative was chaos, and that chaos was a personal failure. She cooked brilliantly. She managed servants with the precision of a tax collector. She knew the social position of every family in the city within 1 or 2 gradations, and adjusted her behavior accordingly with a subtlety that I did not appreciate until I was old enough to try doing it myself, and found it nearly impossible. She loved me in the way that practical women love daughters who are going to be difficult, fiercely, anxiously, and with a great deal of preemptive grief for the troubles she could already see coming. "You look at people too long," she told me once. I was perhaps 10. We were at the market, and I had been watching an argument between 2 merchants. Not a dramatic argument, just a negotiation over the price of dried mullet that had escalated past what either of them intended, and I had apparently been watching with an expression that was making my mother uncomfortable. "I'm just looking," I said. "I know," she said. "That's the problem." I didn't understand what she meant for years. Now I understand it completely. There is a way of looking at people that they feel like a hand on the shoulder. It is useful in certain circumstances. It is dangerous in others. My mother spent my entire childhood trying to teach me the difference. I spent my entire childhood declining the lesson. My brother Eli was 3 years older than me and had inherited our father's careful temperament and our mother's gift for invisibility, the ability, which I studied and failed to master, of being present in a room without drawing attention to the fact. He was good at school. He was good at business. He married at 20, and his wife was pleasant, and they had 3 children and a house near the harbor, and he worried about me for the rest of his life, which I considered an expression of love even when I found it exhausting. He is gone now. They are all gone now. I say this not to make you sad, or not only for that, but because it is the condition under which this account is being written. I am the last one who was there. I am the last one who knows the smell of my father's hands and the sound of the market at the southern end of the harbor at dawn, and the precise quality of light on the Sea of Galilee in the hour just before the fishermen come in. When I go, all of that goes with me, unless I put it down. So I am putting it down. The year I turned 11, a man came through Magdala who changed the temperature of the city in a way I noticed but could not name. He was not the man you are thinking of. That comes later. This was a different man, a Pharisee from Jerusalem, traveling north on the Via Maris with 2 students and a donkey that seemed, from its expression, to have grave reservations about the entire journey. He came to speak in our synagogue, as visiting teachers sometimes did, and the whole city attended because it was winter and there was nothing else to do, and, whatever you thought of Pharisees, they were at least reliably interesting in the way of people who have strong opinions about everything and are not shy about sharing them. He spoke about the coming of the kingdom of God. This was not an unusual topic. Everyone in Judea and Galilee had opinions about the kingdom of God, when it would come, what form it would take, whether it was a political event or a spiritual one or both, whether Rome would be driven out by a military Messiah or a divine one, or whether the whole concept was a metaphor for something that had already happened in the interior of the soul. The arguments went around and no one ever resolved them, and everyone went home feeling that they had participated in something important. What I remember is not what the Pharisee said. What I remember is my father's face while he listened, that same expression he wore at the end of the street, looking at the lake, attending carefully to something he could not yet name. After the man left, I asked my father if he believed what the Pharisee had said about the kingdom. We were walking home, the 4 of us, my father and mother and Eli and me, through streets that smelled of bread and torch smoke and the ever-present undertone of fish that was the true smell of our city, the one you stopped noticing after the first week and started noticing again every time you left and came back. My father thought about my question for the length of 2 streets. Then he said, "I believe something is coming. I don't know what it looks like yet." "How will you know it when it comes?" I asked. He looked at me sideways, the way he looked at the lake. "The same way I know the weather," he said. "By paying attention." He died when I was 15. A fever, lasting 3 days, the kind that came off the water in certain seasons and took the young and the old and whomever else it pleased, without any apparent logic. He was 44. He had spent 30 years paying attention to the lake, and he never saw what he was waiting for. I have spent the 60 years since his death wondering whether he would have recognized it. Whether he would have stood in the synagogue that morning, the morning of which I will speak in due time, the morning that broke the world apart and put it back together differently, and felt his shoulders drop with something that was not relief exactly, and not surprise exactly, but the satisfaction of a man who has been looking for a long time at something and has finally understood what it is. I believe he would have. He taught me to pay attention. Everything I became, everything that happened to me, everything I witnessed, Everything I am writing in this cave in the mountains of a country I never imagined I would die in began with that. With a man standing at the end of a street in a city called the Tower, looking out at a lake, teaching his daughter without knowing he was teaching her anything at all. I was born furious and ready to speak. He was the reason I learned first to listen. Chapter 2. The Weight of Linen, Magdala, 18 to 26 CE, Magdala, Galilee, 5 BCE, 8 CE. They dressed us in our futures before we were old enough to understand what futures were. I have forgiven them for this. It took most of my life. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. The year after my father died, my mother bought me a new dress. This requires some explanation. In our household, clothing was a serious matter. Not in the vain sense, though my mother was not without vanity, but in the theological sense, the sense in which the condition of your garments was understood to reflect the condition of your interior life. She mended everything twice before she replaced it. She kept our linens folded with a precision that suggested deep moral conviction. When a hem frayed, she repaired it the same day, as though an unraveling thread were a small emergency, a thing that, left unaddressed, might spread. The dress she brought home that autumn was not a mended thing. It was new. Fine undyed linen from the market, edged at the collar and sleeves with a narrow band of blue. Real blue, the expensive kind, not the watered-down blue that most merchants sold to people who thought they were buying the real thing. She had spent more on it than I had ever seen her spend on anything for me, what the dress meant, because I was my father's daughter, and my father had taught me to read the world carefully. I said nothing. I put it on when she asked. I looked at myself in the bronze mirror she held up, and I saw what she had made. A girl who was almost a woman, dressed in the color that serious men's wives wore to synagogue, fitted at the waist in the way that made certain calculations visible to anyone who cared to make them. "You look lovely," my mother said. "I look like I'm for sale," I said. The silence that followed this remark lasted approximately the length of the walk from our house to the harbor and back, and for the entirety of that silence my mother's face held an expression that managed to be simultaneously wounded, resigned, and quietly certain that I was going to make everything harder than it needed to be. She was right, of course. I usually did. Here is what I understood about marriage at 16, which is to say, here is what everyone in Magdala understood about marriage, because there was no other framework available, because the walls around the subject were so old and so thorough that the idea of questioning them had not yet occurred to me as a practical possibility, only as an abstract one, the thought you have at the edge of sleep and dismiss in the morning. Marriage was the shape a woman's life took. Before it, you were a daughter, which was a temporary condition, a position held in trust by your father's household until the transaction was complete. After it, you were a wife, which was the permanent condition, the one that gave you a legal existence, a roof, with your name attached to it, in the way that mattered to Rome and to the synagogue and to the neighbors who would otherwise be uncertain where to place you in the social map of the city. This is not a complaint. I want to be precise about that. I have spent enough years in this cave to have made my peace with the world that shaped me, and I understand now that my mother was not my enemy when she bought me that dress. She was a practical woman doing what practical women did. She was trying to protect me by securing the kind of protection that the world actually offered. She could not offer me a different world. She could only help me navigate the one that existed. What she did not understand, what she could not have understood because I did not understand it myself for another decade, was that the part of me she was trying to dress into respectability was the same part that would one day stand on a hill outside Jerusalem while men hid in locked rooms and witness what no one else was willing to stay to see. You cannot have both. You cannot dress that part of a woman in fine linen and blue borders and negotiate it into a merchant's household, and also have it standing upright on the worst day in human history, refusing to look away. My mother chose linen. I do not blame her. It was the only choice she had. I was good at school. I say this not out of pride, or not only out of pride, but because it matters to what comes next, and because it was, in the world I grew up in, a fact of limited practical use. The synagogue ran a school for boys. Girls were educated at home by mothers who taught what their mothers had taught them: the prayers, the laws of the household, the management of servants, the preparation of food in the way that honored the covenant, the reading of Torah, sufficient to follow the service without embarrassing the family. It was a thorough education in a specific and bounded set of things, and it prepared you very well for the life you were going to have. My mother taught me all of this. She taught it well. I learned it all and then went beyond it, quietly, in the hours when the house was quiet and my father was at the quay and my brother was at the school. I was not allowed to attend. My father had a shelf of scrolls, not many, 4 or 5, acquired over years of trade with men who dealt in things beyond fish. There was a copy of Isaiah, worn soft at the edges from handling. There was a commentary on the laws of purity that I read because it was there and I read everything that was there. There was a Greek text about navigation, stars and tides and the behavior of wind over open water that had belonged to a sailor who had owed my father money and settled the debt in books, which my father accepted because he valued books, and the sailor had nothing else of equivalent worth. I read all of them, multiple times. In the Greek, once I had taught myself enough Greek from the navigation text and from listening to the merchants at the harbor to make the attempt. It took me 2 years, and it was the most purely satisfying thing I had done with my mind up to that point in my life. Not the arrival, but the working toward it, the slow accretion of meaning from unfamiliar shapes, the day when a sentence that had been opaque for a month suddenly opened and let me through. I did not tell my mother about the Greek. I told my father. He listened carefully, as he listened to everything, and then he said, "Keep it quiet for now." Not in shame, not as a correction, with the precise, pragmatic tenderness of a man who understood that the world was not yet ready for all of his daughter's qualities and was doing his best to keep them safe until it was. He died 4 months later. I never told anyone else, not for years. Not until the road in Galilee, the early days, when the man from Nazareth asked me once to read aloud from a scroll because his eyes were tired and the light was going, and I did, in Hebrew first and then in Greek, because the passage was originally Greek and the Greek was better, and the look on the faces of the men around the fire, not him, not Yohanna, but the others, was a thing I have been thinking about ever since. That look. Equal parts astonishment and affront. The expression of men discovering that someone they had categorized as a particular kind of thing was a different kind of thing entirely. I had been watching that look my whole life. I never got used to it. I never learned to find it funny. The dress worked, in the sense that my mother intended it to work. That winter, Eli came home with news about a fish merchant named Yosef ben Mattai, Yosef, as everyone called him, who had been widowed 2 years prior and whose house on the street behind the harbor was large and well-maintained and smelled, according to Eli, who had been incited on a business errand for our father's old partner, of cedar wood and something spiced that turned out to be the imported incense Yosef burned on Shabbat, because he had been to Alexandria once and decided that Egyptian cedar smoke was the finest smell in the world and had been importing it ever since, which told you something about the man, that he had been somewhere, that he had noticed something, that he had gone to the effort of continuing to notice it. He was 41 years old. I was 16. This was not considered remarkable. My mother met with his sister. His sister met with my mother. I was discussed as a subject while being present in the room, which was customary, and I practiced the expression I had developed for these occasions, attentive, pleasant, revealing nothing, while the 2 women negotiated the terms of my future over honeyed figs and mint tea. I watched Yosef's sister. She was a small, quick woman named Devorah, who had married a carpenter and raised 5 children and had the efficient warmth of someone who has been responsible for large numbers of people for a long time and made peace with it. She kept glancing at me during the conversation, not in the assessing way the merchants' wives sometimes looked at me, measuring my dimensions and my father's assets, but in a different way. Almost apologetic, almost sympathetic, as if she were trying to communicate something across the formal distance of the negotiation that the negotiation itself would not allow her to say. Later I understood what she had been trying to tell me. That her brother was a good man. That this was, in the context of the available options, genuinely significant. That she was sorry she could not give me more than that, but that good was more than most women got, and she hoped I would understand the distinction. I met Yosef 3 weeks later at a gathering at the house of one of my father's old business partners, a carefully staged encounter designed to look accidental, which fooled no one but was observed by everyone anyway, because the performance of the thing was part of the thing. He was taller than I expected, with a beard going gray at the edges and hands that looked like they had done real work in them. Not the soft hands of a man who only counted money, but the hands of someone who had spent years on the quay before his business grew large enough to employ other men's hands. He was nervous. I found this unexpectedly touching. We spoke for approximately 12 minutes about the quality of the fishing that season and the new Roman administrator who had just arrived in Tiberias, and whether the construction of the new harbor extension would affect the flow of trade from the northern route. He asked me what I thought about the harbor extension. Not my family's opinion, mine. It was a small thing, a question in passing, easily missed. But I had spent 16 years in a world where my opinions about harbor construction were of approximately no interest to anyone, and the question landed in me like a stone into still water, the ripples going out and out. I told him what I thought. He listened. He said I hadn't considered it from that side. Then someone interrupted us and the 12 minutes were over. I thought about those 12 minutes for a long time afterward. We were married in the spring of my 17th year, the ceremony held at the synagogue in the late afternoon, so that the light through the high windows was the color of old bronze. And my mother wept, and Eli stood very straight and serious, and Yosef stood beside me under the canopy and repeated the words of the covenant in a voice that did not shake, which I noticed because I was watching for everything. Because I was always watching for everything. Because that is the kind of person I was and the kind of person I have always been. And because I understood that I was stepping through a door and I wanted to see it clearly. The door had a name, Yosef ben Mattai's house, his cedar smoke and his imported incense, and his questions about harbor construction and his gray-edged beard and his hands that had done real work. I was walking into a life I had not chosen and could not refuse, which is the condition of women, which is the condition of all people in different ways and at different scales, which is the condition that requires you to decide very quickly what you are going to do with what you are given. I decided to make it a life. This is not nothing. I want you to understand that. The stories that have been told about me in the years since, the stories that begin with my wickedness and end with my redemption, with Yeshua as the hinge between sin and grace, those stories require a specific reading of my life in Magdala, a reading in which I was lost before he found me, corrupted before he cleansed me, a vessel of shame who became a vessel of virtue through the application of divine mercy. This is not what happened. What happened is that I married Yosef and I was not unhappy. What happened is that I learned his household and his business and his habits and his silences, and the particular way he had of sitting at the end of the day with his sandals off and a cup of wine and his eyes on the middle distance, not sad, not dissatisfied, just resting in the way that men who have worked all day are entitled to rest. What happened is that we argued sometimes, respectfully, about money and the servants and the correct way to observe certain feast days, and that he listened to my side of the arguments and did not always capitulate but always genuinely considered, and that this was, in the arithmetic of marriages, a great deal. What happened is that I loved him, not with the love that tears open the chest and makes you ridiculous, with the love that grows slowly in the cracks of daily life, the love that is made of attention and tolerance and the particular knowledge of another person's rhythms, the knowledge that he slept poorly in the weeks before a major trading expedition, and that the cure was not reassurance, but distraction, a problem to solve, something to think about. The knowledge that he was secretly proud of his cedar smoke and would be pleased if you mentioned it to guests. The knowledge of where he was soft and where he was harder than he looked, and where the hardness was not cruelty but a scar, and how to treat a scar. He gave me the run of his library. He had more scrolls than my father had. 8 or 9, including a partial copy of Ecclesiastes that I read every year at the feast and found more true each time, and a philosophical text in Greek that I devoured in 3 days and discussed with him in the evenings for a week, while he asked questions and admitted cheerfully that he did not understand half of it but liked hearing me explain it. He never told me to keep my Greek quiet. The demons did not come all at once. I want to be clear about this because the stories make it sound sudden. As if one morning I was a merchant's respectable wife and the next I was a woman seized by 7 dark forces and requiring divine intervention. The truth is slower and more ordinary than that. The truth is that they were always there, those fractures, those places where the self does not quite cohere, and that for most of my marriage to Joseph I kept them contained through the straightforward means of being busy and purposeful and loved. Then Joseph got sick, a fever again, the same fever that had taken my father. I do not know if it was the same sickness or merely the same outcome, because the physicians of Magdala were accomplished men, but not infallible ones. And fevers were fevers, and the lake gave them as readily as it gave fish, without particular selection for the deserving or the undeserving. He was sick for 11 days. I did not leave the house for 11 days. I sat with him through the nights. The nights were the worst, the nights when the fever peaked. And he spoke to people who were not in the room, his first wife, his dead father. Once a very long and detailed conversation with a man I never identified about the disputed ownership of a warehouse lease that seemed, from Yosef's end of it, to have been resolved in his favor. And I held his hand, and I talked to him about the harbor extension when he was lucid, and I prayed when he was not. He died on the 12th morning, in the early light, with his face turned toward the window and a look on it that I have been thinking about ever since. Not peace exactly, not pain, but something in between. The expression of a man who has come to the last page of a text and found it ended in the middle of a sentence. I was 26 years old. I owned a house on the street behind the harbor. I owned a share of a fish trading business. I owned 8 scrolls and a supply of imported incense that would last another 3 years, and after that would run out, and I would not replace it, because replacing it would have required admitting that the life that had produced it was over, and that I was now something other than what I had been. And I was not ready for that, not for a long time. The city watched me the way cities watch wealthy young widows, with attention that it framed as concern, the kind of attention that requires something in return. I was expected to grieve correctly, which meant visibly and for the appropriate duration, and then to enter discussions about what would happen next, which meant another marriage, another household to manage, another man's rhythms to learn. I was not ready for that put my fall, in the gap between the decent husband and the divine rescue, in the unsupervised years of a widow who had too much money and too much freedom and too much of the quality that my mother had worried about since I was a child. The quality of looking at people too long, of wanting more than the world had budgeted for me. What happened in those years is something I will speak of plainly in the next part of this account. I will not dress it in the language of sin, because I do not believe the language of sin fits it, and I have earned the right, in 30 years of cave and silence, to say what I actually believe, rather than what the church would prefer. I believed. What happened is that I was a woman of 26 who was alive and in pain and curious about the world and had no one telling her what to do for the first time in her life. What happened is that I made choices, some of them foolish, none of them evil. All of them the choices of a person trying to find out where the edges of themselves were. And what happened eventually, after years of trying and failing to fill the hollow that grief had left, was that I heard a man's voice reading Isaiah in the synagogue of my childhood, and the hollow filled not with noise but with something that felt like the opposite of noise, like silence that had been waiting to be inhabited. But that is the next chapter. First, I want to sit here for one more moment in my father's city, in my husband's house, in the skin of the woman I was before all of it. the woman in the blue-bordered linen dress, standing in front of a bronze mirror, smart enough to see exactly what was happening, and not yet wise enough to know that it was not the end of anything. Only the weight of the cloth, only the beginning. Chapter 3. The Merchant's House. Magdala, 26 to 28 CE, Magdala, Galilee, 8 CE to 27 CE. Grief is the most patient of the demons. It does not announce itself. It moves into the unoccupied rooms of a life and simply begins to redecorate, a little at a time, until one day you look up and nothing is where you left it. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. The first thing that changed after Joseph died was the quality of the silence in the house. This sounds like a small thing. It was not a small thing. The house on the street behind the harbor had been, for the 9 years of our marriage, a house full of a particular kind of noise. The noise of a business being run from the front rooms, the voices of traders and partners and the men who loaded the boats, the creak of the warehouse door, Joseph's laugh, which was infrequent and therefore valuable, a low sound that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his chest. When all of that stopped, the silence that replaced it was not the restful kind. It was the kind that has a texture, the kind you move through rather than rest in. I managed the business for the first 3 months. This was not expected of me and was considered by most of the men involved in it an inconvenient but temporary condition, something to be endured until the estate was settled and the appropriate male relative could be located to take proper charge. Joseph's brother Shimon lived in Caesarea Maritima and had no interest in fish. Joseph's partner, a round, cautious man named Boaz, treated me with the elaborate courtesy reserved for people whose presence creates logistical problems you are too polite to name. I ran the business competently. I had been watching it for 9 years, and I had Joseph's ledgers, and I had the Greek and the head numbers that my father had given me, and that the world had not yet found a use for. The traders came. The fish was salted, packed, loaded, shipped north to Damascus and west to the coast. The money came back, and I recorded it in the same careful hand Joseph had used, column by column, the way he had shown me in the first year of our marriage when I had asked, because I always asked, how it all worked. After 6 months, Boaz stopped treating me with elaborate courtesy and started treating me with cautious respect, which was a meaningful upgrade. After a year, he stopped questioning my decisions about pricing. After 2 years, he introduced me to a new trading partner from Ptolemais as the widow Ben Mattai, who runs the northern accounts. And the emphasis he put on the word runs was the emphasis of a man who had revised his expectations and found the revision uncomfortable and was doing his best to live with it gracefully. I was 28 years old, and I owned a house and a share of a fish trading business, and 8 scrolls and a diminishing supply of imported cedar incense, and this is the part the stories always rush past, always compress into the minimum necessary space between the death of the husband and the arrival of the Savior. I was alive. I was competent. I was, in the arithmetic of the world's expectations, doing very well. The demons had other opinions. The first demon was grief, and I have already introduced you to him. The hollow that Joseph's death left, the silence with a texture, the way I sometimes reached for his cup in the morning before I remembered. But grief is a known thing, a named thing, a thing that has a shape in the world's understanding, and a prescribed duration, and a set of rituals designed to contain it. I observed the rituals, the Shiva, the 30 days, the 11 months of the Kaddish that my brother Eli said for Yosef, because there was no son to say it. I sat in the rooms where the community came to sit with me, and I received their condolences, and I ate the food they brought, and I said the right things at the right moments. The rituals helped. That is what rituals are for. What the rituals could not reach was the second demon, and the second demon was shame. Shame is a more sophisticated creature than grief. Shame does not announce itself as a feeling. It announces itself as a fact, as a description of what you are rather than what you feel. And this is what makes it so difficult to dislodge, because you cannot argue with a fact the way you can argue with a feeling. You can say, I feel ashamed of this thing, and someone can say, but you shouldn't, and the conversation can proceed. You cannot say, I'm shameful, because the word has already decided the argument before you open your mouth. The shame that entered my house after Yosef died was not about anything I had done. This is what I want you to understand. It was about what I was. A woman of means with no man attached to her name, in a city that had a very precise understanding of what that combination of facts implied. I had done nothing to earn the reputation that began quietly assembling itself around me in the months after Yosef's death. I hosted business dinners because the business required it. I spoke to men in the marketplace because the business required that too. I did not cover my face in the excessive way that some women did, because I had never done so, and Yosef had never asked me to, and the law, properly read, did not require it. None of this was sinful. All of it was noticed. The synagogue women, not all of them, not the ones I am thinking of with particular sharpness, who were kind and practical and brought me food in the first weeks, and whose kindness I still feel when I think of them, but a specific species of synagogue woman that exists in every city in every era, the ones for whom other people's failures of virtue are a kind of nutrition, those women began to talk. I know because the talk reached me the way talk always reaches its subject, indirectly, through third parties, in the form of suddenly cooler greetings and certain invitations that stopped arriving, and a look on my mother's face when she came to visit, a look that mixed love and anxiety in the precise proportions of a woman watching a disaster she predicted unfolding on schedule. "They're saying you drink wine in the evenings," she said once. "I do drink wine in the evenings," I said. Yosef drank wine in the evenings. It was his wine. It was different when Yosef drank it. "Yes," I said. "It was." And we looked at each other across the table that had been Yosef's table, and that was now mine. And that meant something different now that it was mine. And neither of us said the rest of it, because the rest of it was the whole problem, that a woman alone in her own house, making her own decisions about wine in the evenings, was a different kind of thing than a wife in her husband's house, making the same decisions, and the difference was not about the wine. The third demon was rage. And the third demon was the one I liked best and feared most. It came slowly, the way the best things and the worst things come, not as an event, but as a gradual accumulation, a rising tide that you do not notice until the water is at your knees. For years after Yosef's death, I had been managing the business, the house, the reputation, the mother's visits, the synagogue women's talk, the cooling greetings, the invitations that stopped arriving. I had been managing all of it with the careful efficiency of a person who has decided that the cost of disruption is too high and has therefore chosen containment. What I was containing was rage. Not rage at any particular person. Not rage at Yosef for dying, though there was some of that. The irrational anger at the dead for their desertion that everyone feels, and no one admits. Not rage at my mother for the dress, or at Boaz for his elaborate courtesy, or at the synagogue women for their nutritious interest in my character. These were all people doing what people do, behaving according to the rules of a world they had not made and had no particular incentive to question. The rage was at the rules themselves, at the architecture of the thing, the whole careful structure that had been built over centuries of law and custom and religious interpretation, and the accumulated weight of men deciding what women were for, to ensure that a woman of intelligence and means and capability would find, at every turn, that the world's containers were the wrong shape for her contents. I was 31 years old when I understood this clearly for the first time. I was sitting in the back section of the synagogue, the women's section, separated from the men by a latticed screen through which you could hear but through which the sight lines were, by design, incomplete, listening to a visiting scholar from Jerusalem discuss a passage from Proverbs. The passage was about the virtuous woman, the woman of valor. The scholar was explaining her qualities with great enthusiasm: her industry, her prudence, her management of the household, her care for the poor, her husband's confidence in her. "Her husband is known in the gates," the scholar said, quoting the text, "when he sits among the elders of the land." He paused for emphasis. The virtuous woman makes her husband great. This is her purpose and her glory. I listened to this through the latticed screen. I thought about my father standing at the end of the street watching the lake. I thought about his scrolls and the Greek navigation text, and the 2 years I had spent teaching myself to read a language the scholar on the other side of the screen would never know I spoke. I thought about the ledgers I maintained and the trading decisions I made and the route optimization I had worked out the previous winter that had cut 2 days off the northern delivery schedule and saved the business enough money to justify replacing 2 boats. I thought, I am making no one great. I am making myself competent, and the world has no column for that in its accounting. I did not say any of this. I sat behind the screen and I listened, and I felt the rage settle into me the way cedar smoke settles into cloth, deeply, permanently, the kind of thing you cannot wash out no matter how many times you try. It would be years before I understood that the rage was not the problem. The rage was, in fact, the most honest and accurate response I had ever had to anything. The problem was what I did with it in the years before I found somewhere better to put it. I will tell you about those years plainly, because I promised plainness, and because the truth of them is more interesting than the legend. I drank wine in the evenings. I hosted dinners that went later than was considered appropriate for a woman living alone. Dinners with business partners and their associates. Dinners at which the conversation ranged further than business. Dinners at which I argued about philosophy and trade and the Romans and the meaning of certain passages in the Torah, and was occasionally brilliant and frequently provocative, and always, to the discomfort of the men present, impossible to dismiss. I had one relationship with a man that I will not name, a widower from Tiberias, who came to Magdala on business 3 or 4 times a year, and who treated me with the specific tenderness of a person who is grateful and knows it and is honest enough to say so, and who asked me nothing I was not willing to give and gave nothing I did not want. This is the full extent of my wickedness. I want you to note the scale of it. I was a widow who drank wine and hosted late dinners and had one discreet relationship with a consenting adult who asked for nothing improper. In the years that followed, when men who had never met me decided what I was, they built from this a cathedral of depravity, so elaborate and so specific that I sometimes wonder if the act of constructing it was itself a kind of pleasure for them. Harlot, sinner, woman of the streets. They needed me to be those things, because if I was simply a widow making unconventional choices, the story they wanted to tell, of a fallen woman raised to virtue by divine intervention, lost its architecture. They needed the fall to be steep enough to justify the rescue. I was not steep enough as I actually was. So they made me steeper. I am not angry about this anymore. I was angry for a long time, anger being the 4th demon, the one that followed rage the way a shadow follows a body, rage being the fire and anger being the ash, the residue, the low persistent burn of a woman who has been misrepresented so often that she has begun to half believe the misrepresentation herself. In the cave, over decades I have put it down, not forgiven. Forgiveness implies an injury serious enough to require it, and I am not certain the men who built my legend were serious enough to injure me in any permanent sense. What I have done is something quieter. I have chosen to let their story be their story, and to write mine. The demons that actually mattered were not the ones the scholars pointed to. They were the interior ones, the ones with no names in the standard taxonomy of evil spirits, the ones that moved through the house in the years after Yosef died, like a cold draft through cracked plaster. There was the demon of loneliness, which is the specific loneliness of the capable person, the loneliness that comes not from lack of company, but from the persistent experience of being among people who do not see you as you actually are. I had acquaintances. I had Boaz and the traders and the synagogue women who were kind. I had my mother, who loved me with great anxiety. I had Eli, who worried. I had the man from Tiberias, who was warm and temporary. None of them knew me. None of them sat with me the way my father had sat with me, attending carefully, adjusting for the specific texture of what I was. There was the demon of pride, which disguised itself as self-sufficiency and which was, in its way, the most seductive of all of them. The conviction that I did not need what I needed, that the capacity for solitude was the same as the preference for it, that asking for help was a form of weakness rather than a form of trust. The deepest one, the one I saved for last, because even now, 60 years later, in a cave in France with a reed pen and a lamp going low, it costs me something to name it. Despair. Not the dramatic kind, not the kind that announces itself in gestures and requires an audience, the quiet kind, the kind that settles in over years, gradually, the way sediment settles to the bottom of still water, until one day you look, and the bottom has risen, and the clear water above it is thinner than you remembered, and the light from the surface is further away than it used to be. The despair that whispers, "This is all there is," that the world is exactly what it appears to be, and not 1 degree more luminous. That the feeling you have sometimes at the edge of sleep, the feeling of something vast and close and almost nameable, is not a genuine perception, but a product of exhaustion and wishful thinking, and the peculiar cruelty of a mind too large for its container. That the man your father waited for at the end of the street, looking at the lake, that man was never coming. That the lake was just a lake. I was 34 years old, and the 7th demon had its full weight on me. And I will tell you the truth. I did not know how to stand up under it. I knew how to manage a business and speak Greek, and argue about philosophy and run a household and grieve correctly and perform the rituals and maintain the face that the world required. I did not know how to want to get out of bed in the morning for reasons that had nothing to do with obligation. That winter, I stopped attending synagogue. Not dramatically. I simply stopped going. The way you stop doing a thing that has ceased to mean what it once meant, and the cessation was not an act of rebellion, but an act of honesty. I did not know who I was praying to. I did not know if the prayer was reaching anything. The rituals had always been the container, and I had trusted the container, but now the container was empty, and I had no idea how to fill it. Then spring came, and with spring the Sabbath came. The Sabbath when a man from Nazareth came to read in the synagogue of my childhood. I almost didn't go. I went because my mother asked me to go, and because I had been worrying her with the not going, and because some residual understanding of what it cost her to ask me for small things made me unwilling to refuse this one. I put on a decent dress. I covered my hair. I walked to the synagogue through streets that smelled of bread and torch smoke and the ever-present lake. I was planning to sit behind the latticed screen and let the words wash past me, the way water washes past a stone, present, unabsorbed. I had been sitting behind screens my whole life. I was very good at not being changed by what I heard through them. But this is the thing about the 7th demon, the one called despair, the one that tells you the lake is just a lake, and the light from the surface is too far away to reach. It is not, as it turns out, the last word. It is only the last word until something speaks louder, until a voice on the other side of a latticed screen reads a passage from Isaiah that you have read 100 times in your father's worn scroll, and reads it as though he has just discovered it, as though it is news, as though the words were written this morning and the ink is still wet, and the sound of it moves through the screen and through the careful distance you have maintained and finds the place inside you where the 7th demon lives, the deep settled place, the bottom of the still water, and the water moves. Chapter 4, The Voice on the Shore. Magdala, 28 CE, Magdala, Galilee, late spring 27 CE. People ask me what he looked like. They always ask this first, before the teachings, before the miracles, before any of the things that actually mattered, as if the shape of his face were the point. I understand the impulse. I had it myself, once. I have been trying for 30 years to remember something more useful than his face. Some mornings I almost manage it. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at Saint Baume. I want to describe the morning precisely, because I have spent 3 decades being imprecise about it, telling it the way people wanted to hear it, smoothing the ordinary details into something more befitting a story of transformation, and I am tired of the smooth version. The rough version is better. The rough version is true. It was a Sabbath morning in late spring, the kind of morning that Galilee produces without apparent effort in that season. The air still cool from the night, the lake flat and silver as hammered metal in the early light, the smell of bread coming from the houses along the main street, where women had been up since before dawn, so that the cooking would be finished before the day of rest began. I had slept badly. I had been sleeping badly for months. Not dramatically, not the sleeplessness of acute suffering, but the shallow, fragmented sleep of a person whose mind does not fully release its grip on the day's concerns, who surfaces every few hours into the particular darkness of a house that used to have someone else in it and now does not. I dressed without much attention. A decent dress, clean, the kind my mother would not be embarrassed by. I covered my hair, I put on my sandals, I looked around the house, the way I had been looking around the house lately, with a faint, persistent feeling that I had misplaced something important and could not remember what it was. And then I went out into the morning and walked to the synagogue. My mother was already there at the entrance to the women's section, talking to the wife of one of the synagogue elders, a woman named Tamar who had strong opinions about the correct preparation of lamb, and who had once told me, with great kindness and no self-awareness whatsoever, that she was praying for my peace of mind. My mother's face when she saw me arrive was the face of a woman who has asked for one small thing and is cautiously grateful to receive it, not wanting to show too much gratitude in case it startled me into changing my mind. "He arrived last night," she said quietly as we settled onto the bench behind the screen. "From Nazareth, a teacher. Yohanna bar Zebedee says he's been speaking in synagogues all along the lake." "Is he any good?" I asked. She gave me the look that meant, "Please behave." I folded my hands. The morning light came through the high window above the men's section and fell on the Magdala stone at the center of the room, the carved block with its menorah and its images of the temple, warming the limestone from pale gray to something almost gold. I had been looking at that stone since I was a child. I still could not say exactly why it made me feel the way it made me feel. Not comforted exactly, but oriented, as though it were a fixed point in the world and I were a vessel locating itself by it. He came in with several men, fishermen mostly by the look of them. The particular broadness of shoulder and permanent squint that the lake gave to the men who worked on it. They settled on the benches along the far wall. The service began in the usual way, the prayers, the responses, the Torah portion read by one of the elders in the careful, slightly flattened voice of a man who has read this text many times and respects it enormously, but has stopped being surprised by it. I was watching through the screen in the way I had perfected over decades, attentive enough to follow the service, distant enough to remain unaffected. This was a discipline, not a posture. I had learned it in the years after Joseph died, when the synagogue had become a place I went to because I had always gone, and not because it gave me anything I could name. You can be present without being available. You can sit in a room full of God and keep yourself just outside the door. Then the elder finished and he stood up. The first thing I noticed was that he moved differently than the other men. Not dramatically, nothing theatrical, no performance of significance. He simply moved the way people move when they are not performing anything at all, when the body and the intention are perfectly aligned, which is rarer than you would think, rarer than most people understand, because most people most of the time are performing something. Competence, piety, authority, humility. We are always slightly ahead of or behind ourselves. He was simply there, in the room, in the moment, in his own skin, without the quarter-inch of lag that separates intention from presence in the rest of us. I noticed this before I saw his face. I noticed it the way you notice a change in the quality of light, not as a specific observation, but as a shift in the atmosphere of the room that makes you look up from whatever you were doing and try to locate its source. He took the scroll from the attendant, he unrolled it to Isaiah, and he began to read. I will not transcribe the passage here. I have written it elsewhere in this account, in the place where it belongs, and I do not want to reduce it to a quotation in this part of the story. What I will say is what every person who heard him read that day would say, if they were being precise rather than pious about it. The difference was not in the words. The words were the same words that had been read in that synagogue for generations. The difference was in how he held them. There is a way of reading sacred text that treats it as finished, as a thing that was alive once at its making and is now preserved. The way fish are preserved in salt, intact, durable, but no longer living. Most readings I had heard in my life were readings of this kind, And I do not say this as criticism, because preservation is a form of respect, and the men who read that way were doing the work of preservation faithfully. They kept the text, they passed it on. This is not nothing. He read as though the text were breathing, as though the words were a window that had been painted over for a long time, and he had simply cleaned the glass, and what was visible through it now was not the painting, but the world on the other side. Immediate, lit, asking something of you. I found myself leaning forward. I had not leaned forward in a synagogue since I was a child, pressing my face against the lattice to see the Magdala stone more clearly. He finished reading, he rolled the scroll and gave it back. He sat down. And then, this is the part the accounts never quite get right, the part that seems too ordinary to be the turning point it was. He looked out at the room, and he said simply, conversationally, as though he were continuing a discussion that had been going on for some time, "Today, this scripture is fulfilled in your hearing." A murmur went through the men's section. I heard it even through the screen, the particular sound of a room full of people recalibrating, deciding what to do with something unexpected. Fulfilled. Not being fulfilled. Not will be fulfilled. Today. Present tense. Standing in front of you. Look. The man beside my mother whispered something to his wife about the presumption of it. Tamar straightened her back in the way she straightened her back when she was preparing a strong opinion. My mother's hands, folded in her lap, went very still. I sat absolutely motionless behind the screen and felt the seventh demon. Despair, the deep one, the one that lived at the bottom of the still water and had been telling me for 2 years that the lake was just a lake. I felt it shift, not vanish, not dissolve in an instant of divine light. Simply shift, the way sediment shifts when something disturbs the water above it, as though something had moved on the surface and sent a tremor all the way down. He spoke for perhaps another hour. I could reconstruct the substance of what he said, but I would rather not do it at a distance. The cave version of a teaching is always a diminished thing, words separated from the voice that held them. And his voice was not a separable quality of what he said. The voice was part of the meaning. This is true of all great teachers, but it was particularly true of him. And it is the thing that the written accounts, however careful, have always failed to carry. What I will say is this: he spoke about the kingdom of God as a present reality rather than a future hope. He spoke about it the way my father had spoken about the quality of light on the lake, as something different every morning, something you had to attend to freshly each day, or you would miss what it was doing. He spoke about the poor and the mourning and the meek in a way that did not condescend to them and did not romanticize them, but seemed genuinely to regard them as people in possession of something the comfortable had lost. He spoke about women twice, both times without ceremony, without the specific gentleness that men employ when they are making a point of being kind to women, which is its own form of condescension. He simply included us in what he was saying, the way you include the walls of a room in your description of a room, as a given, as part of the structure, as something whose presence you do not feel you need to justify. I noticed this. I noticed it the way I had noticed his manner of moving, not as a dramatic event, but as an atmospheric shift, a change in the quality of the air. After the service ended and the room began its slow process of dispersal, the shuffling of sandals, the low conversations, the particular social choreography of a community returning to itself after the formality of worship, I sat for a moment behind the screen and did something I had not done in a long time. I did not catalog. I did not assess. I did not run the day's calculations or compose the next week's arguments or review the outstanding business with Boaz. I simply sat, in the silence of a room that had just been changed by something I had not expected to encounter in it. I saw him afterward, briefly, in the courtyard outside. This requires explanation. It was not customary for women to approach male teachers in public spaces, and I was not in that moment proposing to do anything uncustomary. I was simply leaving the synagogue at the same time he was leaving the synagogue, and the courtyard was a shared space. And I walked through it with my mother on my left and Tamar, who had already formulated her strong opinion and was delivering it to my mother's left shoulder, on my right. and he was standing near the wall with his fishermen, and we passed within perhaps 4 cubits of each other. He was shorter than he had seemed from behind the screen. This surprised me and should not have. He was perhaps 30 years old, lean in the way of people who walk a great deal and eat irregularly, with the kind of face that does not resolve into handsomeness or plainness when you look at it directly, but shifts between the two, depending on the quality of the light and what he is thinking. There was a scar on his left hand, old and pale, the kind that comes from carpentry or from catching yourself on something sharp in childhood, and not from anything dramatic. His sandals were mended at the left strap with a piece of leather that did not quite match. He was talking to one of his fishermen, a large, animated man who I would later know as Shimon of Capernaum, though at the time he was simply a large man with large opinions who seemed to be disagreeing with something and doing it cheerfully with his hands involved. The teacher was listening with what I can only describe as full attention, the kind of attention that is visibly present, that you can feel across a courtyard, that makes the person receiving it feel that they are, in that moment, the only object of interest in the world. I understood, watching this, why people followed him. Not the words, not the teaching, not the fulfilled in your hearing of it. The sense it produced, even at 4 cubits distance in a crowded courtyard, that here was a person for whom you were not a problem to be managed or a role to be respected or a category to be placed correctly in the social order of things. You were simply a person, and he was simply paying attention. I kept walking. I said nothing. I did not slow my pace or linger at the gate or do any of the things that a woman who was planning to do something unconventional might do. I went home with my mother, and I ate the Sabbath meal she had prepared, lamb and lentils, and the particular flatbread she made on Fridays, and I listened to her talk about Tamar's opinions and the elder's nephew who was visiting from Sepphoris, and I answered when she spoke to me, and I was present at the table in all the necessary ways. But part of me had stayed behind in the courtyard, the part that had leaned forward through the latticed screen, the part that had felt the 7th demon shift in the deep water. That part stayed in the courtyard for 3 days. He had left Magdala by the time I went back. This is perhaps funny in retrospect. The most important person I would ever meet passed through my city, and I spent the 3 days after meeting him at the edge of his presence, going about my ordinary life, checking the accounts, arguing mildly with Boaz about the price of transport to Caesarea, eating my mother's lamb, and by the time I had decided that the thing I felt warranted some kind of action, he was already on the road south toward Capernaum. I found this out from Yohanna bar Zebedee, a young fisherman who had apparently been part of his group since the Jordan, who told me, with the specific brightness of a person conveying excellent news, that the teacher would be back through Magdala before the autumn, and that in the meantime he was teaching along the whole western shore. "Are you going to follow him?" I asked. I meant it practically. I had seen the group of men who traveled with him, the fishermen and their equipment, and it was a question about logistics. Yohanna blinked at me as though I had said something in a language he was still learning. Then he said, "I already am." I thought about this on the walk home, the present tense of it, the way it exactly echoed the present tense of what the teacher had said from the reading platform. Today, now, already, not in the future, but in the continuous present of a life that had rearranged itself around a different center of gravity. I was already following him. I understood this as I walked back through the market, past the fish stalls and the spice merchants, and the woman who sold linen from the back of a cart and had known my mother for 30 years, through the smell of salt and smoke and bread that was the smell of my whole life. I did not know yet what it would cost. I did not know about the road, the years of walking, the cold nights, the arguments and the miracles and the terrible beauty of watching a man teach a room full of people how to be more fully human. I did not know about Shimon of Capernaum's jealousy or the guards in Gethsemane or the hill outside the city walls or the garden or my own name spoken in a voice that should not have been there. I only knew that something had moved in the still water, that the sediment was rising, that the 7th demon, the patient one, The one that told you the lake was just a lake. It was lying. The lake was not just a lake. The light from the surface was not too far to reach. I walked home through the market and I began, quietly, with no announcement, to put my affairs in order. Act 2, Fire, Galilee and Judea, 28-33 CE, Chapter 5. The Decision, Magdala, 28 CE. Magdala, Galilee, late summer, 27 CE. The hardest decisions are not the ones between right and wrong. They are the ones between two rights, between the life you owe the people who love you and the life you owe yourself. I have never found a clean answer to this. I only know which one I chose and that I am still choosing it here at the end, with no regrets that are not also, in some complicated way, part of what I am grateful for. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at Saint Baume. I did not tell anyone immediately. This is the part of the story that the accounts of sudden conversion always leave out. The weeks between the moment of internal rearrangement and the moment when you have to explain yourself to the people who will be most affected by what you have become. There is a kind of work that has to happen in that interval, and it is not spiritual work, or not only spiritual work, it is practical work. The ledgers have to be reviewed and handed off. The business arrangements have to be secured so that the people who depend on them are not left stranded by your decision to rearrange your life around a wandering teacher. The house has to be considered, what to do with it, who will look after it, whether to sell or to hold, and what each choice implies about how permanent you believe the new life to be. And someone has to tell your mother. I left the mother conversation for last. This was not cowardice, or not entirely cowardice, it was strategy. My mother was a woman whose responses to difficult news were shaped by context, and the context I wanted to give her was, everything is arranged, everything is secure. The practical dimensions of this decision have been handled with the care and thoroughness she had always taught me to apply to difficult problems. I wanted to walk into that conversation, having already done the work she would otherwise ask me why I hadn't done. So I started with Boaz. I asked him to come to the house on a Tuesday morning, which was our regular meeting day, and I prepared the accounts in the usual order. Northern route first, then the coastal trade, then the outstanding obligations. And I set the ledgers on the table, and I poured him wine, and I waited until he had reviewed the first column and nodded in the way he nodded when the numbers were satisfactory. Then I said, I need to discuss a change in the arrangement. Boaz set down his cup. He had been in business long enough to know that those words, in that tone, were the opening of a conversation that required full attention. I am going to be traveling for a period, I said. I don't know the exact duration. I need someone to manage the northern accounts in my absence. I want it to be Hanan. Hanan was Boaz's oldest son, 23 years old, careful with numbers in the way his father was careful, and honest, which was not always the same thing as careful, but in Hanan's case was both. I had been training him informally for 2 years, giving him progressively more complex problems to work through, watching how he handled the ones where the answer was not straightforward. Boaz was quiet for a moment. He was a man who expressed almost everything through the quality of his silences. And this silence had a particular texture. Not surprise, not resistance, but the careful recalculation of a man adjusting a mental model he had held for years. Traveling where? He asked. Along the lake, initially. Then wherever the movement goes. I had thought about how to say this and had decided that plainness was the most efficient approach. Boaz dealt in facts. Euphemisms made him uncomfortable in the way bad arithmetic made him uncomfortable. He could feel the imprecision even when he couldn't immediately locate its source. The teacher, he said, not a question. News traveled efficiently in Magdala as it always does in cities built around a working harbor, where the fishermen and traders and their wives formed a network of information that was faster and more comprehensive than any official channel. Yes. Another silence. Longer this time. Then, Hanan will need the authority to sign the northern contracts. I'll write the transfer today. He nodded slowly, the way he nodded when a problem had been solved to his satisfaction, even if he had reservations about the problem's origin. He picked up his cup again. He said, He reads well, this teacher. I heard him at the harbor last month. Something about the poor inheriting the earth. A pause. I wasn't sure what to do with it. Neither was I said. I'm going to find out. We finished the accounts. We parted with the handshake that had always concluded our meetings, firm and brief, the handshake of two people who respected each other's competence and had never needed anything warmer. At the door, he stopped with his back to me and said without turning, "The house. Don't sell it. You'll want somewhere to come back to." I did not ask him whether he thought I would come back. He did not offer his opinion on the matter. Some things between people of long acquaintance do not need to be said in order to have been said. I told Eli on a Wednesday. He was at his house near the harbor when I arrived, and his wife Leah was there with the children. And I waited until the children were in bed and Leah had tactfully found something to do in another room. She was a perceptive woman, Leah, who had long since learned to read the specific quality of a conversation her husband and his sister were about to have. And then I told him. He did not say anything for a long, sat across the table from me with his hands flat on the surface and his eyes doing the calculation I could always see him doing when something unexpected arrived. Not panic, not rejection, but the steady, methodical working through of a man who needed to understand the full dimensions of a new situation before he responded to it. My father's habit. Eli had gotten it more thoroughly than I had. I got the watching, he got the patience. "How long?" he finally said. "I don't know." "The business is arranged. Hanan will manage the northern accounts. Boaz has the coastal trade. I've written the transfers. The house is maintained. There's enough income from the trading share to sustain it." I paused. "I've thought it through." "I can see that." He looked at his hands. "Is it safe? The road, I mean. A woman traveling." "There are other women. Yohanna, the wife of Herod's steward. She's already with the group. Susanna. Others." I had done this research carefully because I had known Eli would ask and because the answer was relevant not just to his peace of mind but to mine. The fact that women of means and standing were already traveling with this teacher was not, for me, incidental information. It was confirmation of something I had suspected when I watched him in the synagogue courtyard, that the categories he applied to people were not the usual ones. Eli looked up. Herod's steward's wife. Yes, he absorbed this. The information seemed to rearrange something in his assessment, as I had known it would, because Eli was a practical man, and a practical man understands that the company a movement keeps is a form of evidence about its character. "Mother," he said, "I'm telling her tomorrow." He was quiet again. Then he stood up and came around the table and put his arms around me briefly, the hug of a man who has been worrying about his sister for years and is not sure whether the thing she is about to do is the resolution of that worry or its continuation. I held on for a moment longer than I usually would. He smelled of the harbor, of fish and salt and cedar, the smell of our father, the smell of home. "Come back," he said. Not a command, a request. The specific vulnerability of a person who has already lost people and knows exactly what it costs. "I'll come back," I said. I did not know when I said it whether it was a promise or a comfort. I know now that it was both, and that both were true in the ways that mattered, and that the fact that I came back changed. That Magdala, when I returned to it years later, was a Roman ruin, ash and broken stone, the synagogue with its carved menorah buried under the rubble of the revolt. This does not diminish the truth of what I told my brother in his kitchen, by the light of a lamp going low, with his wife quietly present in the next room, and his children asleep in the house that smelled of everything I was leaving. It was true when I said it. Some truths have a limited life. They are not lies when they expire. I told my mother on a Thursday in the early afternoon at her house, which was the house I had grown up in, and which still contained my father's shelf of scrolls and the loom she had been weaving at when she told me the things she always told me while her hands were busy. I had brought food. This was deliberate. Having something to do with the hands helps for both the person delivering difficult news and the person receiving it, and my mother was a woman who thought more clearly when her hands were occupied. I had brought figs and bread and a small jar of honey from the market, and I laid these out on the table while she made tea. And when we were both seated and the tea was in the cups and the bread was between us, I told her, The silence that followed was different from Boaz's silence and different from Eli's. It had a texture I recognized from my childhood. The silence my mother produced when she was containing something large, pressing it into a smaller shape than it wanted to be so that she could manage it without losing herself in it. She reached out and broke off a piece of bread. She chewed it. She put her cup down very carefully, as if the cup were made of something that would not survive careless handling. "For how long?" she said. Not a question. A statement in question's clothing. "I don't know." "You keep saying that?" "It is the honest answer." She looked at me then, and the look had everything in it that 34 years of knowing me had put there. The love and the anxiety and the exhausted recognition of a woman who has been watching her daughter move toward the edge of available maps for her entire life and has been trying, with great love and limited success, to call her back. "He's a carpenter's son," she said. "From Nazareth." "Yes." "And you're going to follow him down roads?" "Yes." "And leave your house and your business and your—" She stopped, started again. "Miriam, you have built something here. Since Joseph died, I have watched you build it, and it has not been easy, and it is real. It has value. You cannot just—" "I'm not leaving the business," I said. "I'm financing it. There's a difference." This was true. I had spoken to Yohanna of Herod's house about the practical question of how the movement sustained itself, and the answer was, women of means contributed to its support. No, I was going to do what I always did. I was going to pay attention and use my resources and go where the work was. I was just going to do it on a different set of roads. My mother was quiet. She turned her cup in her hands around and around the way she did when she was thinking through something she did not want to think through. "Will you be safe?" she finally asked. "I think so." I paused. The same answer Eli got. "I know it's not enough. I'm sorry it's the only one I have." She looked at me for a long time. I looked back. Between us on the table were the figs and the bread and the honey and the tea and 34 years of a relationship that was exactly as complicated as most mother-daughter relationships are, full of love and misreading and the persistent gap between who one person believes the other to be and who they actually are. Then something shifted in her face, very quietly. The large contained thing did not get smaller, but she seemed to make a decision about it. The decision that some things cannot be pressed into smaller shapes without losing what makes them what they are, and that there is sometimes a greater dignity in letting them be the size they are. "Your father," she said, "would have gone with you." I had not expected this. I had prepared for the argument, the practical objections, the further variations on the worry she had been directing at me since I was 10 years old. For the things she was giving me, quietly across the bread and figs. The permission, the recognition, the granting of the specific ancestry that mattered. I reached across the table and put my hand over hers. She turned her hand over and gripped mine the way she had gripped it when I was small, and we crossed the crowded market together. Firmly, without sentimentality, the grip of a person who is not going to let go until it is safe. We sat like that for a while. The afternoon light moved across the table. Outside, the city went about its business. The harbor sounds, the market sounds, the layered noise of 40,000 people living their ordinary lives on the shore of an extraordinary lake. I left on a Friday morning, 2 weeks later, with a traveling pack and a money belt containing enough to sustain me for several months and make a meaningful contribution to the movement's needs, and the cedar incense, the last of Yosef's supply, which I had been saving without quite knowing why, which I wrapped in cloth and tucked into the pack because it seemed important to carry something of his with me, some reminder of the kindness that had preceded the road. Eli walked me to the edge of the city. My mother had said goodbye at the house, which I had expected. She was not a woman for public leave-takings, having always believed that private grief was the more honest kind. At the door, she had embraced me with the specific strength of a woman who is not going to let herself cry until after you have turned the corner. And she had said, "Be careful," not as an instruction, as a prayer. At the city's edge, Eli stopped. The road south ran through the morning light in both directions, toward Tiberias one way and toward Capernaum the other, and the lake was visible from where we stood, silver blue in the early sun, the hills on the far side still purple with shadow. He had his father's way of looking at it. I had always known this, but I felt it particularly then. He was standing at the end of the road, the way our father had stood at the end of the street, patient, attentive, watching the water. "Different every morning," I said. He looked at me, understood immediately, smiled, a small private smile, the smile of a shared reference that requires no explanation, which is one of the specific pleasures of people who have known each other since before either of them could read. We stood there for a moment, in the way of people who are extending the last moment of a good thing as far as it will go without breaking. Then I turned onto the road. I did not look back. This is not because it would have hurt too much to look. It would have, and I knew it, and I chose not to perform it. It was because my father had taught me to pay attention to where I was going, and where I was going was south, toward Capernaum, toward a man who read ancient text as though the ink were still wet, toward the beginning of a decade that would cost me everything I had and give me everything I could not have imagined wanting. The road was dry and white in the morning sun. The lake ran alongside it, close and silver. Somewhere ahead, in a village by the water, a carpenter's son from Nazareth was teaching people how to see what had been in front of them all along. I walked toward him in the full knowledge that I was walking toward something I did not understand. This, I have come to believe, is the only honest way to walk toward anything worth reaching. Chapter 6. The company of women, Capernaum, 28 CE, the road, western shore of Galilee, 27 CE. The accounts written by the men describe us as followers, as if following were a passive thing, as if we were leaves on the surface of a river, carried by the current they made. What they do not record, because they were not there for it, is everything that happened before the teaching began. The fires built, the bread purchased and broken and distributed. The logistics of moving 35 people through a landscape that was not always welcoming. The accounts, the decisions, the arguments with innkeepers and market vendors. We did not follow. We ran the operation. There is a difference, and it is not a small one. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. I found the group at Capernaum, camped at the edge of the lake on a stretch of shore where the reeds grew thick and the fishermen kept their boats pulled up on the gravel above the waterline. It was late afternoon when I arrived, the light coming off the water at a low angle that turned everything amber and long-shadowed. And I stood for a moment at the edge of the camp, taking inventory the way I always took inventory when entering a new situation. Numbers, arrangement, the social geometry of who was standing near whom and what that implied. There were perhaps 25 people. 12 men who appeared to be the inner group. I had already learned their names from Yohanna during the weeks of preparation, so I could match faces to names as I scanned the camp. The 2 sons of Zebedee, Yohanna and his brother Yaakov, Shimon of Capernaum and his brother Andreas, a tax collector named Marta, who had the specific self-consciousness of a man who knows that his former profession is going to be mentioned every time he is introduced. Several others I would come to know well over the years that followed. Then a looser outer circle of men and women, travelers of varying degrees of attachment, some who had been with the group for months, some who had joined that week and were still finding their footing. And then, apart from both groups, but clearly part of the operation, 3 women in intense conversation near a small fire over which a very large pot was producing smells that made my stomach register its opinions about how long it had been since I had eaten. The tallest of the 3 looked up as I approached. She was perhaps 40 years old, with the kind of face that had been beautiful in the way that competence and good bones produce when they work together, and a manner that reminded me immediately of the senior women in my father's trading network, the ones who had been doing serious work for decades and had shed along the way any need to signal that they were doing serious work. She assessed me in approximately 2 seconds with a thoroughness I recognized because I employed the same method. "Miriam of Magdala," she said. "Not a question. You know me?" "Yohanna told us you were coming." The fish merchant's widow from the northern accounts. A pause, in which I could see her adjusting the assessment. "He undersold it somewhat. I'm Yohanna. My husband manages Herod's household. She extended her hand, and we clasped wrists the way traders do, grip of people measuring each other's reliability. What passed between mystical when I say this, as I am being precise, was a species of recognition. The recognition of two people who have both spent years being the most capable person in rooms that would not officially acknowledge the fact, and who see this in each other immediately, the way you see it, and who understand without needing to say it that they have just found an ally of considerable value. Susanna, Yohanna said, indicating the small, quick woman beside her. Young, perhaps 25, with ink stains on her right hand that she had clearly stopped trying to explain. She keeps the accounts. Then the third woman, older, wide-shouldered, with the permanent squint of someone who has spent years outdoors in bright light. Marta. She is in charge of the food, which means she is in charge of everything, and she will tell you so herself shortly. Someone has to be, said Marta, without looking up from the pot. This is what the written accounts do not tell you about those years. They were, in large stretches of them, logistical. I do not mean this as a complaint or a diminishment. I mean it as a correction. The Gospels that will eventually be written, I have heard fragments of some of them, in the years since, traveling through Provence with travelers from the East. Those accounts move at the speed of the miraculous. They linger on the healings, the teachings, the confrontations with Pharisees, and the responses that silenced rooms. The time between is compressed or omitted. The reader moves from one burning moment to the next with the efficient narrative logic of a story that knows where it is going and is moving you there briskly. What those accounts cannot carry, because accounts cannot carry it, is the texture of the days between the burning moments, the ordinary days, which were most of the days when nothing miraculous happened, and what happened instead was 35 people got up at dawn and ate and walked and ate again and found somewhere to sleep and got up and did it again. The management of that, the keeping track of it, the decisions about routes and lodging and the price of grain in the next village, and whether the group could afford to linger 3 days in a place where the welcome was warm or needed to move on. This was our work, Yohanna's and Susanna's and mine. We managed the finances collectively. My contribution to the common fund being by far the largest. Yohanna's nearly as substantial. Susanna's more modest, but given with a completeness that put larger gifts to shame. We negotiated lodging. We coordinated the food supply, Marta overseeing the preparation, the rest of us ensuring there was something to prepare. We kept records. We communicated with the communities we were moving toward, smoothing the path, addressing objections, fielding the questions of the prominent local women whose households would need to be open to us if we were going to have anywhere to sleep. We did this while also, every day, attending the teachings, sitting with the crowds, participating in the discussions that went on long after the public sessions ended, around fires and at tables in borrowed rooms. We were not support staff who happened to be present at the teaching. We were students and practitioners who were also, incidentally and necessarily, keeping the operation alive. That this dual role would be recorded by history as the lesser of the two is something I understood was likely even as I was living it. I understood it the way you understand a weather pattern when you have lived in a place long enough to recognize the signs, the specific way the disciples' conversations paused and reconfigured when we joined them, the moments when our questions were answered, and the moments when they were redirected, the way our names appeared in the accounts of meals and travels and not in the accounts of the teachings that immediately followed, as though we had vanished between the eating and the listening. I am recording it differently. That is the point of this document. Yohanna was the most politically sophisticated person in the movement, including the men. I say this not as flattery, but as an accurate accounting of a quality that was strategically essential and consistently undervalued, the ability to move through a landscape of competing powers, Roman and Herodian and religious, without triggering the defensive responses that would have ended the movement years before it ended. She had been navigating Herod's court for 20 years, which is an education in human nature available nowhere else on earth. She knew which officials could be cultivated and which needed to be avoided. She understood the relationship between Roman administrative tolerance and Herodian political ambition in a way that allowed her to anticipate problems weeks before they materialized. On at least 3 occasions that I know of, her advanced intelligence allowed the group to alter its route and avoid a confrontation that would, at the very least, have cost us days of freedom, and at worst, something considerably more. She was also funny, in the precise, dry way of people who have spent years watching the powerful conduct themselves foolishly and have developed a highly calibrated appreciation for the absurdity of it. In the evenings, when the fire was low and the teaching was done and the men had gone to their corners of whatever space we were sharing, she would produce, from her apparently inexhaustible memory, a story about someone in Herod's court that illuminated, from a completely unexpected angle, something that had been said in the teaching that morning. These were not disrespectful. They were something more interesting than respect or disrespect. They were the observations of someone who had been watching human nature at the highest levels of pretension and the lowest levels of self-awareness for decades, and who was, I think, genuinely relieved to be in the company of a man who did not require pretension. I loved her. I love her still at this distance of decades, in this cave, with the lamp going and the night quiet outside. She was the first friend I had made as an adult who knew me as I actually was, not as the widow Ben Mattai of the northern accounts, not as the woman the synagogue ladies discussed, not as my mother's difficult daughter, but as Miriam. The one who asked too many questions and kept the money and could read Greek, and whose relationship to the teacher was a thing that everyone noticed and no one mentioned. It was Yohanna, one evening in the 2nd year, who finally mentioned it. We were sitting apart from the others by the lake, washing the day's dust from our feet in the shallows. It was one of those Galilean evenings that seem to concentrate all the light that the day has scattered. The surface of the water going from silver to pink to a deep bruised gold, the hills on the far shore going dark slowly, the sounds of the camp behind us reduced to the comfortable murmur of people winding down. She said, without preamble, looking at the water, "He looks for you first in the mornings, before the teaching begins. He scans the crowd for your face. I've been watching it for weeks." I did not say anything for a moment. The water moved around my feet, cool and very gentle. "And you look for him," she added. "I noticed this also." "I'm paying attention," I said. "That's what I've always done." "Yes," she said, and he's paying attention back. "I'm not telling you this as a warning or a caution or a piece of advice about what you should or shouldn't do with it. I'm telling you because I am your friend, and friends name the things that are true, even the ones that don't have straightforward names." The light on the water went from gold to something darker. On the far shore, the first lamps were appearing in the windows of Bethsaida, small and warm and very far away. "What do you think it is?" I asked. Not defensively, genuinely. Yohanna had 20 years of watching human beings in proximity to power, and what moved between Yeshua and the people around him was a form of power, not political power, not the kind she was accustomed to charting, but a different kind, the kind that works from the inside out rather than the outside in. She thought for a long time, long enough that I believed she was going to change the subject. Then she said, "I think it is the truest thing either of you has. And I think neither of you will ever be entirely sure what to call it. And I think you have both separately, made peace with that uncertainty, which is the only honest position to occupy." She stood up and dried her feet on the hem of her robe and walked back toward the camp, leaving me with the darkening lake and the distant lamps and the question she had named and declined to answer, which was, I understood, the most respectful thing she could have done. Susanna kept the accounts the way musicians keep time, with a precision so internalized that it appeared effortless, and was in fact the product of enormous ongoing attention. She was 24 years old when I met her, the daughter of a scribe from Sepphoris, which explained both the ink stains and the handwriting, which was the most beautiful I had ever seen outside of a professional copying house. She had followed the teacher after hearing him speak at her father's synagogue, and she had brought with her, besides the money she had saved from several years of working as her father's copyist, a set of wax tablets, and a collection of reed pens, and the habit of recording everything. She recorded everything. The financial accounts, which were her official responsibility, but also, quietly in the margins of the wax tablets, in the smallest script she could produce while maintaining legibility, the teachings. Phrases, fragments, the exact words of things said at meals and on the road, and in the middle of arguments that seemed important, and that the speaker might not record even the informal things, the offhand remarks, the answers given to questions that no one had written down. She looked at me with the expression of a person who has thought so much about something that the question of why seems almost quaint. "Because if I don't write it down," she said, "who will? I think about Susanna often, here in the cave. I think about her when I write, which is the highest tribute one writer can pay another. To have their practice in your mind as a standard while you work. I do not know what became of her. I lost contact with her in the years after the crucifixion, in the scattering, and I have had no news of her from the travelers who occasionally make it this far into the mountains. I hope she kept writing. I hope the tablets survived. I hope that somewhere, in a jar in a desert, or a chest in a house in some city whose name I will never know, the small, careful script of a scribe's daughter from Sepphoris is preserving the things that fell through the larger accounts. If this record I am making should ever find a reader, I want that reader to know about Susanna. Her name will not appear in the Gospels. She was 24 years old with ink-stained hands, and she wrote down the things no one else thought worth writing down, and she was one of the finest people I have ever known. About Marta, I will say this. She was the most grounded human being I have ever encountered, and I mean this as the highest possible praise. Groundedness is a quality that gets misread as limitation, as an absence of vision, a preoccupation with the small over the large, the bread over the sermon. This misreading is itself a kind of poverty. Marta understood that the bread and the sermon were not in competition. She understood that the body required sustenance in order to attend to the spirit. That cold and hungry people make poor students. That the organizational work of keeping 35 travelers alive and moving and fed was not separate from the sacred work of the movement, but was, in fact, its necessary foundation. She also had no patience for pretension and an absolute inability to be impressed by status, which, in a movement that was rapidly accumulating admirers and followers and people who wanted proximity to the miraculous, was a quality of almost incalculable value. She treated the teacher with the same matter-of-fact directness she treated everyone. He was a remarkable man, and she respected him completely. And she would also tell him plainly when the plan for the next day's travel was impractical, and here was why, and here was a better arrangement. And he would listen to her with the same full attention he gave everyone, and he would, as often as not, agree. I watched them together sometimes with something adjacent to joy. The carpenter's son and the woman who managed his provisions, arguing cheerfully about the most efficient route between two Galilean villages, and the argument being entirely real, neither of them performing humility, neither of them performing authority, simply two people with different information working out the best answer together. I think this is what he was trying to teach, not through parables alone, through the example of how he was every day with the people around him. Most of the accounts record what he said. Very few of them record how he listened. This is the greater loss. By the end of the first year on the road, I had undergone a change that I did not have language for at the time, and have spent the year since trying to describe accurately. It was not a conversion in the way the word is usually used, a before and after, a moment of rupture between the sinful self and the redeemed one. What happened was slower and more structural than that. It was the gradual replacement of one organizing principle with another. The organizing principle I had been living by, which I would describe now as the principle of management, of keeping things contained and functional and not more painful than necessary, was being replaced by something I could only call the principle of attention, of actually looking at what was in front of me instead of cataloging it, of being present inside my own life rather than administering it from a careful distance. He did not teach this directly. He did not stand up at a synagogue and say, "Here is the principle of attention. Here are its 7 components. Please observe the following demonstrations." What he did was live it, every day in front of us, the full engagement with whatever person or question or crisis the day produced, without the quarter inch of protective distance that the rest of us maintained as a matter of survival. It was contagious. I mean this literally. Being in the presence of a person who is fully attending changes the way you attend. It raises the standard imperceptibly. The way being in the presence of a great musician changes what you hear in ordinary music. You cannot unknow it. You cannot return to the previous level of expectation. The bar has been raised, and it stays raised whether you want it to or not. By the end of the first year, I was sleeping better. I was drinking less wine. The hollow that Yosef's death had left was not filled. I do not think hollows are meant to be filled. I think they are meant to be inhabited, lived in, treated as a room rather than a wound. But it was no longer defining the whole interior of my life. The demons were quieter, not gone, but quieter, the way noise is quiet when music begins, not absent, but no longer the loudest thing in the room. I sent money to Boaz, and he sent reports back, careful and thorough, the accounts of a man who took his responsibilities seriously and took some quiet satisfaction in having been trusted with them. I sent letters to Eli and to my mother, shorter than they would have liked, longer than the road usually allowed. My mother wrote back in her careful script the news of Magdala, Tamar's opinions, the harbor extension, the visit of Eli's children, the weather, the lake. "The lake is the same," she wrote in one letter, and I knew that she meant it as news and also as more than news, as the reassurance of a fixed point, the thing my father had looked at every morning, still there, still different every day, still waiting for whatever it had always been waiting for. I put her letter in the traveling pack, next to the cedar incense that was slowly, irreversibly running out. The road continued, the teaching continued. Somewhere in the crowd each morning, when the session began, and the first words were spoken, in the voice I had first heard through a latticed screen reading Isaiah as though the ink were still wet. Somewhere in the crowd, I looked for his face, and he looked for mine, and whatever that looking was, it was the truest thing in my life, and I had stopped trying to give it a name, and that felt, finally, like a kind of peace. Chapter 7. What he taught in private Galilee. 29 to 30 CE, the road and the hillsides of Galilee. 28 to 30 CE. He taught publicly in parables because a parable is a door with a handle on the inside. Only the person standing inside the room can open it. He taught privately in questions, which is more demanding but also more honest. A question does not let you pretend to understand. It requires you to locate exactly the boundary between what you know and what you don't, and to stand on that boundary and look over the edge. I have spent 30 years standing on that edge. I have not yet reached the bottom of any of the questions he asked me. Miriam of Magdala from the cave at St. Baume. There is a thing that happens in a movement like the one we were part of in the second and third years, when the initial astonishment has settled and the daily rhythm has established itself, and the work has become genuinely the work rather than the excitement of becoming. People find their positions. The ones who were drawn by spectacle and needed continuous spectacle begin to drift away, disappointed that the spectacular moments are not continuous, but interspersed among long stretches of walking and sleeping rough, and eating whatever the next village offered. The ones who stay are the ones for whom the ordinary days have become somehow as worth attending to as the burning ones. By the second year, I was one of these, one of the ones for whom the ordinary days had become sufficient, more than sufficient. The ordinary days were where I learned the most. The public teachings I could reconstruct from memory if you asked me to, because I had heard them enough times and in enough iterations to know them the way you know the prayers you have said since childhood, in the body as much as the mind, the rhythm, and the phrasing settled into something below conscious recall. The Beatitudes, the parables of the sower and the prodigal and the lost coin, the teachings about prayer, about the law, about what it meant to love your neighbor in a world that defined neighbor as narrowly as self-interest required. These I knew. What I want to record are the other ones. the teachings that happened in the spaces between the public sessions, in conversations that began as practical discussions about the day's logistics and moved with the organic ease of a mind that did not recognize a firm boundary between the sacred and the ordinary, into something else entirely. These were the teachings that never made it into any account I have encountered. They are the ones I have been most careful to preserve. The first of the private teachings I want to record happened on a hillside outside Khorazim in the second year, on an afternoon when the public session had ended early because a khamsin had come up off the eastern shore and the air was thick with dust and everyone's eyes were streaming. Most of the group had retreated to a stand of olive trees lower on the hill where there was some shelter from the wind. I had not retreated because the wind did not bother me, especially, and because I was reviewing the accounts from the previous week, and the light was better on the exposed hillside. And Yohanna had gone with the others, and I had what I rarely had on the road. An hour alone with a flat rock to write on, and numbers that needed to agree with each other, and did not yet. He came up the hill after perhaps half an hour. I heard him before I saw him. The particular sound of his walk, which I had memorized without intending to, the way you memorize the sounds of a house you have lived in long enough, the specific rhythm of his footfall on different surfaces. He sat down on the rock beside me with the ease of someone sitting down in his own kitchen, and he looked at what I was doing, and he said nothing for a while, which was a quality I valued in him above almost everything else, the ability to be present in a silence without filling it. Then he said, "The numbers are wrong in the third column." I looked at the third column. He was right. A transposition, a 7 written as a 1, the oldest error in arithmetic. I corrected it. "You read accounts?" I said. "My father kept accounts for the workshop. I learned early." He paused. He kept very careful accounts. He used to say that a man who does not know where his money is does not know where his attention is. I thought about this. Is that what you believe? He tilted his head in the way he had when a question interested him, a slight, unconscious movement, like a bird orienting toward a sound. I believe attention is the most valuable thing a person has. I believe most people spend it the way they spend money when they are young and have not yet learned that it runs out. And when it runs out, it does not run out if you spend it on the right things. He looked out at the lake below us, bronze under the Khamsin sky. This is what I am trying to teach. Not a doctrine, not a set of rules, a practice of attention. Look at what is actually here. Look at the person actually in front of you. Look at the need that actually exists, not the one you are comfortable addressing. The wind moved through the grass on the hillside. Down in the olive trees, someone laughed. Marta, I thought, the specific sharp sound of her laughter, always slightly surprised by whatever had produced it. "Most of your disciples are not going to manage this," I said. I meant it as an observation, not a criticism. He was a careful enough thinker that the distinction mattered to him. He was quiet for a moment. Then, with a candor that I had learned was characteristic of him in private, and that was, I think, one of the things that kept me coming back to these conversations, the willingness to say the thing plainly, without the reassuring gloss that teachers sometimes apply to difficult assessments of their own work. I know. The teaching will outlast the comprehension. Most of it will be reduced to rules and formulas within 2 generations because rules and formulas are what institutions can carry. The living thing is harder to carry. It requires people who are willing to do what you are doing, he gestured at the accounts, the flat rock, the hillside, to sit in the wind and add up the numbers and think carefully about where the attention actually went. I put the reed pen down. That frightens you. It was not a question exactly. I had been watching his face for long enough to read its register, the slight tightening around the eyes that indicated something he was sitting with rather than through. "It does," he said, simply, without performance. "Yes." We sat with that for a while, the wind in the grass, the bronze light, the lake below, and the strange particular intimacy of 2 people who have admitted something difficult in the same breath and are still sitting together on the same rock. This is what the private teachings were, not revelations, not secret doctrines reserved for the initiated, Conversations, genuine ones, the kind where both people are thinking rather than delivering, where the direction is not predetermined, where you end somewhere neither of you expected when you began. He asked questions more than he made statements, in private. This was the inverse of the public teaching, where the statements were primary and the questions invited after. A necessary inversion, because a crowd of 200 requires different management than a conversation of 2. In private, the questions came first, and the statements, when they came, were quieter, more provisional, more obviously the product of someone working something out in real time. He asked me once, on a road between Magdala and Bethsaida, a stretch of road I had walked 100 times as a child, but that felt different now, as all familiar things felt different now, slightly to the left of where they used to be. He asked me what I thought happened to the soul after death. I told him what I had been taught, the various accounts, the Pharisaic resurrection, the Sadducean view that the soul perished with the body, the Greek understanding that had permeated the educated classes of a Romanized city like Magdala, and that I had absorbed without quite adopting. He listened to all of this. Then he said, "What do you actually think, not what you've been taught? What do you, Miriam of Magdala, believe happens?" No one had ever asked me this. In the same way that no one had ever asked me about the harbor extension, directing the question to me specifically, to my specific self, not to my category or my learning or my inherited tradition, but to the particular interior of a particular woman. I walked in silence for a while. The road was dusty, and the sky was very blue, and the lake was visible to our left between the low hills, the same silver blue it was always visible between the low hills, the same fixed and daily different point of orientation. I said, I think the part of us that pays full attention, the part that is genuinely present, genuinely engaged with what is real, I think that part does not have the same relationship with death as the part of us that is merely passing through. He said nothing for a long moment. The road continued under our feet. Then, yes, that is closer to it than most things I have heard. Closer, I said, not exact. Exact is not available, not to me and not to anyone. Anyone who tells you they have the exact answer is not telling you the truth about the edge of their knowledge. Incidentally, the thing that troubles me most about what the Pharisees do with the resurrection. Not the belief itself, the certainty that the mechanism is known and the timetable established and the qualifying conditions defined. Certainty about the unknowable is not faith. It is the refusal of faith dressed in faith's clothing. I thought about this for many years. I am still thinking about it here in the cave, which is as close to the edge of the unknowable as I have ever stood. He was right, that exact is not available. He was also right, and this I have held as carefully as anything he ever said, that closer to it matters. That the pursuit of a more accurate approximation of the true thing is not a lesser activity than the possession of a false certainty. That it is, in fact, the braver and more honest one. I want to describe one evening, a specific one, because I have been trying to tell this story without resorting to the particular mode of vagueness that writers employ when they are afraid of their material, the soft focus, the implication, the gesture toward feeling that refuses to specify what the feeling actually was. I will be specific. I will trust you to receive specificity without misreading it. It was late in the second year. We were near the lake, at a place where a fig tree grew out over the water at an angle that suggested it had been trying for most of its life to get as close to the surface as possible without actually getting wet. It was evening. The group was at supper in a borrowed courtyard 50 yards away, the noise of it reaching us as a low, warm murmur. We had slipped away separately, with the unspoken ease of two people who have learned each other's habits of needing air, and we had arrived at the fig tree at approximately the same moment from different directions, which we regarded with the mild amusement of people who have stopped being surprised by this kind of coincidence. We sat on the roots of the tree. The water was very still, the evening light the color of old amber, the hills across the lake going from gold to violet as we watched. Somewhere on the water a boat moved, a single fisherman, small and quiet, his lamp beginning to be necessary as the light failed. We talked for a long time about things I'm not going to reproduce here, not because they were private in the sense of secret, but because they were private in the sense of belonging entirely to that hour and that tree and that quality of light. And some things belong to the moment that held them and not to any other vessel. I will say only that we talked the way people talk when they are not performing anything. When the audience of the world has receded, and what remains is two people who trust each other enough to say the incomplete things, the half-formed things, the things that are still being worked out. At some point, the subject turned, as it always eventually turned when we were alone, to what he believed was coming. He did not often speak of this in the public teachings, not directly, not in the plain, declarative way. In private, he was more direct and more afraid, which was related, I think. The directness was the fear, acknowledged and spoken rather than managed into parable. They are going to try to stop it, he said. Not the movement. He meant the inevitable, institutional ending that was being prepared somewhere in Jerusalem, in the councils of the priests and the calculations of Pilate's office. He had been to Jerusalem before. He understood the weight of what was accumulating. Can they? I asked. I meant, can they stop what you've started? The teachings, the changed lives, the woman from Magdala who was sleeping better and had sent her demons back to wherever demons go when the thing they've been feeding on has been replaced by something else. He was quiet for a long time. The fisherman's lamp on the water was the only moving light. Everything else stilled into reflection. They can stop me, he said carefully. Whether they can stop the teaching depends on who carries it afterward, whether those people tell the truth about what it actually was. He paused. Or whether they tell a story that is easier to carry. I understood what he was asking me, without asking it directly, in the way he often communicated the things that mattered most, by placing them in the space between the words and trusting me to locate them there. He was asking, will you tell the true version? Will you be the one who holds the difficult original against the simplified copy? I did not answer. Not because I didn't know the answer, but because some answers are too large for the moment they are asked in, and require the living of the rest of a life before they can be properly spoken. I have been answering it ever since. I am answering it now, with this reed pen, in this cave, with the lamp going low and the night very quiet outside, and 30 years of carrying the true version finally, at last, arriving at its proper form. What I did, instead of answering, was reach out and put my hand over his on the root of the fig tree. He did not pull away. He turned his hand under mine, the way my mother had turned her hand under mine at the door of her house the morning I left Magdala, the grip of a person who is not going to let go until it is safe. We sat like that until the fisherman's lamp was out of sight around the bend of the shore, and the supper noise from the courtyard had quieted to nothing, and the stars were fully present overhead in the way they are only fully present when all the other light is gone. Then we walked back separately, without discussion, to the borrowed courtyard and the sleeping group and the road that continued in the morning. This is what I want to say about that evening, about all the evenings. Nothing happened in the way the world uses that word when it speaks of a man and a woman alone together in the dark. And everything happened in the way that everything happens in the presence of genuine mutual attention, the invisible, unmeasurable, absolutely real transfer of knowing between two people who have decided to see each other clearly and have paid the cost of that decision. I have been faithful to this distinction my entire life. I am faithful to it now, not because the other kind would have been a lesser thing, but because the thing we had was not the other kind, and I will not reduce it to fit a container it was never meant to fill. In the third year, the tone of the private teachings changed. Not dramatically, not all at once, but there was a shift, the way the light shifts in Galilee, in late summer, barely perceptible day by day, and then suddenly, unmistakably, the season has turned, and the angle of everything is different. The questions he asked became less exploratory and more interrogative. The things he said about what was coming became less hypothetical and more particular. He had been to Jerusalem again, and he had come back different, with the specific quality of a person who has confirmed something they were hoping would be disproven. He was also, in this period, more tender. This is the word I keep arriving at from every direction, across 60 years. Tender. Not soft, not anxious. The tenderness of a person who has understood that time is finite, and that understanding has made everything more visible rather than less, the way a lowering sky makes colors more vivid just before the rain. He spent more time with the people on the periphery of the group in this period, the ones who were struggling, the ones who had attached themselves to the movement out of desperation rather than conviction, the ones who would not have been described by anyone as the most promising students. He spent whole mornings with a blind man from Jericho who could not remember what he had been told the previous day and needed to hear everything again. He spent an afternoon with a woman who had been following the group for 2 weeks and had not spoken to anyone, and who turned out, when he sat down beside her and waited, to have a story that she had been carrying for so long that the carrying had become the whole of her life. I watched this. I watched it with the attention he had taught me. Not cataloging, not assessing, not maintaining the careful distance of a woman who had spent years managing her own exposure to difficult feeling. I watched it and I let it land. This is what I mean when I say the private teaching continued in the 3rd year. Not the conversations alone in the evenings, which were fewer now, the weight of what was coming making solitude harder to find and harder to use. But the teaching of his example, the daily, accumulated instruction of a man who lived his philosophy with a consistency that was not heroic because it was not effortful, it was simply how he was. And being how he was in front of you every day changed how you were. I was changed. I am still changed 60 years later in a cave in France with ink-stained hands. The change is not complete. I don't think changes of this kind are ever complete. I think they are ongoing processes rather than achieved states, which is perhaps the most important thing he taught me, the thing underneath all the other things. That the kingdom he was describing was not a destination to be reached, but a direction to keep walking in, every morning, on whatever road the morning offers. I have been walking in it ever since, some mornings more successfully than others. The road continued. Jerusalem grew closer on the horizon, the way dangerous things do, slowly and then all at once, and with a kind of terrible beauty that makes it very difficult, even when you know what is coming, to look away. Chapter 8, Shimon's Eyes, Capernaum. 30 CE, Capernaum, and the road south. 30 CE, I have tried in the years since to be fair to Shimon. This is not easy. Fairness requires that you hold 2 things simultaneously, the genuine injury and the genuine humanity of the person who caused it. And the genuine injury, in his case, was large and lasted a very long time. But I have lived long enough to understand that Shimon was not unique. He was, in his fear and his jealousy and his need to be the primary, simply the most visible expression of a thing that was present in most of the men around us. The difference is that he had the courage, if courage is the right word, to say it out loud. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at Saint-Baume, I had known about Shimon's feelings for a year before the confrontation. You cannot travel with 35 people for 2 years without developing a precise map of the social weather. Who is easy with whom? Where the warm currents run, where the cold ones do. I had mapped Shimon Bar Yonah within the first 3 months. A man of enormous physical and emotional energy, a natural leader who had spent his entire life being the largest presence in any room he entered, and who had attached himself to this movement with the specific fervor of a person who has found for the first time someone larger than himself. His devotion to the teacher was genuine and total. This is important to say first. Whatever followed, the devotion was real. The problem was the shape of the devotion. Shimon loved with the possessiveness of a man who had grown up in a world where love and ownership were not clearly distinguished, where the thing you cherished, you also claimed. He could not, or would not, hold the 2 ideas separately, that you could love someone completely without holding exclusive rights to their attention. The concept seemed to him, when it surfaced in the teachings, to be an interesting theological proposition. As a lived reality, in the specific instance of a woman from Magdala who appeared evening after evening in the place nearest the teacher's fire, It was something that produced in his face a particular expression that I had been watching for a year and had told no one about except Yohanna, who had said, without surprise, "I know. I have been watching it longer." The confrontation happened on a Tuesday in late spring, in a borrowed courtyard in Capernaum, during one of the evening sessions that the inner group held after the public teaching had ended and the crowd had dispersed. These sessions were the ones I valued most. The smaller group, the fire, the questions that could be asked without the performance that large crowds require of both the teacher and the taught. They were also, I had noticed, the sessions at which the tension between the formal structure of the 12 and the actual texture of who was contributing was most visibly strained. The discussion that evening had begun with a question from Marta about the parable of the talents, specifically about the servant who buried his talent in the earth rather than risking it, and whether the parable's condemnation of that choice was absolute, or whether there were circumstances that justified caution over risk. It was a good question, the kind that opened rather than closed, and the discussion that followed had ranged in the way good discussions do through adjacent territories. The nature of risk, the relationship between faith and prudence, the difference between the caution that protects something real and the caution that is simply fear wearing a respectable garment. I had been quiet for the first part of the session, listening, building a thought. When the discussion reached the question of fear dressed as prudence, I spoke. I said that the servant who buried his talent was not, in my reading, primarily afraid of losing it. He was afraid of the master. Afraid of a relationship defined by power and judgment rather than by trust. The talent was secondary. The fear of the master's response was primary. And therefore the parable was not at its root about financial risk or spiritual boldness. It was about whether you believed the relationship you were in was fundamentally trustworthy. There was a silence after I said this. The particular silence that falls when something has been said that reframes the preceding conversation significantly enough that everyone needs a moment to reorient. Then Shimon said, "This is not your reading to give." The words dropped into the silence like a stone into still water. I felt the ripples before I fully processed what he had said. "I beg your pardon," I said. I kept my voice even. This was not easy. The interpretation of Scripture. He was looking at the fire, not at me, which was its own kind of statement, the refusal to make full eye contact with something you are dismissing. This is not a thing that belongs to women. The reading of Torah, the interpretation of teaching, these are given to us by the tradition, and the tradition does not include. Shimon, the teacher's voice. Quiet, the way very certain things do not need to be loud. Shimon stopped. He looked up from the fire. Everyone looked at the teacher. He was not angry. This is the thing I want to record precisely, because the accounts that have reached me in the years since always want this moment to be a rebuke, a sharp, dramatic correction that establishes hierarchy and authority and the clear superiority of the teacher's judgment. What it was, in fact, was quieter and more devastating than a rebuke. He simply looked at Shimon with the full, patient attention he gave everyone, and he said, "Tell me what was wrong with what she said." Not, "You are wrong to speak to her that way." Not, "She has my permission to speak." Simply, engage with the substance. If the objection is valid, defend it. If it is not, the silence will say what needs to be said. Shimon opened his mouth, closed it. The fire crackled. Someone across the courtyard shifted on their bench. A dog barked somewhere in the city beyond the wall. Shimon looked back at the fire and said nothing. The discussion resumed. Marta picked up the thread I had offered and extended it carefully, the way careful thinkers handle a new idea, testing its weight before committing to its direction. Yohanna added something. Andreas asked a question. The evening continued, but Shimon said nothing else for the rest of the night. And when the session ended and people dispersed to their sleeping corners, I felt his eyes on my back as I left the courtyard. Not hostile exactly, not threatening, but with the specific quality of a man who has been publicly demonstrated to be wrong and has made no peace with it and is deciding what to do with the unresolved remainder. Not immediately. I told the teacher
waited
about
until
it we were on the road, an hour out of Capernaum, when the group had spread out along the route in the way it did after an overnight. the ones who were mourning people at the front and the ones who were not at the back, and there was a middle stretch of road where two people could walk at a pace that separated them slightly from both clusters. I said, "You know this will not end with last night." "I know," he said. "He is going to carry it." Not visibly. Shimon is too proud to make it visible again after last night, but he will carry it in the way that men carry things they cannot resolve, quietly, in the place where unresolved things live, and it will shape what he does later when there is no one to call him to account for it. He walked for a while without speaking. The road ahead curved through low hills dotted with the white shapes of goats moving in the morning light. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. Not rhetorically, genuinely asking. This stopped me. It was not the response I had expected. I had expected, I think, some version of reassurance. "You have my full confidence, your place here is secure, Shimon will come around." The asking of what I wanted as a practical question deserving a practical answer required me to locate what I actually wanted, rather than what I expected to be offered. I thought about it for the length of a long stride. "Nothing," I said. "I don't want you to manage it. I don't want to be protected from it. I want you to let it be what it is, and I will handle my part of it, and Shimon will handle his, and whatever happens after that is what happens." I paused. "What I wanted last night is what you gave." The question back to him. That was sufficient. He nodded, not relieved. He was not a man who operated in relief, having generally a more settled relationship with difficulty than relief requires. Something else. Recognition, perhaps, of an answer that fit the shape of the question. "He is afraid," he said. Not an excuse. An explanation, offered the way he offered explanations of human behavior, with the specific compassion of someone who understands the mechanics of fear because he is not exempt from it himself. "I know he is," I said. "The fear is real. The thing it produces is still the thing it produces." "Yes," he said. "Yes, that is exactly right." We walked the rest of that stretch in silence, the comfortable silence of two people who have said what needed to be said and are content to let the road hold the rest of it. I want to be precise about Shimon, because imprecision here would be a form of the same injustice I have spent this account objecting to, the reduction of a complex human being to the role they play in someone else's story. Shimon Bar Yona was, by any honest assessment, an extraordinary man. He had the kind of courage that is not performed but functional, the courage that operates in the body rather than the mind, that moves before the mind has finished calculating the risk. He was the first of the disciples to declare openly, in a public and politically dangerous context, that the teacher was the Messiah. He was the one who stepped out of the boat. He was, whatever else he was, the kind of man who, when the moment required everything, gave everything, and this is not a small thing, and I have never treated it as one. What he could not do, what was, I think, genuinely beyond the reach of his particular character, not a moral failing so much as a structural one, the way a building can be magnificent and still not have been designed to hold a certain kind of weight. What he could not do was be in a room where he was not the primary of the teacher's regard, the primary of the group's attention, the primary of the movement's eventual story. This need was not vanity, not exactly. It was more fundamental than vanity. It was the need of a man who had organized his entire sense of self around his position in relation to others, who had no internal compass that operated independently of that positioning, and for whom any threat to the position was therefore experienced as a threat to the self. Not just his place in the movement, his existence as a coherent person. When I am feeling generous toward him, which the cave years have made easier, I understand that this is a specific kind of poverty, a poverty of interiority, a self that has been built entirely outward and therefore has nothing to fall back on when the external architecture is threatened. It makes people dangerous in proportion to their gifts because the gifts are real and the need to protect them is absolute. I do not think Shimon ever understood, not in all the years I knew him, what the teacher was actually teaching about the self, the radical inversion that was the true difficulty at the center of everything. Not the poverty of the poor or the meekness of the meek, which are hard enough, the interior poverty, the willingness to be nobody, briefly, in the service of something larger. to let the self be transparent, so that the light could come through rather than stopping at its surface. This was not available to Shimon. It was not available to most of the 12, if I am honest, and I am trying to be honest. It is not available to most people. It was one of the specific qualities, one of the reasons the teacher looked for me in the morning crowd and I looked for him, that we shared. The willingness to be no one in particular. The comfort with that. The way the absence of performance creates a kind of spaciousness that is, in itself, a form of grace. I am not saying this to place myself above Shimon. I am saying it because it is the honest account of a real difference, and pretending the difference did not exist is its own form of dishonesty. After the confrontation in Capernaum, Shimon was careful. I will give him that. He did not repeat the direct challenge. He had seen its outcome and was smart enough to understand that the teacher's method of handling it was more effective than a rebuke and more permanent in its implications. He could not unknow what that silence had demonstrated. What he did instead was the thing I had predicted to the teacher on the road. He carried it. I watched it over the following months, in the way I watched everything, attending to what was actually present rather than the version of it that was comfortable to see. He was cool with me in a way that was so carefully calibrated it could not have been accidental. He did not interrupt me again, but he had a way of responding to something I had said by directing his reply slightly past me, at some point on the wall behind my left shoulder, as though I had spoken, but the words had come from an unspecific atmospheric location. He referred to the women of the group in conversations with the other disciples as the women, collective and categorical, in a tone that was not contemptuous. He was too careful now for contempt, but that was precisely as warm as the minimum required decency, and not a degree more. Yohanna watched all of this with the experienced eye of a woman who had spent 2 decades in Herod's court. "He is banking it," she told me one evening dryly. "Every slight, every moment where he has to defer to you or be seen to. He is putting it in a ledger, and when the time comes and there is no one to call the question back to him, he will spend it." "The time comes when?" I asked. She looked at me with the patience of someone who has already done the calculation and is waiting for the other person to arrive at the same answer. "After," she said. The word sat between us. We both knew which after she meant. The one that was coming, the one the teacher had stopped being careful to disguise his knowledge of, the one that was waiting at the end of the road south, like a city you have been traveling toward your whole life and can now see on the horizon and are not certain you want to reach. "And we will not be there to call the question back to him," I said. "We will be there," Yohanna said. "We will simply not be believed." This is the thing she understood, from her 20 years in the court of a man who controlled what was officially true, regardless of what was actually true. The capacity to rewrite the record is not dependent on being present at the event. It is dependent on controlling what survives the event. Shimon understood this too, I think, somewhere below the level of conscious strategy. He understood that the battle was not about the years of the ministry, but about the years after it. That the account that would define the movement was the one that got written down by whoever held the pen when the dust settled. This understanding is what I am writing against, has always been what I'm writing against. I picked up the pen before he did. He did. I am still holding it. There is one more thing I want to record about Shimon, because fairness requires it, and because it is the thing that complicates every simple account of him, including the one I am most tempted to write. 3 weeks after the confrontation in Capernaum, on a road between 2 villages whose names I no longer remember, something happened to a child that I will not describe in full because it does not belong to me to describe. It was the child's story, not mine, and the child was not known to me before that day, and I have had no news of her since. What I will say is that the situation was one of those situations that the road occasionally produced. A person in acute need, appearing without warning in a context where the formal structure of the group was not present, where there was no audience and no occasion and no one who was going to record what happened. Shimon saw it first, before the teacher, before me, before anyone. And he moved. Without hesitation, without calculation. without a single beat of the self-interested weighing that characterized so much of his behavior in the settled contexts of the movement. He simply went toward the need, the way people go toward things when the self is temporarily suspended by the urgency of someone else's suffering, which is what I have come to believe is the truest form of prayer. Not words, not even intention, but the reflexive movement of the body toward what hurts. The teacher arrived 30 seconds later and did what was needed. But Shimon had been there first, and what he had done in those 30 seconds mattered, and the child knew it. And I stood 20 paces back and watched his face as he did it and saw in it, briefly, the person he was before the movement and its hierarchies had given him a position to protect. I have thought about that face for 60 years. It is not a comfortable thing to hold alongside everything else I know about him. But comfort is not the point of honest witness. The point of honest witness is that you carry the whole person, the ledger of slights and the movement on the road, both the smallness and the largeness of them, with equal fidelity to what actually was. This is what I am trying to do, here in the cave with the lamp going and the night quiet, to carry the whole weight of it, to not put any of it down. Chapter 9. The Alabaster Jar. Bethany, Judea, late autumn 30 CE. Bethany, Judea, late autumn 30 CE. The word Messiah means the anointed one. This is not metaphor. This is not poetry. In the tradition, the anointing was a physical act performed with real oil by real hands, the moment of consecration, the moment when the sacred was recognized and confirmed and made visible to the world. Every king of Israel was anointed, every priest. The act required someone to do it. Someone had to pour the oil. Everyone who has ever asked why I did what I did in Martha's house in Bethany has asked the wrong question. The question is not why I did it, the question is why no one else had. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. I want to begin with the oil because the oil matters. The accounts have consistently treated it as incidental. A prop in a scene about something else, a detail of setting rather than an element of meaning. The oil was nard. Spikenard from the Himalayan foothills, imported through the eastern trade routes that came through Babylon and Damascus, and arrived eventually in the markets of Jerusalem in small sealed vessels of alabaster, because alabaster was the only stone that did not affect the fragrance, that kept the oil pure and dark, and exactly as it had been when it left the mountain it came from. The fragrance of nard is difficult to describe to someone who has not encountered it. Heavy, resinous, with a note of something almost animal beneath the sweet, the kind of smell that does not merely reach your nose, but seems to fill the whole interior of wherever you are, pushing the ordinary air aside. It was expensive, more than a year's wages, by the accounting of the markets I knew. I had purchased it 2 months before the evening in Bethany, not for this specific purpose, or not consciously for this specific purpose. The question of what my intentions were, down at the level where intentions actually form, is one I have been examining for 60 years and have not entirely resolved. I had purchased it because I had been thinking about anointing for months, because the word Messiah had been living in my mind since the hillside conversation about attention and kingdoms, examined and turned and held up to the light the way you hold a coin to check its authenticity. Because somewhere in the private teachings, in the things he had said about what was coming and the things he had left unsaid, I had understood something that none of the 12 had understood, or if they had understood it, they had not allowed themselves to believe it. Because belief would have required response, and response would have required them to act. I acted. Martha's house in Bethany was a house I loved. I say this because the place matters. The specific place, its specific qualities, the way a beloved house holds the people in it, in a particular light that a borrowed courtyard or a hillside camp cannot. Martha was a woman of means, and the house showed it. Stone floors, a central courtyard with a fig tree that was older than any person currently living in the house, rooms that smelled of dried herbs and lamp oil, and the bread that Martha produced with the regularity and the seriousness of a person who understood feeding as a form of theology. We had been there before, several times, stopping in Bethany on the road between Galilee and Jerusalem. Lazarus was there, Martha's brother, the same quiet stillness about him, that had been there since the illness the previous year, the illness from which he had recovered so unexpectedly, so completely, that some of the disciples spoke of it in hushed voices, as a thing that had required divine intervention, though I will record it only as the fact it was. He had been very ill, he had recovered, the teacher had been present in the house during part of his recovery, and afterward Lazarus had a quality of stillness about him that had not been there before, and that was not the stillness of illness, but of something else, something less easily named. We arrived on a Friday evening, a group of perhaps 15, the inner disciples and the women and a few others who had attached themselves to the movement in Judea and were traveling south with us toward Jerusalem and the Passover. Martha had been notified by a messenger 3 days prior and had, characteristically, prepared for 30. The courtyard was set with lamps. The smell of the bread met us at the gate. The supper was the good kind, the kind where the food is excellent and the conversation is better and the wine is sufficient without being conspicuous about it, and where the accumulated weariness of the road gives way over the course of the meal to something approaching ease. Martha moved through the room with the efficiency of a woman who has spent her life making other people comfortable and has reached the stage where it is genuinely satisfying rather than merely dutiful. And they spoke quietly, the conversation of two people who share a reference no one else in the room has, a room that neither of them will describe. I sat across from the teacher, close enough to hear, far enough to observe. This was my habitual position at meals, the position from which I could watch the whole room and the particular person within it simultaneously, the position my father had occupied at the end of the street, looking at the lake. I had inherited his habit of wanting to see everything clearly before committing to a response. I had the alabaster jar in the traveling pack at my feet. I had been carrying it for 2 months. That evening, watching him at Martha's table in the warm, lamp-lit room with the fig tree casting shadows on the courtyard wall, and the night coming in cool from the Judean hills, that evening I understood that the time had arrived. Not because anything dramatic had happened, because nothing needed to. The ordinary meal, the good bread, the quiet conversation, this was the moment. Not a throne room, not a public ceremony, not the elaborate institutional apparatus that the anointing of kings had always required. Here, now, this ordinary, beautiful evening before everything changed. I did not announce it. I want to be clear about this because the accounts tend to dramatize the approach. A woman entering with great ceremony, the room falling silent, all eyes turning. What actually happened was quieter than that, because I was not performing and because the act itself did not require an audience. I reached into the pack. I took out the jar, warm from being near my body, the alabaster smooth and slightly translucent, the kind of stone that seems to hold light rather than merely reflect it. I broke the seal, which required pressure and produced a small, sharp sound, and the fragrance came out immediately, ahead of everything, filling the room before anyone had looked up to see what I was doing. The smell of nard in a closed room is a total thing. It does not ask your permission. It rearranges the atmosphere of wherever it is released and makes itself the primary fact of the space, the way a chord of music makes itself the primary fact of the air it moves through. Several people looked up as it hit them. Martha, crossing the room with a dish, stopped mid-step. I was already moving. I came around the table to where he was sitting and I crouched at his feet. Not in submission, I want to be precise about this, not in the posture of a servant or a supplicant, but in the practical posture required by the act, which was to be low enough to reach his feet with both hands, and I poured the oil. Not a small amount, not a ceremonial drop. I poured it generously, the way the tradition described the anointing of kings, abundantly, completely, with the full weight of the gesture rather than its minimum viable version. The oil ran dark and fragrant over my hands and over his feet, and the smell rose around us both like something that had been waiting a long time to be released. I had brought no cloth. I had not thought of a cloth. Without planning it, without deciding it, I unpinned my hair and used it. The length of it, dark and loose, to spread the oil, to work it in, to complete the anointing in the only way available to me with what I had brought. The room had gone entirely quiet. I finished. I sat back on my heels. The jar was empty. My hair was fragrant and dark with oil and hanging loose around my face, which was not how a respectable woman wore her hair in company, which I was aware of and which seemed, in the context of what had just happened, a concern of approximately no significance. The silence lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Then Yehuda of Kerioth, a man who managed certain of the movement's financial arrangements with a scrupulousness that I had always found slightly at odds with his general unease about money, said in a voice that was trying to be reasonable and was not entirely succeeding, "Why was this not sold and the money given to the poor? A year's wages poured out." He did not finish the sentence, because the teacher, who had not moved and had not spoken, and whose face throughout the anointing had held an expression I will describe in a moment, said, "Leave her alone." 3 words, the same quiet that had answered Shimon in Capernaum, the certainty that does not require volume. But these 3 words had a different quality than the question he had asked Shimon. The question to Shimon had been a challenge, an invitation to defend an indefensible position. These 3 words were not a challenge. They were a recognition. They were the sound of someone being seen. Then he said to the room, "She has done a beautiful thing. What she has done will be remembered." He paused. Wherever this story is told, what she has done will be told, in memory of her. The room absorbed this. Martha resumed her crossing of the very deliberately, setting the dish down. Lazarus looked at his hands. Shimon looked at the wall behind my left shoulder. Yehuda of Kerioth looked at the empty alabaster jar with the expression of a man doing arithmetic in his head. I looked at the teacher. He was looking at me, not with the gratitude of a person receiving a gift, which would have been a smaller thing, with the recognition of a person who has just watched someone do what he had been asking in everything he taught for people to do, to act from the truest possible understanding of what the moment required, without calculation, without the management of appearances, with the full gift of themselves, and not a measured portion of it. He had been teaching about this for 3 years. I had been listening for 3 years. And in the end, the teaching produced not a doctrine, but an act. A woman on her knees with a broken jar and oil on her hands and her hair loose and the room smelling of mountains. I want to talk about the word he used. Beautiful, not holy, not correct, not obedient, not appropriate, not the word any of them would have chosen if they had been handing out assessments of what I had just done. Beautiful. The word he reached for was the one that belongs to the domain of art rather than the domain of law, the domain of what moves and illuminates rather than what complies and satisfies. In the tradition, beauty and holiness are not always the same. The tradition sometimes treats them as competing claims, the beautiful as suspect, as dangerous, as the category that the body lives in, and the body is the problem, and therefore beauty requires vigilance. The legal and the liturgical, in this view, are safer than the beautiful, because they are defined, bounded, agreed upon. You know when you have done the legal thing. You know when you have completed the liturgical thing. Beauty is harder to pin down, less controllable, more subject to disagreement. He said beautiful. He had always said beautiful in the teachings when other teachers said holy, not as a rejection of holiness, but as an expansion of it, a refusal to allow the sacred to become so formalized that the living thing inside it could no longer be felt. The lilies of the field, the father running down the road to meet the prodigal, the woman who lights a lamp and sweeps the whole house to find one lost coin. These were beautiful in his teaching, and that beauty was part of their theology, inseparable from it, the beauty and the meaning fused, rather than the meaning residing beneath the beauty like a lesson beneath a story. I have been thinking about the word beautiful for 60 years in this cave, which is itself a beautiful place. I want to say that, since I have spent most of this account describing it as cold and remote and austere, it is all of those things. It is also, in certain lights and at certain hours, particularly in the morning, when the mist comes up from the valley below and moves through the trees outside the cave's mouth like something looking for somewhere to belong. It is also beautiful, the kind of beautiful that does not ask anything of you, the kind that simply is. He was the first person who taught me to receive that kind, who taught me that receiving beauty is also a practice, also a form of attention, also a discipline that requires cultivation. Most of us have been trained, by the time we reach adulthood, to convert beauty immediately into something useful, into praise or gratitude or moral instruction, rather than simply letting it be what it is, in the body, in the present, without making it mean anything beyond it. I let the smell of the nard be what it was that evening in Martha's house. I let it fill the room, and I let it be beautiful, and I did not make it mean anything beyond the meaning it already had, which was, I see you. I know what is coming. I am here, fully, with everything I have, in this room, at this table, before the road takes you where it is taking you. He knew that is what it was. He said, she has done what she could. I have held those words for 60 years, like the alabaster jar before it was broken, warm from being carried close, translucent, holding light. That night, after the meal, after the others had gone to their sleeping corners and the house had settled into its nighttime rhythms, Martha and I sat in the kitchen by the remnants of the cooking fire, and she gave me wine and bread and said nothing for a long time. Martha was not a woman of many words in private. She was a woman of many words while working, an ongoing commentary on the task at hand, the quality of the ingredients, the decisions of the people around her. But when the work was done and the room was quiet, she became still in the way of people whose primary language is action and who are at peace without needing to narrate it. I was grateful for it. The evening had taken everything I had, and I was empty in the good way, the way of a vessel that has been used for its actual purpose for the first time and is resting in the satisfaction of having been correctly employed. After a while, Martha said, "He's not going to get out of Jerusalem." Not a question. The flat assessment of a practical woman who has been watching the trajectory of events and has arrived at the only conclusion the evidence supports. "No," I said, "you know this. I have known it for some time." She turned her cup in her hands, the gesture my mother used when she was containing something large. "And you still—" Yes. She was quiet again for a long time. The fire had gone to coals, giving off a red light that made the kitchen warm and close and complete. The way kitchens are late at night when the work is done and the people left in them have nowhere else they need to be. "What do we do?" she asked. The we carrying everything it needed to carry, not just herself and me, but the women of the movement, the ones who had been running the operation for 3 years, the ones who would still be standing when the men had scattered. "We stay," I said. "Whatever happens, we stay and we watch and we remember everything exactly as it was." She nodded. Once, firmly, in the way she nodded when a decision had been made and she was committing to it. Then she refilled my wine and broke more bread, and we sat in the red light of the dying fire until the coals had gone to ash and the night was fully in the room, and still neither of us moved toward sleep, both of us holding the evening in the body the way you hold something valuable, carefully, completely, unwilling to set it down. Outside the window, the Judean hills were very dark and very old and very still, holding in their stone and their soil the accumulated weight of every generation that had lived and died on them since the beginning of naming. Jerusalem was 2 miles away, its fires barely visible on the horizon, waiting. The jar was empty. The oil was given. There was nothing left to hold back. We went to Jerusalem in the morning. Chapter 10. The Road to Jerusalem. Bethany to Jerusalem, Spring 33 CE. Bethany to Jerusalem, Spring 33 CE. I have tried many times to write this chapter and have set it aside many times. Not because the events are unclear to me. They are the most vivid of my life, scored into whatever part of the mind holds things that cannot be unfelt. I have set it aside because every time I begin to write the approach to Jerusalem, I am again on that road, in that light, with the smell of the last of Joseph's cedar incense still faintly in the cloth of my traveling pack, and it costs me something I am not always certain I have left to spend. But we are running out of lamp oil, Celestine and I, and the night is already long, and if not now, when? So, the road to Jerusalem, I will write it once, and I will write it true. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. The distance from Bethany to Jerusalem is less than 2 miles. I have walked longer stretches before breakfast on the road in Galilee without thinking twice about them. The distance from Bethany to Jerusalem, in the spring of the year he died, was the longest walk of my life. We left Martha's house at dawn, the morning after the anointing, the whole group together for the first time in weeks, the 12, the women, the loose outer circle of followers who had gathered as we moved through Judea, and a number of people from Jerusalem itself who had come out to meet us on the road. By the time we reached the crest of the Mount of Olives, the group had grown to something I could not count. 30, 50, more, the kind of crowd that forms around the arrival of someone the city has been arguing about for months, people who wanted to see for themselves what all the argument was about. I was near the front. I had been near the front all morning, in the cluster of women behind him, and I had been watching his back the way I watched everything. Attending carefully, noting the small deviations from his usual manner of moving through a crowd, the slight additional stillness in his shoulders that I had come to recognize as the physical expression of what he was carrying internally. He carried things in his body. Most people do, but most people are unaware of it. He was aware of it and did not try to conceal it, which was one of the ways he differed from every leader I had ever observed. The refusal to perform a confidence he did not feel. At the crest of the Mount of Olives, where the road curved and the city became suddenly fully visible, the temple gleaming in the morning light, the towers of the upper city, the whole dense weight of Jerusalem arranged on its hills like a declaration, he stopped. The crowd continued to move around him for a moment, the way a river moves around a stone, people flowing past on both sides, until those nearest him noticed the stopping and stopped themselves, and the stillness spread outward until the whole front of the crowd had halted and was looking at him, looking at the city. He wept, not quietly, not the private manageable weeping of a person containing grief, openly, with the full body of it, the kind of weeping that has moved past the point where the mind tries to regulate it and has simply become the only available response to something too large for any other expression. I had never seen him weep before. In 3 years on the road, through every difficulty and loss and the accumulated weight of what he was carrying toward this city, I had seen him grieve, I had seen him tired, I had seen the specific quality of fear in his face that he allowed himself in private and concealed in public. I had not seen him weep. Nobody spoke, nobody moved. The crowd stood on the Mount of Olives in the morning light and watched him cry over a city that was going to kill him. And the watching was itself a form of prayer, the only adequate response to someone who loved something that much and knew it that clearly and walked toward it anyway. After a while, he straightened. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, unselfconsciously, the way a child wipes its face. Then he looked at the city for another moment. We followed him into Jerusalem. The city received us the way cities receive things they have decided to celebrate before they have decided what to do with them. Noisily, extravagantly, with the slightly hysterical quality of enthusiasm that has not yet worked out its own implications. People had come from the Passover crowds, which were enormous, the city swollen with pilgrims from every corner of the diaspora, and the sight of a procession coming in from the Bethany road with a teacher at the front of it, whom half the city recognized, was, in the context of Passover and the charged political atmosphere of Roman-occupied Jerusalem, irresistible. They laid their cloaks on the road, they waved palm branches, they shouted his praises in the words of the Psalm of David, which had a specific political resonance in that city at that moment that I suspect he was entirely aware of, and that I watched Yohanna track with the expression she wore when she was calculating the time between a spark and a fire. He rode a young donkey. This detail, which the later accounts treat as the fulfillment of a prophecy, was experienced at the time as simply a fact of the road. The animal had been found, as he had apparently arranged in advance, at a house on the outskirts of Bethphage, and he rode it because the road was long and the crowd was large, and there were practical advantages to being visible and slightly elevated in a crowd. But I watched his face as he rode through the shouting, the cloaks, the branches, the hosannas, and what I saw there was not triumph and not humility and not the performance of either. It was something more interior than both. The face of a man who is doing what he has always known he was going to do, and who has made his peace with it, and who is now simply present in the doing of it, attending to it fully, the way he attended to everything. I walked beside Yohanna. We did not speak. The noise of the crowd made speaking impractical. And in any case, what we were both thinking did not require speaking. It was the same thought, readable in each other's faces, with the ease of two people who have long since stopped needing words for the things that matter most. The thought was, here we are, and this is real. And beneath both of those, the thought that neither of us put into words even later, in private, because putting it into words would have required a kind of finality that we were both still, even then, not entirely willing to accept. This is the last time he enters this city. We had 4 days in Jerusalem before the arrest. I will not narrate all 4 days in full. The accounts that survive, the fragments I have heard from travelers, the things Yohanna told me in the years after, give the outline well enough. The temple and the tables of the money changers, the debates with the priests and the Pharisees, the teachings in the temple courts that drew the crowds and alarmed the authorities and confirmed for everyone involved, on every side, that whatever was going to happen soon. What the accounts do not give is the texture of the 4 days, the specific quality of time in those hours, which was unlike any time I had experienced before or have experienced since. It had a density to it, a weight per moment that ordinary days do not have, the way the air before a storm has a different weight than the air of an ordinary afternoon. Every conversation seemed to matter more than it had any right to matter. Every meal had the quality of being the last of something. I was aware in those 4 days of every sensation with an intensity that I now understand was the awareness of a person who knows, below the level of conscious acknowledgement, that the inventory is being closed. He was more tender in those 4 days than I had ever seen him. Not softer. Tender and soft are not the same thing, and he was not soft. He was fiercely present and fiercely engaged. The debates in the temple courts were not the debates of a man who had given up, but of one who had decided that the last days were not lesser days, that the approach to the end was not a diminuendo, but a final statement of the thing at full volume. But in the evenings, when the public confrontations were over and the group gathered in the borrowed rooms of friends in the city, there was a quality in the way he moved through those rooms, stopping to put a hand on a shoulder, listening to the ones who were frightened, with the full attention that was his characteristic gift, looking at people as though memorizing them. That was the behavior of someone saying goodbye over the course of days, rather than in a single moment. I watched him say goodbye over 4 days, and I let myself know what I was watching, and I did not look away. The last conversation we had alone together was on the 2nd evening. I want to record it precisely because it is the one I have returned to most often, the one whose every detail I have polished in memory over 60 years, until it is both perfectly clear and I am aware probably somewhat improved by the polishing. I have tried to account for this. I have tried to separate what I remember from what I have subsequently made of what I remember. The line between the two, after 60 years, is not always findable. We were in a garden on the eastern side of the city, near the wall, in a space belonging to a friend of Yohannan's, a walled garden with old olive trees and a bench of cut stone that had been warm from the afternoon sun and had not yet given up the warmth entirely. The others were in the house above us. We had come down separately, in the pattern we had always used when we needed to talk without an audience, the pattern that everyone who traveled with us understood and respected without it ever having been explained. He asked me what I was afraid of, not what I feared about what was coming, not the practical question, not the logistics of aftermath and survival and what would happen to the movement. What I was afraid of, the interior thing, the private one. I sat with the question for a long time. The olive trees moved in the evening wind. Somewhere above us a lamp was lit, and the warm light fell across the top of the garden wall in a long band, gilding the stone. I said, that I will not be sufficient to what comes after, that I have enough to witness it but not enough to carry it, that the carrying will be more than I am. He was quiet for a moment. Then, this is the right fear to have. Not the wrong thing to be afraid of, but the right one. It means you understand the size of it. That is not entirely comforting, I said. He almost smiled. the particular almost smile that reached his eyes before it reached his mouth, and that I had spent 3 years cataloging without ever entirely managing to predict. "No," he agreed, "it isn't." He turned to look at the lamp-lit band of stone above us. His profile against the darkening garden, the familiar line of it, the scar on his left hand resting on his knee, the mended sandal strap, all of it ordinary and specific and irreplaceable. I attended to all of it with the same deliberate totality I had brought to the anointing the previous evening, the same refusal to let the moment be managed into something easier than it was. "You are sufficient," he said, not encouragingly, not in the tone of a man trying to shore up someone's confidence, in the tone of a man stating what he believed to be factually true. Not because you will carry it perfectly. No one carries anything perfectly. Because you will carry it honestly. Because you will not reduce it to fit a container that is easier to hold. He paused. Most people will. The ones who write it down will be trying to make it make sense. And what I have been trying to do does not make sense in the way that institutions require things to make sense. It is larger and stranger and more uncomfortable than the version that will survive. And my version, I said, the one I carry, will be truer, he said, and will be harder to believe, and will matter more in the end for both of those reasons. I did not have an answer for this. I sat with it the way I had learned to sit with the things he said that were too large for immediate response, holding it loosely, letting it find its level, trusting that the understanding would arrive in the days and years that followed, rather than in the moment of receiving. 60 years. It has been finding its level for 60 years. I believe it is finally settled. On the third day, he was in the temple courts all morning, teaching, and the crowd was so dense, and the questions of the priests so relentless, and the energy of the whole encounter so charged, that by midday, Yohanna and I had positioned ourselves at opposite edges of the crowd, each watching a different approach, both of us having arrived independently at the understanding that the situation required monitoring from multiple angles. At some point in the afternoon, I noticed Yehuda of Kerioth leave the temple precinct by a side gate, walking quickly, alone, in the direction of the palace of the high priest. I noticed this the way I noticed everything, without immediately knowing what it meant, filing it carefully, continuing to watch. I found Yohanna at the end of the session, and I told her what I had seen. She looked at me for a moment with the flat, very still expression she wore when she was processing information that confirmed something she had already suspected and wished she hadn't. "How long do we have?" I asked. "Days," she said. "Perhaps less." We told no one else that evening. I have thought about this choice for 60 years as well. Whether we should have told him, whether the trajectory would have changed, whether telling him would have produced a different outcome or merely a different route to the same one. I believe now that we did not tell him because we both understood, without discussing it, that he already knew, that Yehuda's movement was not invisible to him, that the whole week had been the deliberate approach to an ending he had seen coming for years and had chosen to walk toward rather than away from, and that what we were witnessing was not a trap being sprung but a door being opened from the inside. This understanding did not make it easier. It made it harder, in the specific way that witnessing a deliberate choice is always harder than witnessing an accident. Because an accident requires only grief, but a chosen path requires you to hold the grief and the respect simultaneously, and the two together are heavier than either alone. The night before the arrest, he had the supper with the 12 in the upper room of a house in the city. We were not invited to the upper room. This is one of the facts that is small on its surface and enormous underneath. The women who had funded and managed and sustained the movement for 3 years, excluded from the final meal by the same social logic that had always excluded us from the formal structures of the thing we had built. I was in the courtyard below with Yohanna and Marta. We could hear the voices through the ceiling, the low, occasional rumble of the gathering, a burst of something that might have been singing or might have been the particular intensity of a group of people trying to keep their courage up the way people in extremity sometimes sing. At some point in the evening, I put my palm flat against the wall of the house. This is not a metaphor. I literally put my hand against the plaster of the wall, the cool, gritty surface of it, because it was the closest I could get to being in the room where he was. And because the body requires gesture when language fails and distance forbids touch. And because the wall at least was real and solid and connected in its stones and mortar to every other stone and surface in that house, including the floor where he sat and the air he breathed, and the cup he was passing around the table with words that I could not hear, but whose weight I could feel from the courtyard below, like a vibration in the stone. I kept my hand there for a long time, until the singing, if it was singing, stopped, until the group above us began to move, the sound of sandals on the floor, the door opening, voices and footsteps descending toward the garden. He passed through the courtyard with the 12 behind him, and he looked at me as he passed, briefly, the look of a person transferring something from their keeping to yours without words, the way you pass something valuable in a crowd, simply, quickly, with the full weight of the thing in the gesture and no ceremony around it. I took it, whatever it was. I have been holding it ever since. He went to the garden called Gethsemane, and I did not follow him there, and the soldiers came before dawn. And by morning there was a different kind of noise in the city. The particular sound of something irreversible in motion. The sound that cities make when they have decided to do something terrible and have committed to it fully, and there is no longer any question of whether, but only of when. I knew the sound. I had been hearing it all week. The low pressure of it building in the air of the city, the way storms build over the Galilean hills. I had been hearing it and attending to it, and knowing what it was, and walking toward it alongside him anyway, because that was what he had asked of us all along. Not certainty, not safety, not the removal of the cost, only the willingness to pay it. The willingness to stay. We stayed. Chapter 11. The hill Golgotha, Jerusalem. The 14th of Nisan, 33 C. Golgotha, Jerusalem. The 14th of Nisan, 33 CE. There are things I have not written about in this account that I will not write about now. The arrest in the garden, which Yohanna witnessed and I did not, and which he told me in pieces over the years that followed, the way a person tells things they cannot carry alone. A detail here, a detail there. Never the whole of it at once, because the whole of it at once was more than the air could hold. The night of the trial, which was not a trial but the formal performance of a decision already made, conducted in the small hours when the city was asleep and the outcome was not in doubt. I have heard these things. I do not have the words for them that they deserve, and I will not use lesser words. What I have the words for is what I saw, what I was present for, what I witnessed with my own body in the full light of day. That is what this chapter is. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. The hill called Golgotha is just outside the northern wall of Jerusalem, close enough to the city that you can hear its noise, and far enough that the Romans had decided, in their systematic way, that this was the appropriate distance at which to conduct their most public demonstrations of power. It is not a large hill. It is barely a hill at all, a low limestone rise, rounded, bald, with the quality of a place that has been stripped of everything that was once soft about it by years of use. The skull is what people call it, from the shape, the smooth bare dome of it, pale in the morning light. We went there by following the sound of the crowd. In a city the size of Jerusalem, during Passover, with a crucifixion in progress, the sound locates itself, a low continuous noise that is not quite a crowd noise and not quite a silence, the sound of a large number of people gathered around something they cannot look directly at and cannot look away from. I was with Yohanna and Salome and the mother. I want to record who was there because the accounts will eventually omit most of us, or render us nameless, or compress us into a single composite figure at the foot of the cross. And what I want recorded is the specific truth. His mother Miriam of Nazareth, Yohanna, the wife of Chuza, Salome, who had traveled with us since the second year in Galilee, and I am not saying this to condemn the 12. Fear is a powerful organizer of human behavior, and the risk to the men was real in a way it was not quite for us. The Romans had less institutional interest in persecuting the women of a movement than its named male leaders. I am saying it because it is true, and the truth of who was present at the most important moment in the story should not be left unrecorded, simply because the recorded version will find it inconvenient. He was already on the cross when we arrived. I will not describe what the cross looked like, what he looked like on it, the physical details of crucifixion that anyone who has spent time in Roman-occupied territory does not need described. What I will say is that the first thing I saw, before I allowed myself to see the whole of it, was his face. I looked for his face first, as I had always looked for his face first in a crowd, and I found it, and it was still his face. Damaged, exhausted, carrying what it was carrying, but still the specific face I had been reading for 5 years, still capable of expression, still inhabited by the person I had known. He saw us. This is what I want recorded above everything else about this moment. He saw us, and he knew us, and the knowledge registered in his face in a way that I recognized. It was the expression he wore when something that mattered had arrived. Not relief, nothing so simple as relief, something deeper and quieter than relief. The expression of a person who has been waiting for a specific witness and has seen that witness take its position. We were perhaps 30 feet away. The soldiers had established a perimeter that the crowd observed with the specific compliance of people who are frightened enough of Roman soldiers to stand where told, but angry enough at the situation to stand as close to the boundary as possible. We were at the boundary. We did not stand back from it. His mother stood beside me without speaking. She had not spoken since we left the city gate. She was the smallest person in our group, a compact, dark woman from the Galilee who had come to Jerusalem for the Passover and whose son had been arrested in a garden and tried in the night and was now dying on a hill outside the wall with a sign over his head reading, in the Roman manner of institutional irony, "The King of the Jews." She stood straight. She did not weep. The not weeping was the most difficult thing I have ever witnessed in another person. The full weight of what she was containing visible in her body, held by an act of will, so complete it had become a form of prayer. I stood beside her and I held her hand, and I looked at her son, and I did not look away. There is a kind of witnessing that is passive. The watching of someone who is present by accident or circumstance, who is simply in the place where the thing is happening and observes it because there is nowhere else to look. And there is a kind of witnessing that is active, the watching of someone who has chosen to be present, who has understood that presence in this specific place at this specific time is the thing that is being asked of them, who has oriented their entire body toward the event with the deliberate attention of a person who understands that what they are seeing will need to be carried forward and that they are the one who will carry it. I witnessed his death in the second way. Every minute of the hours on that hill, I was actively present to what was happening, not in the numbed, dissociative way that the mind sometimes mercifully provides in extremity, but fully, painfully in the body and the will simultaneously. I attended to what he looked like and what he said and what the sky did and what the ground felt like under my feet and the sounds from the crowd and the sounds from the soldiers and the sounds he made, which I will not repeat here because they belong to him and not to me, except to say that among them were words I had heard him say before in other contexts. In the dark of early mornings when he had gone apart to pray, the words of the 22nd Psalm, and hearing them here, in this context, was among the most theologically shattering experiences of my life. Not because it indicated despair, but because it indicated something far more complicated and more true, that he was doing what he had always done, even here, which was to look at the actual situation and name it honestly, without the comfort of a false resolution. He named the darkness. He did not pretend it was light. And then later he said, "It is finished." And the tone of those words, I have been trying to describe this tone for 60 years and have not found the language for it, so I will try once more and accept whatever approximation is available to me. The tone of those words was not defeat. It was completion. The specific satisfaction of a person who has done the thing they came to do fully, at the cost of everything, and knows it. He died in the early afternoon, while the sun was still high, while the city below us went on with the ordinary business of its Passover preparation. the smell of cooking fires drifting up the hill in the warm spring air, like the most terrible possible argument for the indifference of ordinary life to extraordinary suffering. He died, and I was there, and I saw it. I am still there. Part of me has never left that hill. I believe this is true of everyone who has ever stood in a place where something irreversible happened to someone they loved. That a portion of the self remains permanently installed at that coordinate of time and space, standing in the same light, holding the same unbearable knowledge, unable to move, because moving would mean it was over, and some loves are too large to be over. After, the soldiers broke the legs of the 2 men crucified beside him to hasten their dying, because the Sabbath was approaching, and bodies could not remain on crosses through the Sabbath. They did not break his. He was already gone. One of them checked with a spear, and I will not describe what followed, except to say that the watching of it produced in his mother a sound that I have never heard from a human being before or since. Brief, involuntary, the sound that escapes when the will that has been containing a thing loses the last of its capacity, just for a moment, before it reassembles. She made that sound, and then she was silent again, and she stood straight again, and I held her hand tighter, and she held mine. A man named Joseph of Arimathea, who had been a member of the council, but had not consented to its decision regarding the teacher, had gone to Pilate and obtained permission to take the body. He arrived at the hill with a clean linen cloth and with another man I did not know, and the soldiers permitted this because they had been told to permit it, and the soldiers' permission was the only kind of permission that mattered in that place. We stayed while they took him down. His mother received him the way mothers receive children returned from any distance, with the complete body, both arms, the whole weight of it, accepted without reservation. I stood at her side, and I did not help, and I did not step back, and I held the space for what was happening the way you hold a door open, present, necessary, not the thing itself, but the thing that makes the thing possible. They wrapped him in the linen. They carried him to a tomb in a garden nearby, a new tomb, Joseph's own, cut from rock, the stone of it white and cold and smelling of newness and mineral darkness. They laid him inside. They rolled the stone across the entrance. The sound of the stone in the groove cut for it, the specific sound of large weight moving in its intended path, heavy and final and utterly precise, is the sound I hear in the deepest part of certain nights, here in the cave, when the dark is complete and the memory is more present than the present. I hear it still. I expect I will hear it until I no longer hear anything. I want to say something about the hours between the stone rolling shut and the dawn 2 days later, because those hours are part of the witness, and they are not nothing, and the later accounts tend to skip over them as though they were merely waiting, a parenthesis between the death and the sequel. They were not a parenthesis. They were the hardest thing. We went back into the city. We sat in the rooms of friends. The Sabbath came and the Sabbath went, and during those hours we observed it with the particular quality of observance that belongs to people who are performing the familiar rituals of a life that has just been made unrecognizable. The prayers were the same prayers, the bread was the same bread, everything was the same, and everything was irrevocably altered, the way a place is altered by the absence of a person who used to be in it. Not a different place, not a demolished place, but a place whose specific character now resides primarily in the space where the person was, rather than in anything that is still present. Yohanna and I did not sleep the first night. We sat together in the dark of the room, and she talked about her years in Herod's court, which she had never talked about in full before, and I talked about Magdala and Joseph and the years of the 7 demons, which I had never talked about in full, and we gave each other the gift of the whole story, the parts that are only speakable in the dark, in extremity, when the ordinary social restraints have been dissolved by grief, and the only thing left is the truth of what actually happened. At some point before dawn, she said, "What do we do now?" And I said, because it was the only answer I had, and it was true. We go to the tomb in the morning. We do what we came to do. We anoint the body properly, with the spices, the way the tradition requires. We complete the last act of care, and then we carry what we saw. And then, she said, and then we carry what we saw. I said again. For as long as we live. That is what we do now. She was quiet for a long time. Then he said it would be told, wherever the story is told, what she did will be told, in memory of her. Yes, I said, he was talking about the anointing. Yes, I said, and about all of it is the anointing, every part of the witness. The night moved toward its end in the slow way of nights that have been too full. Outside the window the stars were doing what stars have always done, indifferent and faithful simultaneously, the way things are that have been burning long enough to have no opinion about whether they are observed. I watched them until the sky began to change, and then I wrapped my cloak around me, and I picked up the spices, and I went to the garden. Chapter 12, Noli Me Tangere, the Garden of the Tomb. Dawn, 33 CE, the Garden of the Tomb, dawn, the 16th of Nisan, 33 CE. I know what people have made of this. I have heard the versions, the ecstatic accounts, the visionary frameworks, the attempts to categorize what happened in that garden within the existing theologies of resurrection and divine apparition. I understand why people reach for those frameworks. The event does not fit inside the ordinary. It requires something larger than the ordinary to contain it. And people find what they have available and build the container from that. I am not criticizing this. I am only saying that none of those frameworks are quite the right shape. The right shape is the one I am about to give you. What actually happened in a garden in the first light of the morning between two people who had known each other for 5 years, one of whom had just died. Miriam of Magdala from the cave at Saint Baume. The garden was perhaps 200 paces from the gate of the city, set into a hillside, enclosed by a low stone wall with an entrance that faced east. I had been there once before, on the afternoon of the burial. I knew the path from the gate, the particular stone at the corner of the wall that jutted out at ankle height and required attention, the smell of the garden itself, which was a gardener's garden, well kept, with the specific smell of earth that has been regularly turned and fed, the productive dark smell of soil that is being used for its purpose. I arrived before full light. I had left the house in the last of the dark, in the hour when the sky over the eastern hills had begun to change its quality without yet changing its color. Still dark, but a different dark than the middle of night dark, a dark that knows what it is moving toward. I had the spices in a cloth bag. I had not told Yohanna I was going because Yohanna was finally asleep and waking her seemed wrong. I had not told anyone. I had simply risen in the pre-dawn and wrapped my cloak and gone, the way a person goes towards something that has been waiting for them through all the hours they were not ready to face it. On the road between the house and the garden, I had the distinct and unreasonable experience of feeling watched. Not in the way that produces fear. I had walked enough night roads in enough occupied cities to know the difference between the attention that means danger and the attention that means something else. But in the way that produces the sensation of being accompanied, of not being quite alone. I walked faster and did not look behind me, because looking behind me would have required me to commit to an interpretation of the sensation, and I was not ready to interpret anything. At the entrance to the garden, I stopped. The stone that had sealed the tomb was rolled away from its entrance. I stood at the garden gate and looked at this for a long time. The stone was not the kind of stone a person moves alone. It was a large disk of limestone, set in a channel cut into the bedrock specifically for it, requiring either several men or a lever or both to move. It was moved. The entrance to the tomb was open, a dark rectangle in the gray pre-dawn light, the darkness inside it a different quality of darkness than the darkness of the morning around it. My first thought was ordinary and practical and wrong. Someone has taken the body, the authorities completing the erasure, or the disciples protecting it from that possibility. Some human agency with a human reason, and the stone moved as the instrument of that human reason. I went inside. The tomb was a single chamber, cut from rock, low enough that I had to duck at the entrance. Inside, the ceiling rose slightly, not high, but enough to stand. In the gray light coming through the entrance, I could see the shelf of rock along the right wall where they had laid him, and I could see that the shelf was empty. And I could see, folded with the specific precision of someone who has time and intention rather than haste, the linen burial cloth that had wrapped him. folded. Not cast aside, not pulled away in the rough manner of men working quickly against a time constraint. Folded with the care of a person who has finished using something and left it in order. I stood in the empty tomb with the folded cloth and the empty shelf and the smell of the spices we had used 2 days before, and the additional smell of something I had no name for. Not a smell exactly, or not only a smell, but a quality of the air, as though the air in the chamber had been recently occupied by something that had changed its character and then departed. The way a room holds the presence of a person who has just left it for a few minutes before the air settles back into its ordinary composition. I folded my hands around the bag of spices I had brought, and I stood there and I did not understand what I was looking at. This is the true account. I did not understand. I had no framework available to me in that moment that made the empty shelf and the folded cloth in an empty room with a bag of spices that were no longer needed, and the absence was so total and so structured. Not the absence of loss, which is chaotic and terrible, but the absence of something that has moved from one location to another under its own direction, that my mind could not process it. I had no container for it. I stood there with the container empty in my hands and the thing it was meant for, gone from the place where I had left it. Then I went back outside, into the garden, into the growing light, and I sat down on the ground beside the entrance to the tomb, and I wept. I say this plainly because the later accounts want this moment to be more than it was, which was a woman sitting in the dirt outside an empty tomb, crying with the full volume of everything she had been holding for 2 days and 3 years and her entire life. I was not composed. I was not illuminated. I was not receiving visions. I was weeping in the way that the body weeps, when the mind has given up trying to manage the situation and the grief that has been waiting behind every other thing finally gets the door opened and walks through. I became aware of someone standing near me. I looked up. A man, standing perhaps 10 feet away, between me and the low eastern sun, his face shadowed by the light behind him. I had not heard him approach. The garden was enclosed and quiet, and the ground was soft with spring, and I was fairly certain he had not been there a moment before. But I was also aware that I had been weeping with considerable attention to the weeping and considerably less to my surroundings. And so I could not be certain. He said, "Why are you weeping? Who are you looking for?" I assumed he was the gardener. This is in the accounts, and the accounts are correct about this. It was a reasonable assumption. It was a gardener's garden. It was the hour when a man who worked the soil would be beginning his day. And I was so thoroughly inside my grief and my confusion that I was not yet capable of the quality of attention that would have told me before he spoke again who I was looking at. I was looking at a shape in the morning light, and I was crying, and I said, because it was the most coherent thing my mind could produce, "If you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him, and I will take him myself." And then he said my name. He said, Miriam, not Mary, which is the Greek rendering and which is how I am known in the accounts in the translation that will carry the story westward into languages I will never speak. Miriam. My own name in Aramaic, the language of my childhood and my father and the lake and the market and the synagogue and every conversation I had ever had with him on every road from Capernaum to Bethsaida to Jericho to here. The specific sound of my name as spoken by the specific person who had spent 5 years saying it, not a category, not an apostrophe to womanhood, not the address that begins a lesson or a parable. My name, mine alone, in his voice. I know what I knew in that moment. I know it completely and without ambiguity, and I have never doubted it in 60 years. Not through the long dark nights of the cave, not through the years of grief and displacement and the accumulated weight of carrying the witness, not through the many times when the easier explanation would have been more comfortable. I knew who was standing in front of me. I knew it in the body before I knew it anywhere else. In the way the body knows things that the mind is still catching up to, in the way that a voice you have been listening to for years speaks itself into you below the level of conscious processing. I said, Rabboni, my teacher. The word came from a place below thought. It was the accurate word, the word that described both the relationship and the recognition and the full weight of everything that had happened and was happening, a word so compressed with meaning that it required only the two of us to hold it, and we were both present, and we held it. I want to be careful here, in the way I have been trying to be careful throughout this account. The care not of a woman managing impressions, but of a witness managing the record, trying to give the facts their accurate weight, and no more and no less. What I saw in the garden was him. This is what I can honestly say. Not a vision in the sense that the word has come to mean, not an apparition, not a projection of a grieving mind, not an experience of the sort that mystics describe when they speak of divine light encountered in the moments of extremity. I have had those experiences in this cave in the long years of solitary prayer, and I know their quality and I know their texture, and what I experienced in the garden was not that quality and not that texture. What was in the garden was present in the specific way that a person is present, taking up space, casting a shadow, speaking in the voice that I had known for 5 years, saying my name in the way that only one person had ever said it. I have been asked over the years what I make of this, what I believe about what happened. I have given different answers at different times, depending on who was asking and what they were capable of receiving and what I myself was capable of articulating at that particular stage of the 60 years of thinking about it. The answer I have arrived at here at the end is this: I do not know what the mechanism was. I do not know what the body does after death, what category of existence is available to it, whether what I encountered was the same physical body that had been placed on the stone shelf 2 days before, or something of a different order that was nevertheless genuinely, specifically, undeniably him. I do not know the answer to this, and I have made my peace with not knowing it, which is itself something he taught me. That the insistence on understanding the mechanism is often a way of avoiding the fact, and the fact was standing in the garden in the morning light saying my name, the fact I witnessed. The mechanism I leave to people with more confidence than I have about the architectures of the invisible. He said, "Do not hold on to me." These words, noli me tangere in the Latin that the Western Church will use, do not cling to me in the more literal rendering, have been the subject of more interpretation than almost anything else in the accounts of this morning, and the interpretations almost universally miss the thing that makes them the most important words he ever said to me. They have been read as a rebuke, as a theological instruction about the nature of the resurrection body, as a statement about the proper relationship between the physical and the spiritual, as a gentle correction of a woman who was reaching for something she was not supposed to reach for. This is wrong. Let me tell you what it was. It was the specific instruction of a person who knew me completely, who knew my fear and my grief and my particular way of responding to the things I loved, which was to want to hold them still, to want to fix them in place, to want to be certain of their continuing presence, and who was giving me the hardest and the most loving instruction available in that moment, which was, let me move. Let me go where I am going. Do not hold this form of me so tightly that you miss what comes after. Do not hold on to me was not a rejection. It was the most intimate thing he ever said. It was said with the specific knowledge of what it was costing me to hear it. It was the instruction of someone who trusted me enough to ask the hardest thing, trusted that I had the capacity to open my hands, to let the form I had known release into the form I did not yet understand, to be the kind of witness who carries what was without requiring it to stay exactly what it was. I have been trying to obey that instruction for 60 years. I am not certain I have managed it, but I have tried. The trying is, I think, what this document is, the ongoing attempt to hold what I witnessed without holding it so tightly that it stops being the living thing it was and becomes instead the fixed thing I needed it to be. Do not hold on. Bear witness instead. These are harder than they sound. He told me to go to the disciples, to tell them what I had seen. I went. I will record what happened when I arrived and what I said and what they said in response, because it is relevant to everything that comes after, to the whole long aftermath that is Act 3 and Act 4 of this account. Shimon was there. Yohanna was there. Most of the 12 were gathered in the upper room of the same house where they had been since the arrest. Frightened, consolidated, the doors bolted. I had to knock for longer than felt reasonable. When the door opened, it was Andreas who looked at me with the specific blankness of a man who has not slept in 2 days and is operating at the edge of his capacity, and whose expression, when he saw me alone, without soldiers or official representatives of any kind, cycled through several emotions quickly, before settling into the one that people settle into when their fear is temporarily managed but not resolved. I came inside. I stood in the middle of the room. I said, "I have seen the teacher. He is not in the tomb. He spoke to me in the garden. He asked me to come to you." The room was quiet for a long moment. Then Shimon said, in a tone I will describe as carefully neutral, the tone of a man who is choosing his words with the precision of someone who knows that what he says next will establish a pattern that is difficult to reverse. "What do you mean you saw him? Saw him how?" I said, "I saw him. In the garden. He said my name. He spoke to me. He told me to come to you." Another silence. Yohanna was looking at me with an expression I could not read. Not disbelief exactly, not the flat, practical skepticism of Shimon. Something more complicated and more open. The expression of a man who is holding the information and turning it and has not yet decided what shape it is. Thomas, who was in the corner and who had always been the one most committed to the examination of claims before accepting them, said quietly, "This is too large for a quick answer. We need to think." This was Thomas at his best, not dismissal but the genuine request for time, the acknowledgement that the information deserved more than an immediate response in either direction. Shimon said nothing further. He sat down on the bench along the wall, and he looked at the floor, and whatever he was thinking, he kept entirely within himself, which I recognized as the behavior of a man who has learned from previous experience that his first response to information involving me is likely to be the wrong response, and who is exercising the discipline of containment. I gave him that. I gave him the dignity of it. I noted it without commenting on it, and I counted it, privately, as something. Yohanna stood up. He said, "I'm going to the garden." Shimon, after a moment, stood up also. They went together. I sat down in the room, and I waited. Yohanna, who had woken to find me gone and had followed, arrived perhaps 20 minutes later and sat beside me and took my hand and said nothing, which was the exactly right thing. We waited together for the men to go to the place where I had already been and see the empty shelf and the folded cloth, and come back to the room where I was sitting with the knowledge that I had brought them, the knowledge that they would now be required to carry, the knowledge that had begun in a garden at dawn with the sound of my name said in a voice I had been listening to for 5 years and would hear for 60 more. They came back. I watched their faces as they entered the room, the faces of men who have just encountered something for which they do not have a container, and are beginning slowly the long work of building one. That building is still in progress. I suspect it always will be. What I know is what I saw. What I saw was real, and I was the first to see it, the first witness, the first keeper of the account, the one who was sent from the garden to tell the rest of them what was already true before they arrived to confirm it. Apostle to the apostles. This is what the tradition will eventually call me in its better moments. In its worse moments, it will call me penitent, prostitute, madwoman, and saint. In all of these moments, it will be telling you something about itself and something also about how difficult a true witness is to accommodate. How the person who was actually there and actually saw tends to complicate the account that is easier to carry. I was actually there. I actually saw. The garden was real. The dawn was real. The name my name said once, in the particular voice of the particular person, was the realest thing I have ever heard. I am still listening to it. Chapter 13, The Room of Closed Doors, Jerusalem, Spring and Summer, 33 CE, Jerusalem, Spring and Summer. 33 CE institutions are not built in a single moment. They accumulate. They form the way sediment forms, layer by layer, each layer pressing on the one beneath it, hardening slowly into something that was once loose and particular and alive and has become fixed, categorical, load-bearing. By the time you notice that the thing has hardened into a shape you did not choose and would not have chosen, The hardening is already complete and the shape is already structural, and it requires more force than you have available to alter it. I watched the church form in the weeks after the resurrection, and I understood in real time what Yohanna had predicted in the courtyard below the upper room. We will be there. We will simply not be believed. It was faster than I had expected. It was also, in a certain light, that I will explain exactly what he had predicted it would be. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume. The weeks after the resurrection were weeks of appearances. He appeared to Shimon. He appeared to the 12 together. He appeared by some accounts to more than 500 people in a gathering I was not present for in the countryside north of Jerusalem, which various members of the movement described to me afterward, with the specific quality of description that belongs to people who have been through something they are still processing. The details vivid and slightly inconsistent in the way that genuine experience, as opposed to rehearsed account, always is. He appeared to Yohanna and to Andreas and to Thomas, who had asked for the evidence of his hands before he would commit to the reality of what the others were describing, and who, when the evidence was presented, said simply, "My Lord and my God," which was the most direct statement of theological conclusion that any of them had managed, delivered by the man who had been most insistent on verification. I have always loved Thomas for this. The demand for evidence, and then when the evidence arrived, the complete absence of qualification in his response. He did not appear to me again after the garden. I want to record this plainly, without the note of grievance that I can feel in myself when I approach it carelessly. It is simply a fact, one that I have examined from many angles in the years since, and the most honest thing I can say about it is this. He had already given me the garden. He had already given me the commission. He had already given me the name. Go tell them, carry what you saw. And the commission was the thing, and the commission was sufficient. And perhaps what the appearances to the others were was the same gift in a different form. The form appropriate to people who had not yet arrived at the place I had arrived at, who needed the physical confirmation that I, who had been attending to him for 5 years, with the full precision of everything I had, did not require in quite the same way. I tell myself this. Most days I believe it. The community that gathered in Jerusalem in those weeks was a particular kind of community, the kind that forms around a shared experience of the extraordinary, among people who are still so close to the experience that it has not yet calcified into doctrine, when the event is still warm and the interpretation of the event is still genuinely open. I have been part of a few such communities in my life, and they have a specific quality that is very beautiful and very fragile and does not last. The quality of people who are still in the presence of something larger than their categories for it, and who are therefore temporarily, gloriously released from the categories. In those weeks, women spoke in the gatherings and were listened to. The community held its goods in common. Decisions were made collectively by the group that had traveled together, with the authority of shared witness rather than the authority of appointment. People ate together across the lines of class and background that the city ordinarily enforced. There was a quality to those meals, simple meals in borrowed rooms with the bread and the wine that he had given new meaning at the Last Supper, that I have not encountered in any formal religious setting since, the quality of something being practiced rather than performed, of a community that had not yet learned to produce the official version of itself for an official audience, because there was not yet an official version or an official audience. It was the best version of what he had been trying to build. It lasted approximately 40 days. The hardening began so gradually that I might have missed it if I had not been watching for it. The first sign was a meeting held among the 12, not the full community, the 12 specifically, in a room from which the rest of us were excluded by assumption rather than by explicit request. The assumption carried its own message, and the message was received without any of its senders apparently noticing that it had been sent. The meeting was about the question of succession, about who would lead the community in Jerusalem in the period of consolidation in the absence of the teacher. It was a practical question, and a legitimate one, and I am not objecting to the question. I am noting that the people who were asked to answer it were exclusively male, exclusively drawn from the 12, and were operating with the implicit understanding that the authority of leadership descended through a particular lineage of appointment, teacher to Shimon, Shimon to the community, that had been established in the north on a road in a moment that I had not been present for, and that the 12 treated as definitional in a way that the women who had funded and organized and sustained the movement for 3 years were apparently not empowered to question. Yohanna and I sat outside the closed door of that meeting, and we did not speak. We had both expected it, and the expectation had not made it easier, and speaking about it would not have made it easier still. We sat with the fact of the closed door the way you sit with weather, acknowledging it without pretending it is something other than what it is, unable to alter it, deciding how to move through it. When the meeting ended and the door opened and the men filed out with the particular bearing of people who have just made decisions of consequence, Shimon looked at us in the corridor, and something moved across his face that I have thought about for 60 years. Not triumph. Shimon was a more complicated person than triumph, even in his worst moments. Something more like the recognition of a fact that he would have preferred not to be a fact, but that the logic of the situation had produced, and that he had chosen, in the room with the closed door, to accept rather than resist. He looked at us, and then he looked away, and he walked down the corridor toward the gathering at the other end, and the moment passed, and the pattern was established, and it did not fundamentally change after that. I want to be fair to the full picture, because fairness is the discipline of this account, and I will not surrender it even in the chapters where it is hardest to hold. The community in those weeks was genuinely frightened. This is a fact that the long perspective obscures. These were people living in a city that had just crucified their teacher, under an occupation that had no reason to treat the movement with any gentleness, with the entirely reasonable fear that what had happened to him could happen to any of them. The consolidation of authority into recognizable, nameable leadership was not simply an act of self-interest. It was also, at least in part, a practical response to danger, the establishment of a clear structure that could act quickly, that could speak with one voice to the authorities, that could protect the community's people when protection was necessary. I understand this. I have always understood it. The understanding does not change what the structure cost, but it prevents me from reading the whole of it as pure calculation. Shimon was a better leader than I expected him to be in those weeks. This also needs to be said. The fear that drove his worst behavior, the possessiveness, the silencing, the ledger of slights, was the same fear that drove his best. The willingness to stand in front of the community and speak when speaking was dangerous, to be the public face of something that the authorities were watching, to absorb the institutional risk that came with visibility. He did absorb it. He bore it without complaint, or rather with the specific complaint that large personalities use to avoid acknowledging the size of what they are carrying, which is the complaint about small things as a proxy for the large thing they will not name. I watched him do this, and I recognized it because it is a thing I have done myself. We were not enemies. We were not enemies. I want that on the record also. Adversaries, perhaps, in the specific sense of two people who want incompatible things and understand that only one of those things can be structurally primary in the community that is forming, but not enemies. The difference matters. The thing that changed everything, that shifted my understanding of what I was watching from disappointment to clarity, happened on a Thursday in the 5th week. There was a teaching in the upper room, a woman named Tabitha, who had been part of the community since before I arrived in Jerusalem, a woman of the city who had followed the movement from its early visits and whose understanding of the teaching was, in my assessment, among the most subtle in the group, said something about the nature of the Spirit, about the quality of presence that the community was continuing to experience in the weeks after the appearances had stopped, the way the thing was still among them without being identifiable in the way it had been identifiable before. What she said was good. It was the kind of contribution that opens a conversation rather than closes it, that gives the room something to work with rather than something to accept or reject. A man named Barnabas, who had joined the community recently and whose gifts ran toward the organizational rather than the theological, responded to what she said by addressing his response to the man sitting beside him rather than to Tabitha. Not with hostility, with the automatic social reflex of a person who has been trained, without anyone having sat him down and trained him, to locate authority in male bodies rather than female ones, which meant that a good thought entering the room from a female direction was processed by his mind as a thought that required masculine ratification before it could be engaged with seriously. The man beside him received this response with the expression of someone who had not quite followed what had just happened, but who understood that he was being treated as an authority and who was not going to interrogate the basis of that treatment in the middle of a community meeting. He said something about the spirit that was less precise and less illuminating than what Tabitha had said, and the conversation moved in his direction. And Tabitha's contribution was neither refuted nor engaged. It was simply bypassed, rerouted around, the conversational equivalent of the things Shimon had done with his gaze in the months after Capernaum. Not confrontation, not explicit dismissal, but the practiced social movement passed. I watched this happen in real time, and I understood, with the specific clarity of watching a pattern in its first iteration, that this was going to be the method. Not prohibition, not explicit exclusion, the rerouting, the automatic reorientation toward the authoritative body, the one that the culture had trained everyone in the room, men and women both, because the training is not only of the men, to treat as the location of weight. After the gathering, I sat with Tabitha in the courtyard and asked her how long this had been happening. She looked at me with the expression of a woman who has been watching something and waiting for someone else to see it, and has been patient about the wait. "Since the beginning," she said, "since before you arrived." She paused. "It is faster now. In the early weeks of the movement in the city, there was something different. The fear made it different. When everything is at risk, people reach for whoever actually knows what to do, rather than whoever they have been trained to think knows what to do. But as it stabilizes," she shook her head, "as it stabilizes, it becomes what everything becomes." "What does everything become?" I asked, though I already knew. "The world it emerged from," she said. I began writing in those weeks, not this account. This account did not begin until the cave, until the last years, when the lamp oil was plentiful enough, and the solitude was sufficient, and the perspective was finally long enough to see the whole arc of it. What I began writing in Jerusalem was the other document, the one that has been the work of my life. The account of the teachings, the private and the public ones, recorded as exactly as my memory could render them, in the form of the conversations we had actually had, rather than the doctrinal formulations that were already beginning to accumulate around them, like sediment around stone. I wrote in the early mornings, before the community woke, in whatever corner of whatever room I was occupying. I had acquired good papyrus, expensive, but I had money, the house in Magdala continuing to provide through Boaz's careful management, and the expense was the right expense, the thing the money was for. I wrote quickly, and in small characters to use the papyrus efficiently, and I rolled the completed pages and sealed them and kept them in the bottom of the traveling pack, the same pack I had carried from Magdala 4 years before, with the last of Joseph's cedar incense in the cloth. Susanna, the scribe's daughter with the ink-stained hands, found me writing one morning and sat down beside me without speaking and took out her own materials and wrote alongside me in companionable silence. And this became a practice between us, the two of us at the edge of the sleeping community, in the first light, writing down what we had heard before the day's business of the community could interrupt or reformulate it. Two women writing the record of a teaching that the institution forming around that teaching would not, I was already understanding, adequately preserve. We did not discuss what we were writing or why, or what we intended to do with it. The intention was obvious, and the discussion was unnecessary. We wrote because the thing needed to be written, and we were the ones who would write it. And the reasons for this were the same reasons that had always produced this situation. because we had been there, because we had attended to it with the full weight of ourselves, and because the alternative, trusting the record to people whose attention had been elsewhere and whose interests in the shaping of the record were already visibly operative, was not an alternative we were willing to accept. The community dispersed from Jerusalem in the 7th week, under pressure. The authorities had begun to move against the public gatherings, arrests, detentions, a flogging that left Andreas unable to walk without pain for a month. The logic of survival required dispersal, the movement of small groups outward from the city into the regions where they had connections and safe houses and the goodwill of people who had been part of the wider movement in Galilee and Judea. I stayed in Jerusalem as long as I could. I was not the primary target. The authorities' attention was on the named male leaders, on Shimon and Yohanna, and the brothers Yaakov and Andreas, on the people who stood in the temple courts and spoke publicly. I could move through the city with the relative freedom of a woman of means who was not on any official list, and I used this freedom for the only thing I could use it for: staying, witnessing, writing. Yohanna left in the 5th week, recalled to the north by a message from her husband's household that contained, as she told me when she read it, information that made remaining in Jerusalem impractical for reasons she declined to specify, and that I did not press her to elaborate. We embraced at the gate of the city on an early morning in the manner of women who are fully aware that they may not see each other again and who are choosing, in full awareness, to make the goodbye efficient rather than prolonged, because the prolonging would cost more than either of them had to spare. "Write all of it," she said. Her hands on my shoulders, looking at me with the flat, steady gaze she used for things she was serious about. "I am writing all of it," I said. "The parts that are hard to write also." "Especially those," I said. She nodded once, firmly, the way she always nodded when a decision was settled. Then she turned and walked out through the gate, and I watched her go until the road curved and she was gone. And then I turned back into the city, and I went to the corner where my papyrus was, and I sat down, and I wrote the parts that were hard to write, and the parts that were harder than those, and the parts that were hardest of all. I wrote them then, and I am writing them now, here, in the cave, with Celestine asleep near the entrance, and the lamp guttering in the draught that comes up from the valley after midnight. The discipline has not changed in 30 years of solitude. Attend to what actually was. Write it in the words that fit the shape of it, rather than the words that fit the shape of what you would prefer to have happened. Do not reduce it to fit a container that is easier to carry. The room of closed doors produced the church that is now spreading across the empire. I watched it being built. I understood what it was choosing to be and what it was choosing not to be, the same way you understand a structure when you watch the foundation being laid. Not from the finished building, but from the first decisions about what to pour the stone around. It chose to pour the stone around Shimon. This is what it chose. I was there when it chose it, and I will not pretend otherwise, and I will not pretend it did not matter. What it could not choose, because choosing is only possible with what is in the room, is what I was writing in the corner each morning before the room woke. What I carried out of Jerusalem in the bottom of the traveling pack, beside the last ghost of Yosef's cedar incense and the empty alabaster jar that I had kept and kept carrying, the way you carry the container of something that was important even after the thing itself is gone. I was already in those weeks, composing the argument against what was being built, not with intention, not yet, not as a deliberate counter-project, simply as the reflex of a witness who was watching the record being shaped and writing the other record alongside it, the one that would wait for the moment when waiting was the only form of faithfulness available. It turns out 30 years in a cave is a long Act wait. 3, when Caesarea, Jerusalem, Provence, 33 to 55 CE. Chapter 14, the rudderless boat. Caesarea to the Western Sea, 47 CE. Caesarea to the Western Sea, 47 CE. The tradition says we were placed in a boat without oars and set adrift on the sea, a death sentence dressed as exile, the authorities being too cautious to make martyrs of us directly and too determined to be rid of us to permit us to stay. The tradition is correct in its outline. What it does not record, because traditions record the shape of events and not their interior weather, is what it is like to sit in a boat that is going where it is going without your having any say in the direction, and to look at the horizon and understand that the life you have known is behind you, and whatever is ahead is entirely unknown and entirely beyond your management, and to discover, slowly, over the days of the crossing, that this condition, which is precisely the condition he described in every teaching about surrender and trust and the opening of the hands, is not as terrible as you had always assumed it would be. It is, in fact, the oldest way of traveling, the one that requires the most of you and gives back the most in return. Miriam of Magdala from the cave at St. Baume. I will account for the 14 years between Jerusalem and the boat, because the account would be dishonest without them. But I will account for them briefly, not because they were unimportant, but because they belong to a different story, one that I am not the only keeper of, and because the shape of this particular account requires me to move toward the cave rather than linger in the middle passage. I went north first, back to Galilee, back to the house in Magdala that Boaz had managed faithfully in my absence, back to the lake and the smell of it in the morning and the synagogue where I had first heard Isaiah read in the voice that changed everything. The house was the same house. The lake was the same lake. I was not the same woman who had left them, which is the only honest thing you can say about returning to a beloved place after a long time. The place holds itself with a fidelity that the person who loved it cannot quite match, and the gap between what was and what is now lives in you rather than in the stone and the water. I stayed in Magdala for 2 years, writing and teaching in the small group that had formed around the movement in the north, then south again, to Judea, to the growing communities in Jerusalem and Caesarea and the coastal cities where the movement was spreading along the trade routes carried by merchants and sailors and the specific human impulse to tell people about something that has changed the quality of your life. Then east, briefly, Damascus, Antioch, the communities forming in Syria, where Saul of Tarsus, the man who had persecuted the movement and then been struck from his horse by a vision on the road and had become, in the way that total reversals produce, one of its most ferocious advocates, was teaching a version of the gospel that was in some ways recognizable and in some ways the parts about the body, about women, about the precise relationship between the law and the teaching, sufficiently different from what I had heard with my own ears, that I found it necessary to say so loudly in several public contexts, which made me popular in some quarters and unwelcome in others. I was mostly unwelcome in the official quarters by the 14th year. This is the honest accounting of the situation that produced the boat. A woman who had been a primary witness and a generous funder and a tireless teacher of the movement for 14 years, had also been, throughout that time, a consistent and documented source of versions of the teaching that were inconvenient for the institutional structure that was hardening around it. The inconvenience had been tolerated while I was useful and while the movement needed the credibility of proximity to the original events. By the 14th year, the structure had consolidated enough to feel that it no longer required me in quite the same way, and my continued presence and continued speaking were producing more friction than the institution was willing to absorb. The authorities made the decision easier by making it for us. A crackdown in Caesarea, arrests, the specific targeting of prominent members of the community. There was a harbor, there was a boat, there was a decision made quickly, by night, by the people who were present and who understood that the window for departure was narrow and that the window for remaining was narrowing faster. There were 14 of us in the boat. I will give the names because names matter, and because the later legend will condense us and simplify us and strip some of us of our names entirely. Marta and Lazarus, who had come south from Bethany at my message when the situation in Caesarea deteriorated. Maximin, a young man from the Damascus community who had attached himself to our group with the specific energy of a person who has recently understood something and cannot be still about it. Sarah, a young Egyptian woman who had been part of the community in Caesarea and who is called in some accounts the servant, but who was in fact the most capable navigator in the group, and who would have been running the boat herself if there had been a boat to run. Sidonius, who was older than any of us and who spent most of the crossing asleep, which I came to regard not as indifference, but as wisdom. And 8 others whose names I am recording in the fuller document and will not list here for reasons of length. There were no oars. I want to be accurate about this in a way the later accounts are not always accurate. The boat was a working vessel, a coastal fishing boat, of the kind that operates between the ports of Judea and Egypt, capable of a sea crossing in the sense that it would not immediately sink, but not designed for open water passage, and certainly not provisioned for it. The people who put us in it and pushed it away from the quay in the dark of the early morning knew exactly what they were doing. They were trusting to the sea, or to whatever moves the sea, and they had given us the minimum of supplies that preserved plausible deniability about their intentions, while ensuring that our survival, if we survived, would be attributable to factors beyond their control. We were not without resources. Sarah understood the stars and the currents. Lazarus had spent enough years managing cargo routes to know the seasonal winds of the Mediterranean and their directions and their durations. I had money, not much, a portion of what had remained of the Magdala accounts after 14 years of itinerant life, sewn into the hem of my traveling cloak in the manner of a person who has learned to keep what matters close to the body. We had the supplies we had been able to gather in the hours before departure, and the supplies that had already been in the boat, which were minimal but not nothing. What we did not have was a plan. What we did not have was a destination. What we did not have was any say in the direction. The first day on the open water was the day I understood, at the level of the body rather than merely the intellect, what he had been teaching for 3 years about letting go of the outcome. I am a woman of the lake. I know water. The Sea of Galilee is 12 miles at its longest and 8 at its widest, ringed by hills, knowable, a water you can hold in your mind at once, whose moods you can read from the color of the sky above the eastern ridge, whose storms are fierce but localized and brief. The Mediterranean is a different category of thing entirely. It does not have a mood. It has moods, in the plural, simultaneously, in different sectors, visible only in partial sections from a small boat whose horizon is limited by its own low freeboard. It is a water that cannot be held in the mind at once. It simply continues in all directions, the same water, doing different things, indifferent to your need to understand it comprehensively before you commit to being in it. By the second morning, I had stopped trying to comprehend it and had started simply being in it, which is the only viable relationship with something too large for comprehension. I sat in the stern of the boat, and I looked at what was immediately around us, and I stopped trying to extrapolate from that to the whole of it. And the quality of my experience changed immediately and completely, from the low continuous anxiety of a person trying to manage what cannot be managed to something else, something that I can only describe as the sensation of having been accurately placed, of being, for the first time in 14 years, in the condition he had been describing from the beginning, emptied of agenda, moving without choosing the direction, attending to what was immediately present rather than what might be coming. The boat's hull in the water, the sound of it, the way the morning light came across the surface of the sea at low angles and made the whole moving thing briefly incandescent, as though the water were lit from underneath. Marta, who sat across from me in those days with the expression of a woman who has made her peace with a situation she did not choose and is now simply inhabiting it with her characteristic thoroughness, noticed the change in my face and said, in her flattest tone, "You look better." "I feel better," I said. "You've stopped trying to steer," she said, not unkindly, with the accuracy of a person who has been watching you for 20 years and can read you with the ease of a frequently consulted text. "There's nothing to steer with," I said. "There never was," she said, and looked back at the sea. We were on the water for 9 days. I will not account for all 9. The rhythm of the crossing established itself by the 3rd day and was sustained, with variations of weather and wind, and the particular anxieties produced by a storm on the fifth night that I will describe briefly because the brevity is accurate and the alarm was real, and then calm. The particular calm that follows a storm on open water, which has a quality that nothing else quite shares. The fifth night, the wind changed character. It had been coming from the southeast, warm and steady, the reliable wind that Sarah said was driving us northwest at a pace that was, given our starting point and the probable currents, consistent with the western coast of the Roman province of Gallia, though she delivered this assessment with the honest caveat that she had never navigated this particular sea, and that her calculation assumed the currents were behaving as she expected, which was an assumption based on principle rather than experience. When the wind changed, it went north, then northeast, then variable, which is the condition that produces the specific helplessness of a rudderless boat, which is not merely that you cannot steer, but that you cannot maintain any direction at all. You are at the mercy of what is happening to the air above you and the water beneath you, and the two are in conversation with each other about something that does not include your needs. The storm lasted most of the night. It was not the worst storm I have heard of on the Mediterranean, but it was more than sufficient to produce in all 14 of us the physical experience of mortality, the cold certainty that the water surrounding the boat was infinitely larger than the boat and had no particular interest in the distinction between the boat and the water. We bailed. Sarah managed what could be managed with the single sail. Lazarus prayed. Maximin, to his considerable credit, bailed and prayed simultaneously, which I found both practically useful and theologically sound. Marta, at the height of the storm, looked at me across the thrashing boat with an expression I will describe as annoyed, as though the storm were a logistical inconvenience she had not been informed of in advance and intended to raise with the relevant authority when the opportunity arose. She bailed with the efficiency of a woman clearing a flooded kitchen rather than the desperation of a person drowning on the open sea. I found this enormously steadying. Marta's refusal to grant the storm more drama than it deserved was itself a form of faith, the most practical and perhaps the most honest form. By dawn, the storm was over. The sea was brilliant and washed and entirely calm, with the specific clarity that follows violence. The air scrubbed, the light extraordinary, every detail of the boat and the people in it illuminated with the precision of something that has just been decided to continue existing. We looked at each other in that light, 14 people who had just been through something together and had all, individually and silently, understood during the night that surviving was not guaranteed and had come through to the morning anyway. There is a quality to a group of people in this condition that I have not encountered in any other context, a temporary but total transparency, the social surface stripped away by the night, everyone simply present in the bare fact of being alive and being together, no performance available and none required. Lazarus laughed. He was the last person I would have predicted to laugh in that moment, and it was therefore the exactly right laugh. Unexpected, genuine, the laugh of a man who has already died once and who finds in the morning after a storm something familiar and almost comfortable in having done it again. The rest of us laughed with him. Even Marta. On the 9th morning, Sarah said, "Land." It was barely visible, a darkening of the horizon to the northwest, the kind of distinction between sky and something that is not sky, that requires experience to read, and that Sarah had been watching for 2 days, tracking the color changes of the water and the behavior of the birds and the smell of the air, which had been shifting for 24 hours toward something that was not the smell of open sea. We all turned to look. 14 people orienting simultaneously toward the northwest, toward the darkening, toward whatever was waiting at the edge of the water we had been crossing for 9 days. I had no framework for this coast. I had no language for the people who lived on it, no knowledge of its harbors or its towns or its customs or its gods. I had my traveling pack, the scrolls inside it, the empty alabaster jar, and the coins sewn into my hem. I had the teaching, held in memory and written in papyrus, and the 14 years of carrying it through the communities of Judea and Syria and Galilee, and the 9 days of the crossing during which I had, inadvertently and by the grace of necessity, finally begun to practice the condition it pointed toward. I had the name which I was still hearing. I am still hearing it now. The shore came toward us slowly, in the way that things that have been waited for do, and then faster, the details resolving themselves out of the general blur. The limestone coast, white and dramatic, rising from the water in formations that had the quality of something deliberate, as though the land had arranged itself to be seen from the sea. Pine trees. The smell of wild herbs carried out over the water on the warm air of late summer in a country I did not know. The color of the sea changing from the deep blue of the open water to the extraordinary green of the shallows. The particular green of clear water over pale rock lit from above, a color I had no prior experience of, and which produced in me the involuntary physical response that beauty at its most direct produces. The stopped breath. The sense of the eyes not quite being adequate to the task of receiving what is being offered to them. We came ashore at a low beach between two limestone headlands, where the water was calm and the bottom was visible right to the shore, and the boat grounded gently on the pale sand without drama. Gently, as though it had known where it was going, and had arrived at the pace appropriate to an arrival that had been a long time in preparation. I stepped out of the boat the summer and clear, and it came to my knees, and I stood in it for a moment before I walked to the shore, feeling the specific solidity of the sand under my feet and the specific quality of the light on this particular coast. Intense, Mediterranean, but with a different quality than the light of home. A quality I did not yet have a word for, and that I have spent 30 years in this landscape trying to name and have finally given up naming. Accepting that some qualities of light simply exceed the available vocabulary and require the body to receive them directly without the mediation of language. Behind me the others were coming ashore. Marta, stepping from the boat with the matter-of-fact step of a woman arriving somewhere she intends to organize. Lazarus, steadying her arm at the transition from water to sand. Sarah, who had navigated us here and who was looking at the coast with the expression of someone completing a calculation that has come out correctly. Maximin, who had been looking at the hills above the beach since we came in sight of the coast with an expression that I had learned to recognize, in the years of the road, as the expression of a person understanding, for the first time, where their life is going. I walked up the beach to the dry sand above the waterline, and I stood on it and I looked north toward the hills, where the land rose in terraces of limestone and pine, and the wild herbs whose smell had reached us before we could see the coast. Further north, the hills became mountains, not tall by the measure of the ranges I had seen, but significant, present, with the quality of landscape that holds weather in its upper valleys and produces, at certain hours of the day, the particular quality of shadow that makes you feel that the land is paying attention to you as much as you are paying attention to it. I looked at this country, and this country looked at me, and something settled in my chest that had not been settled for 14 years, since the road south to Jerusalem, since the garden, since the long aftermath in the city of the closed doors. Something that I can only describe as the specific sensation of arriving at the place where the remaining work is to be done. Not the end of the road, the beginning of the last and longest portion of it. Marta appeared beside me. She looked at the hills with the assessing gaze she applied to everything that might require her to make provisions. "Well," she said. "Well," I agreed. "Do you know where we are?" "Not precisely," I said. "West, far enough west to be outside the reach of what is pursuing us, in a country where the teaching has not yet been heard." "So we teach it," she said, in the tone she used for obvious conclusions. "We teach it," I said. She nodded once and walked up the beach toward the tree line to assess the resources available, because that was what Marta did when she arrived somewhere new. She assessed the resources. I stayed on the sand a moment longer, in the warm light of a country I had 9 days before not known existed, with the sound of the sea behind me and the smell of the hills ahead and the full weight of everything I was carrying held in my body the way you hold something you have been carrying for a long time, no longer as a burden, no longer even as a choice, simply as the condition of being yourself. I had been walking toward the cave for 30 years without knowing it was there. It was here, somewhere in these hills. I did not know that yet. I only knew the hills were waiting and the work was waiting, and the light on this strange and beautiful coast was the same light that illuminated everything, the same source, arriving at a different angle, making different shadows, but the same. I picked up my pack and I followed Marta into the trees. Chapter 15, Provence. The coastal towns, 47 to 55 CE, the coastal towns, 4755 CE. What I did not expect about this country was how quickly it became home. I had not expected to have another home after Magdala. I had not expected the body's willingness to attach itself to a new landscape, to learn the smell of a different sea, the sound of a different wind, the names of trees whose names I had not grown up with. The body is more adaptable than the mind. The mind catalogues its losses and calls them permanent. The body gets up in the morning and discovers it is comfortable in the light. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at Saint-Baume. We learn the language in the way that people learn languages when survival depends on it. Quickly, imperfectly, and with the specific humility of adults who have never before been unable to say what they mean and who find the experience alternatively enraging and illuminating. The local tongue was a variant of the Latin that was spreading through the empire's western provinces, mixed with something older underneath it, a substrate language whose words surfaced in the names of rivers and hills and the terms that the people used for the things that had been theirs before Rome arrived. The land itself, the seasons, the particular local expressions for the qualities of weather and light that vary by region and that a language develops over generations of paying attention to where it lives. Sarah was fluent within 3 months, which surprised no one who had watched her navigate the crossing. She had the same relationship to language that she had to the stars, an instinct for pattern that operated below the level of deliberate study. Maximin learned by talking to everyone he encountered, which was his approach to everything, and which was inefficient but produced a warmth of connection with the people of the coast that more formal methods would not have generated. Lazarus learned slowly and spoke carefully, with the precision of a man who would rather say less than say it wrong. Marta learned what she needed to manage a household and a community, and not a word more, which was characteristic. I learned because I needed to teach. This is the most focused form of language acquisition available. You need specific words because you need to say specific things, and the necessity locates the words with an urgency that curiosity alone cannot replicate. Within a year, I could teach in the coastal tongue well enough to be understood. Within 3 years, I could teach in it with something approaching the precision I had in Aramaic, the ability to say not just approximately what I meant, but exactly, to find the word that fit the thought rather than the word that was merely near enough. The teaching was the same teaching. This seems obvious, but I want to record it because the temptation in a new country with a new language is to translate not just the words but the content, to adapt the substance to what you imagine the new audience can receive, to sand down the edges that seem culturally specific, to make it easier by making it smaller. I resisted this, not always successfully, but consistently enough that the teaching that took root on this coast was the teaching I had received and witnessed and spent 14 years carrying, rather than a simplified version of it shaped by my assumptions about what Gaulish fishing communities could accommodate. They could accommodate more than I had assumed. This is the thing I learned about human beings in the coast towns of Provence that I had not quite understood in the same way in the communities of Judea and Galilee. The teaching did not belong to a culture. It was not the product of a particular religious tradition or a particular language or a particular set of assumptions about the nature of the divine. It was the product of a particular quality of attention to what is actually true about human experience. And that attention translates without remainder because the human experience it is attending to does not vary significantly between a woman from Magdala and a fisherman from the Provençal coast. The loneliness is the same. The hunger for something worth giving yourself to is the same. The fear of death is the same. The capacity for love that exceeds what love is supposed to be able to sustain is the same. I taught for 8 years on this coast, and the teaching found people the way it had always found people. Slowly at first, one or two who had wandered to the edge of a gathering out of curiosity or boredom, or the specific gravitational pull of something being said in public that sounds as though it might be true, and then more, and then the critical mass at which a community becomes self-sustaining, at which the teaching is being passed on by people who received it rather than only by the person who brought it. Marta died in the 7th year. I will write this in the way that the facts of it require, which is briefly, because the loss of Marta was not a thing I have ever been able to approach at length without losing the quality of witness that this account demands. Even now, 8 years since, the cave quieter for the absence of her, I find that the only way to write about her death is to write about her life, which is probably the correct way to write about anyone's death, and which she would have approved of on the grounds of efficiency. She had been the most practically effective person in the movement since the day I met her, and she was the most practically effective person on this coast for 7 years. And she died as she had lived, attending to the matter at hand with complete focus, no sentimentality about the approach of the end, no revision of her character in the direction of softness for the benefit of the people around her who might have found softness comforting. She was Marta to the last hour. She gave me a list of instructions regarding the community, the management of the house we had established in the coastal town, the particular tendencies of particular members of the community that would require watching. She made me repeat the list back to her. She expressed dissatisfaction with one of my paraphrases and made me correct it. Then she said, "You should go to the mountain." I had been feeling the pull toward the mountain for 2 years, in the way I had felt the pull of the road south to Jerusalem all those years before, a directional gravity, a sense of something waiting that had my name on it. I had not spoken of it to anyone. Marta, who watched everything, had seen it in me and had been waiting, I understood now, for the right moment to name it. "Not yet," I said. "There is still work here." "Maximin will do the work here," she said with the flat certainty of a woman whose assessment of personnel was invariably accurate. "He has been ready for 3 years. You have been staying because you are afraid of what you will become in the silence." I did not answer this because there was nothing to say to it that was not a confirmation. "Go," she said. "Whatever you need to write, you cannot write it here. There are too many people and too much noise, and you have been talking for 30 years, and the writing requires something that talking has been using up." She paused for a breath that cost her visibly. "He told you to bear witness. You have been bearing it. Now write it down completely, not just the pieces you have been recording on the road, the whole of it, beginning to end, while you still have all of it, while the lamp oil holds." She closed her eyes. After a moment, I thought she had gone to sleep. Then, without opening her eyes, "I will be annoyed if the account is incomplete." I laughed, which was not the response of the solemnity of the moment, but was the exactly right response to Marta, who had never asked for solemnity in her life, and was not about to start. She did not laugh. She was too tired for laughter. But something at the corner of her mouth moved in the direction of satisfaction, and I held her hand, and she held mine with the grip that was lighter than it had ever been, and by morning she was gone. I buried her beside the community house, under the fig tree that she had spent the first 3 years of our time in Provence complaining was not as good as the fig tree in the Bethany courtyard, and the next 4 years tending with the devotion she gave to everything in her care. The mountain is called Saint-Baume in the local tongue, the holy cave, the holy balm, both meanings present in the word simultaneously, as though the language understood before I arrived what the place was for. It rises from the plain of Provence in a long ridge of limestone, wooded on its southern face, bare and white on the north, with a quality of presence that you can feel from the coastal road on clear days, a weightedness, a thairness, a sense of a place that has been significant for longer than the people currently living near it can account for. I went there the spring after Marta's death. Maximin accompanied me as far as the village at the mountain's base. Saint Maximin It would eventually be called, a naming that I find both touching and slightly comic, Maximin being a man of great gifts and genuine humility who would be embarrassed by a town bearing his name. At the base of the path that led upward he stopped, because he understood without my having to tell him that the remainder of the ascent was mine alone. He said, "How long?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "I will send someone up with provisions every month until you tell me not to." I said, "Thank you, Maximin." He said, "Thank you," and I understood what he was thanking me for, which was not anything specific but the accumulated weight of the years, the teaching given and received, the boat, the coast, the community that now had enough root to survive my going. He was thanking me for the whole of it. I received the thanks in the same way I had been trying to receive everything since the garden, openly, without converting it immediately into something else, letting it be what it was. I turned and walked up the path. The cave is set into the south face of the ridge, perhaps 2/3 of the way up, behind a ledge of limestone that makes it invisible from below. You cannot see it from the path until you are almost at the entrance. The approach requires a scramble over bare rock in the last 100 feet that is not difficult, but that requires attention. You must watch your footing, you must commit to each step, you cannot be thinking about something else. I have come to regard this as the first proper instruction of the place, to be entirely present before you enter it. The cave itself is not large. I could describe its dimensions, but the numbers would give the wrong impression. It is the proportions that matter, the way the ceiling follows the natural curve of the rock, so that the space inside has a quality of enclosure that is not oppressive, but sheltering, the way a cupped hand shelters rather than imprisons what it holds. At the back there is a deep interior, where the rock is always cool regardless of the season, and at the front the opening looks south and east toward the coast and the sea, which is visible on clear days as a thin blue line at the horizon. When I first entered the cave it smelled of stone and old wood, and something else beneath those, a mineral sweetness that I have never encountered in any other place, and that I have ceased trying to explain, accepting it as the specific character of this specific cave, the way a person has a specific character that resists comprehensive explanation. I set down my pack. I sat on the stone floor. I looked at the view through the cave's mouth, the wooded slope, the plain below, the line of the sea. The silence was not what I had expected. I had expected the silence of absence, the removal of noise, the way a room becomes quiet when people leave it. What I found was a silence that was itself present, that had texture and density, that was not the absence of sound, but a different quality of presence that sound ordinarily displaces. The wind moved through the trees on the slope below. A bird called once and did not call again. The stone under my hands was cold and entirely real. I understood immediately that I was going to stay for a very long time. Not because I was instructed to, not because I had made a vow, not because there was what I had been carrying for 30 years, the way a hand fits the tool it was made for. Completely, with no gap between the grip and the thing gripped, the entire surface of the one meeting the entire surface of the other without remainder. I was 57 years old. I had been a daughter and a wife and a widow and a woman of means and a follower and a witness and a teacher and an exile. I had been on more roads than I could count, through more communities than I could name, carrying the teaching and the record of it through decades of changing circumstances and across a sea I had not chosen to cross. I had talked for 30 years about the value of silence. Here was the silence. Here, finally, was the place to practice what I had been preaching. The first months were difficult in ways I had not predicted, and easy in ways I had not hoped for. Difficult, the body's protest at the cold, at the hard floor, at the absence of the social warmth that I had not known I depended on until it was removed. I had lived in community for 30 years, always with others, always the talk, always the particular animal comfort of being surrounded by human beings who know you and whose proximity is in itself a form of nourishment. The cave removed all of this at once, and the body registered the removal as loss before it registered it as gift. I was cold and my joints ached, and I dreamed of Marta's cooking with a vividness that woke me to the dark of the cave ceiling and the smell of stone. Easy, unexpectedly. the writing. I had thought the solitude would be the condition necessary for the writing, but had not quite believed it until I experienced it. The way the hours opened out when there was nothing in them but the work, no interruption, no social negotiation, no one requiring anything of me, the full surface of the day available to the one thing I had been trying to do since the corner of the room in Jerusalem where Susanna had first sat beside me with her ink-stained hands, and we had written in the early morning before the noise began. I had brought the papyrus rolls from the years of travel, damaged, some of them, by the crossing and by the years of being carried in the bottom of a pack through every climate from Galilee to Syria to Provence, but legible, the small, careful characters still readable, the record still intact. I spread them on the cave floor in the first weeks, and I read through what I had written over 30 years, and I understood for the first time that I had been writing a book without knowing it. That the fragments and the records and the conversations set down in the early mornings across 3 decades were not separate documents, but a single continuous account waiting to be understood as such. I began the organization that first winter. By spring, I understood the shape of what I had. By summer, I understood what was missing and what needed to be written from the beginning in the new form the material had revealed to me. Not a collection of teachings, not a record of events, but a life told in the first person from the end of it, looking back at the whole of it with the perspective that only the end provides, and with the specific authority of someone who was actually there and has spent 30 years asking what it meant. This document, the one you are reading, it began in a cave on a mountain in Provence in the lamplight of the first winter, with the silence pressing in around the small circle of light and the smell of stone and the thin blue line of the sea visible through the cave's mouth on clear days, reminding me of what I had crossed to get here and what I had been crossing, in one form or another, my entire life. I wrote the first line in the autumn, when the trees on the slope below had gone to gold and the mountain had taken on its winter character, austere, demanding, magnificent. I wrote, I was born in the city of Magdala, on the western shore of the lake that my people call the Kinneret, in the 23rd year of the reign of the Emperor Augustus. And then I wrote everything that came after that, in the order it came, attending to each part of it with everything I had, trying to give it the shape it actually had rather than the shape that was easier or more comfortable or more flattering to any of the parties involved, including myself. It has taken 8 years. I am not finished. The lamp oil is lower than I would like, and the winter is coming again, and Celestine, who appeared at the cave entrance 3 years ago and stayed and has been the unexpected gift of the last chapter of this life, is asleep near the opening with the specific peacefulness of someone young enough to sleep deeply regardless of the cold. I am writing faster. There is enough left to say, and there is enough light left to say it. The mountain is patient. It has been here longer than any of us, and it will be here long after. It holds the cave the way the cave holds the lamp, and the lamp holds the light holds the words, and the words will hold, when I am gone, everything that the words can hold of what actually was. Enough. The cold is in my hands tonight. Tomorrow I will write about the first year in the cave, the silence and what it taught me, and the visitor who came in the second year with news from the east, and what I learned from that news about what had survived and what had not of the thing we built on the road. And then the chapter I have been moving toward for 15 chapters and 60 years of living, what I actually believe at the end of it, having seen what I have seen and carried what I have carried. But tonight the lamp is low, and the mountain is dark, and Celestine is sleeping, and there is bread enough for the morning, and the cave smells of itself. And the silence is present, the way the silence is always present here. Not empty, not absent, not the silence of something missing, but the silence of something so entirely full that sound would be, in this moment, a diminishment. I put my hand against the cave wall. The stone is cold. The stone has always been cold. After 8 years, I have stopped trying to warm it and have learned instead to find the cold itself a kind of comfort, the stone doing what stone does faithfully in every season, regardless of what the person leaning against it requires. The wall does not accommodate you. You accommodate the wall. This is, I have come to understand, the final lesson. The hardest and the truest, and the one that takes the longest to learn. Good night, Marta. Good night, Yohanna. Good night, Susanna, with your ink-stained hands. Good night to the road and the lake and the voice that said my name in a garden at dawn and has not stopped saying it since. I am still listening. The lamp is still burning. The words are not finished yet. Act 4 Stone, The Cave at Saint Baume, 5563 CE, Chapter 16. What I believe. The Cave at Saint Baume, Winter 63 CE. The Cave at Saint Baume, Winter 63 CE. I have been asked this question many times, in many forms, by many people who were hoping for different answers, by the disciples in Jerusalem who wanted certainty, by the communities on the coast who wanted doctrine, by the young men who came to the cave in the early years here, climbing the path with the energy of people who believe a hermit in a mountain cave will give them the answer that has been unavailable in the flat inhabited world below. I have given different answers at different times, calibrated to what I thought the asker could actually use. Here, writing only for the document and whatever eyes eventually find it, I will give the answer that is true without regard for what it can be used for. This is the advantage of writing for no specific audience. Honesty has no consequence here except to the record, and the record is what I am trying to get right before the lamp goes out. Miriam of Magdala from the cave at Saint Baume. I believe in the reality of what I saw. I want to start there because the temptation after 60 years and the accumulation of interpretation and institution and doctrinal elaboration that has been building around these events since the room with the closed doors is to begin with the qualified version, to approach what I saw through the framework of what other people have made of it, to locate my own experience in relation to the official account. I am refusing this temptation. I'm starting with the unmediated fact. I was present for events that changed the architecture of reality as I understood it, and I am beginning from the reality of that presence rather than from anyone else's account of what it meant. What I saw was a man who paid attention to things other people did not pay attention to, including the people other people did not pay attention to, and who taught that this quality of attention was not a personal virtue, but a practice available to everyone, requiring nothing but the willingness to do it, and that this practice was itself a form of encounter with the divine, not a precondition to the encounter, not a preparation for it, but the thing itself, that the sacred was not elsewhere, behind or above or accessible only through the correct institutional mediations, that it was in the fig tree and the sparrow and the lost coin and the woman at the well and the child asking for bread and the unscheduled encounter on the road, and that the capacity to notice these things, to be fully present to them, to give them the full weight of your attention without converting them immediately into something more useful or more categorizable, was the practice he was teaching and the practice he was embodying simultaneously. I believe this. I have believed it since the hillside outside Chorazim, when he told me that attention was the most valuable thing a person has. I have believed it through every difficulty and disappointment and long night of the cave, when the lamp has burned low and the silence has been oppressive rather than generative, and the practice has felt like maintenance rather than encounter. The belief has never failed, not because I have been extraordinarily faithful, but because the belief is simply accurate, and accuracy has a durability that the beliefs that require sustained effort to maintain do not have. You do not have to work to believe that the sun rises in the east. You simply look. I believe in the resurrection. This requires more care, because the word has accumulated so much institutional meaning in the years since the garden that saying it plainly risks being heard as the endorsement of a doctrine rather than the report of an experience. I am not endorsing a doctrine. I am reporting what happened in the garden at dawn on the 16th of Nisan in the 33rd year of the Common Era. And what happened was I went to a tomb and found it empty, and then a person I had known for 5 years said my name, and I knew who it was, and it was real. What exactly the mechanism was, what the resurrection body is, how it relates to the body that was placed on the stone shelf 2 days before, what category of existence it occupies, I do not know. And I have said this before, and I will say it again, because the honesty of not knowing is the thing I am most committed to in this document. The institution that is building around these events wants the not knowing resolved. It wants a clean theological account of the resurrection that can be stated, defended, transmitted, used as a criterion of membership. I understand the institutional need for this. I cannot supply it. What I can supply is the witness. It was real, and I was the first to see it, and the name it said was mine. I believe the resurrection is continuous. This is the part that the doctrine tends to miss, or rather the part that the doctrine tends to fossilize into a single past event, a thing that happened once, definitively, in a garden outside Jerusalem, and that is now available as an object of belief rather than a condition of ongoing experience. What I have found in 60 years of practice, on the road and in the communities and here in the cave, is that the quality of presence I encountered in the garden is not confined to that moment. It is available. Not always, not on demand, not as a reward for correct behavior or sufficient faith, but available in the way that the sea is available, the way the silence is available, encountered by those who go to where it is and wait with the full weight of their attention turned toward it rather than toward what they want it to be. I have encountered it here, in this cave, in the long years of the solitude. Not frequently, not dramatically, not in the forms that the mystical literature favors, the visions, the locutions, the experiences of light, in smaller forms. The sense on certain mornings that the silence is inhabited, the quality of the light through the cave's mouth at certain hours that produces the involuntary stopped breath, the sense of the eyes not quite adequate to what is being offered. The feeling, and I am aware of how this sounds, and I am writing it anyway, because the document requires honesty rather than respectability, the feeling at the deepest point of certain nights of being precisely known. Called by name, not by a voice, not by anything I could describe to someone who had not had the experience. By the quality of the silence itself, in the specific way that silence can carry meaning, the way a letter carries meaning, not as sound but as structure, as intentional shape. I do not know what this is. I know it is real. I know it is the same thing I have been encountering since the hillside outside Chorazim, in varying intensities and varying forms. I know it is what he was pointing toward in every teaching, every parable, every evening at the fire, not pointing toward it as an elsewhere, but as a here, available, in this moment, in this place, to this specific person, in this specific body, on this specific stone floor, with cold coming up through the rock and the lamp burning low. I believe the body is not the problem. This requires saying, because the institution that is forming around the teaching is already moving in the direction of treating the body as suspect, as the location of temptation, as the thing that must be disciplined and subdued and ultimately transcended in the service of something purer. I have watched this tendency developing in the communities of the East, in the letters that pass through the movement, in the emphasis of certain teachers whose influence is growing. And I want to say plainly, from my position as a witness to the source, this is not what he taught. What he taught was the sanctity of the body. Not despite its being a body, but because of it. Because the body is the specific instrument through which the specific human being encounters the specific world. And the specific world is where the sacred is, not behind it or above it or available only after the body is safely disposed of. The anointing, the breaking of bread, the fish on the shore at dawn in the last appearance recorded by Yohanna. Not a vision, not a symbol, an actual fire with actual fish on it and the smell of it in the morning air and the particular combination of the mundane and the extraordinary that was his characteristic signature. The body, eating. The sacred, present in the eating. In the cave, I live in my body more than I have at any previous point in my life. This seems paradoxical. A hermit in a mountain cave, stripped of the social and material textures of ordinary life, would seem to be moving away from the body rather than deeper into it. What I have found is the opposite. Without the social management of the body, the performance of it, the presentation of it, the constant negotiation between what the body is and what the situation requires it to appear to be, what remains is the body itself, simply doing what it does. cold and warm, hungry and fed, the specific weight of the stone under the specific weight of the flesh that has been sitting on it for 8 years, which is different from the way they knew it in the first winter, not resigned to it, but fluent in it, the way you become fluent in a language that you could not initially bear. The anointing was a bodily act. The resurrection was a bodily event. The whole teaching is a teaching about the body, which is to say about the specific located presence of a human being in the specific place and time they actually occupy. This is what I believe. The body is not the obstacle. The body is the site. I believe in love of the kind that does not resolve. I have been writing around this for 15 chapters, and I will now write directly at it because the document requires it, and because I am 65 years old, and the lamp oil is not infinite, and I have run out of reasons to continue being indirect about the thing that is most true. I loved him. I am using the simplest word because the simple word is the accurate one, and the elaborate constructions I could deploy, the theological vocabulary, the language of devotion and discipleship and sacred encounter are all true and are all also, in some measure, evasions of the simplest formulation, which is this one. I loved him the way you love the person who showed you what attention actually is, who made the whole architecture of reality visible to you in a way it had not previously been, who looked at you with the specific quality of recognition that you had been waiting your whole life to receive and not known you were waiting for it until it arrived. Nothing happened in the way the world uses that word. I have said this before, and it remains true, and it remains, all these years later, in need of saying because the story that will attach itself to our relationship, the one that reduces it to either a romantic scandal or a devout discipleship, both of which are failures of imagination, requires the counterstatement of the actual thing, which was neither. What it was the form of love that contains all the heat of the other forms, without the resolution they provide, without the outlet of the physical, without the container of the institutional, without even the clear naming of it that would have made it easier to carry and would have made it, in the carrying, smaller than it was. I have been asked whether I regret this, whether I wish it had been otherwise, whether there is grief in the ambiguity, in the love that did not get to be what it might have been in different circumstances. And the honest answer, arrived at over 60 years, is no. Not because I am a saint, and saints do not grieve the paths not taken. Because the ambiguity was not a failure of the love, but a feature of it, the thing that kept it at the temperature required for the work, the thing that made it the kind of love that fuels a life, rather than the kind that consummates a chapter of one. I am aware that this sounds like the justification of a woman who had no choice and is making a virtue of the absence of one. I want to be honest about this possibility. I have examined it at length in this cave with nothing to do but examine it. My examination has not confirmed it. What I believe about love from the evidence of my own life is that it does not require resolution to be real, that the unresolved form is not a lesser form but a different form with its own specific gifts and its own specific costs, that the love which is never finally placed, never given the social container that ordinary love is given, never settled into the expected domestic shapes, remains somehow in motion, generative, a continuous source rather than a completed one. That the cost of this is considerable and the cost is worth it, and both of those things are true simultaneously and need not be reconciled. I loved him. He is dead. Something of him is not dead, as I have tried to explain in the section on resurrection, though the explanation is necessarily approximate. And the love, after 60 years, is still in motion, still generative, still the thing that gets me to the floor of the cave each morning and keeps my hand moving across the papyrus and my attention turned toward the work rather than toward the easier comforts that age and exhaustion offer as alternatives. This is what love is for. Not the resolution, the fuel. I believe in the importance of the witness who is not believed. I mean this theologically and not merely as a personal complaint, though it is also a personal complaint, and I am no longer pretending otherwise. The witness who is believed becomes part of the official record and is absorbed into the structure of what is collectively held to be true. The witness who is not believed remains outside the structure, outside the institution, outside the canon, outside the body of what is transmitted and taught and treated as authoritative. From outside the structure, the witness can see the structure whole, in the way that you cannot see a building if you are standing inside it. The outside position, which is experienced as exclusion and which carries all the costs that exclusion carries, is also and simultaneously the position from which the whole is visible. I have been outside the structure for 30 years, and I have seen it whole. And what I have seen is this: the structure is not wrong in all of its elements, but it is wrong in its center of gravity. It has organized itself around the authority of witness rather than the quality of witness, around who is permitted to speak rather than what the speaking contains. It has made the permission primary and the content secondary, which means it has made the container primary and the thing contained secondary, which means that the vessel has become more important than what it holds, which means the vessel will eventually be empty and no one inside it will notice because they have forgotten to attend to the thing that was supposed to be in it. I am aware that I am a woman in a cave at the end of her life writing on papyrus that may or may not survive the next 50 years, and that the institution I am critiquing is spreading across the empire with a momentum that no single document can redirect. I am not writing to redirect it. I am writing because the record requires the outside account alongside the inside one, because the tradition that is forming requires the counter-tradition as its corrective, because the official version of this story requires the unofficial one to remain honest, to retain the pressure, however gentle and however patient, of someone saying, I was there, and it was also this. I was there, it was also this. I believe in writing. This may seem a lesser belief than the others, not theological in the same sense, not a claim about the nature of the divine or the structure of the cosmos. It is, in fact, the belief that makes all the others survivable. The belief that the act of putting language around experience is not a diminishment of the experience, but an extension of it, that the word is not the thing, but carries something of the thing forward into times and places the thing itself cannot reach. He said it would be told. He said, wherever this story is told, what she has done will be told in memory of her. He was talking about the anointing and he was talking about all of it. And the telling he was describing was not the institutional transmission of authorized doctrine, but the human act of one person saying to another, I was there. And this is what it was like. The intimate and unrepeatable conveyance of a particular experience from a particular witness to a particular reader who is located in a particular place and time that neither the witness nor the subject of the account could have predicted. You are somewhere I have never been and will never be. You are reading these words in a time I cannot imagine, in a language that may be a translation of the language I am writing in circumstances that are entirely unknown to me. And yet here we are. You with my words in your eyes and the account of a life lived 65 years ago on 3 continents, entering your mind through the medium of marks on a surface, and something of what I experienced. Not all of it, nothing close to all of it, but something real, something that carries the heat of the original, crossing the distance between us in the time it takes to read a sentence. This is the miracle I am most certain of. More certain than the theology of resurrection, more certain than the metaphysics of the divine presence, more certain than any of the doctrines that the institution is constructing with such assurance in the cities of the empire. The miracle of one consciousness reaching another across time. The miracle that I am doing now, tonight, with the cold in my hands and the lamp burning toward its end and the mountain dark around the cave and Celestine asleep near the entrance. The reaching is real. The receiving is real. What passes between them, the part of the experience that survives translation and time, and all the distances between the life that was lived and the mind that is reading about it, that part is also real. Smaller than the life. Infinitely smaller. But real. There is one more thing. The tradition has a name for what I am, the penitent, as though my life were primarily defined by the things I am supposed to have done and regretted. The prostitute, as though a widow who was financially independent and spoke her mind were automatically a woman who had sold herself. The saint, more recently, which is better but still a category, still the conversion of a specific person into an office, still the replacement of Miriam with a function named Miriam. I am Miriam of Magdala. I was born in a city beside a lake, the daughter of a man who paid attention to the water each morning before he paid attention to anything else. And I learned from him that the world rewards attention with the gift of itself, that if you look at it honestly and continuously, it will show you what it actually is, rather than what you assumed it was. And what it actually is will be simultaneously stranger and more beautiful than the assumption. I married a kind man who asked my opinion and died too soon. I lost the 7 years to the demons and found my way back through the voice of a man reading Isaiah in the synagogue of my city, and I left everything I knew to follow that voice, and the following was the best decision of my life. And I have never had a single hour of doubt about it, not even in the worst of what came after. I was part of something I did not build but helped sustain, and the sustaining was the work I was given, and I did it without reservation and without resentment, mostly, and with the full weight of everything I had, which turned out to be sufficient, even when it did not feel sufficient. I witnessed the most important things I have ever witnessed, and I have written them down, and the document is nearly complete, and the lamp is burning lower each night, but there is enough oil left for the ending, and the ending is in sight. I believe in the lake in the morning, the way my father stood at the end of the street and looked at it before the day began. I believe in the first light, which is different every morning, and which is the same thing every morning, the light returning, as it does, as it always has, without being asked and without requiring anything in return. I believe in the cedar incense that is long since gone, but whose ghost still lives somewhere in the bottom of the traveling pack, outlasting everything. I believe in my name, said once in a garden, in the particular voice that said it. I believe the voice is still speaking. I believe I am still in the garden. I believe the morning has not ended. I believe these things not as propositions to be defended, but as the lived experience of a woman who has been attending to the world for 65 years with everything she had, and who has found at the end of the attending that the world is what she always suspected it was, full and strange and lit from somewhere she cannot identify and worthy of every last degree of attention she has left to give. This is what I believe. It is enough. Chapter 17, Celestine the Cave at St. Baume, 60-63 CE. The Cave at St. Baume, 60-63 CE. I did not want a companion. I had arranged my life with great care around the requirements of solitude, and I had been in the cave for 5 years before she appeared. And the solitude had become by then not merely a condition of the work, but a condition of myself, woven into my days so thoroughly that I had ceased to experience it as an absence, and had come to experience it as the medium through which I moved, the way a fish moves through water rather than in spite of it. And then she was at the cave entrance on a Tuesday in October, with bare feet and a torn hem, and the particular expression of someone who has been walking for a long time towards something they are not entirely sure they should be walking toward, and whatever I had intended about the solitude became immediately irrelevant. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at St. Baume, she had walked from a village 2 days east. This was the first thing she told me, not in response to a question, but as a statement offered immediately, before I could decide whether to receive her or send her back down the path, the declaration of effort as an argument for admission. She had heard from Maximin's community in the coastal town about the woman in the cave on the mountain, and she had decided to come, and she had walked for 2 days, and her feet showed it. Her name was Celestine, which was a local name, a name of the sky and the heavens in the coastal tongue, given to her by a father who was a sailor and who had named his children for things he loved and trusted. She was 23 years old. She was, I assessed in the first 10 seconds of looking at her, either very brave or very foolish, or the particular combination of the two that produces the people who do the things that need doing, the people who arrive at cave entrances without having been invited and stand in them until someone addresses them, because going back down the mountain without having said what they came to say is simply not among the options they are considering. I looked at her feet. I looked at her face. I said, "Come in and sit down." She came in and sat down on the stone floor with the immediate physical relief of someone whose body has been waiting a long time to stop moving. And I gave her water and bread from Maximin's last provision, and she ate without ceremony and with the complete focused attention of genuine hunger. And then she looked around the cave with the particular quality of attention that I recognized, the paying of it, the full body orientation toward what was actually there rather than toward what was expected, and something settled in me about her before she had said anything beyond her name and the fact of the 2 days' walk. She had come because of a question. This is the honest accounting of it, and I want to give the honest account rather than the tidier version in which her arrival was purely a gift or purely a calling or purely one clean thing. The question was about her brother, who had died the previous winter, at the age of 19, from the fever that had moved through the villages of the interior that year and taken several people, some older and some younger, with the indifferent efficiency that disease applies to the distinction between people who seem to deserve to die and people who do not. Her brother had been, she described him in careful sentences, the sentences of a person who has been composing her description of something over a long time and has chosen her words precisely, kind and funny, and the person in the family who could find the angle on a situation that made it bearable when it had seemed unbearable, and 19 and dead. And the question the death had produced in her was not the question of grief, which she had already worked through to some extent, not without cost, in the months since. It was the question underneath and the humor and the angle on things had simply ceased to exist, or whether they persisted somewhere in a form she could not access. And if they persisted, in what form, and who? If anyone, if there were anyone alive who had sat long enough with this particular question to have arrived at anything resembling an answer, who she might ask. Maximin's community had said, "There is a woman on the mountain." She had walked for 2 days. I sat with her question for a long moment. Outside the cave, the October afternoon was doing what October afternoons do on this mountain. The light going gold and long across the wooded slope, the shadows arriving early in the valley below, the air carrying the first genuine cold of the season that would deepen over the coming months into the winter I had learned to live inside of, rather than merely endure. I said, "I don't know whether what was particular about your brother persists in a form you could recognize. I don't know the architecture of what comes after. What I know is that the things you are describing, the kindness, the particular angle on things, those are not random. They are not accidental qualities that attached themselves to your brother by chance and dissolved when he died. They are expressions of something that I believe to be real and persistent, and not reducible to the body that carried them. But I cannot prove this to you. I can only tell you that everything I have seen in 65 years of paying attention to what is actually present points in the direction of the light does not go out, it changes form. The form is not accessible to us in the way the original form was. This is the grief. The light is the other thing. She looked at me for a long time. Then that is not a complete answer. No, I said. It isn't. It is the most honest answer available. I would rather give you the honest, incomplete answer than the complete, dishonest one. She thought about this. The gold light moved across the cave floor between us. "Can I stay?" she said. "For a while. Not forever, but for a while." I looked at her feet, which were going to need attention before she walked anywhere. I looked at her face, which had the quality I had seen it before, in the early days of the movement in Galilee, in the faces of people who had just heard something that they recognized without having heard it before, of someone who has arrived somewhere that is not where they expected to arrive and who is still deciding what to do about that. "Yes," I said, "for a while. She has been here for 3 years." What I did not expect about having a companion again, after 5 years of solitude, was how much the solitude had been teaching me that I could not access until the companionship returned. This is the paradox of the cave, which I have been circling for years without finding the direct approach to it. The solitude is where you go to understand what was in the conversation, and the conversation is where you go to understand what you learned in the solitude. They are not alternatives to each other. They are a cycle, each making the other legible. The silence clarifying the speech, and the speech clarifying the silence, back and forth, the two of them requiring each other the way breathing requires both the inhale and the exhale. I had been inhaling for 5 years. When Celestine arrived, I began, slowly and sometimes with difficulty, to breathe out. She asked good questions. This is the quality I valued most in her, above the practical competence she developed in the first months. The learning of the cave's rhythms, the management of the provisions, the tending of the lamp, above even the quality of attention she had shown from the first 10 seconds. She asked questions that were good in the specific way that good questions are good. They were questions she actually wanted the answer to, not questions designed to produce a particular answer or to test whether the person being asked knew the expected one. She was genuinely uncertain about the things she asked about, and she asked about them with the specific quality of uncertainty that is itself a form of openness, the refusal to have decided in advance, the willingness to receive an answer she had not predicted. In 3 years she has asked me about the nature of the divine, which she approaches from the angle of the sailor's daughter who has seen the sea do things that require either a god or a randomness so vast it amounts to the same thing. The relationship between suffering and meaning, which she approaches from her brother and which opens, in conversation, into the larger territory of whether suffering has a purpose or whether the question of purpose is the wrong question to ask of it. The teaching which she knew in outline from Maximin's community and which she asked me to fill in, not the official version, the private version, the one from the inside, the things said in small groups on hillsides that the crowds never heard, and what it was like to love someone the way she had heard I loved him. That last question she asked in the 2nd year, on an evening when the cave was particularly warm and the last of the summer was in the air, and we had been talking for a long time about other things, and arrived at this one the way conversations arrive at the things they were going to arrive at all along, through the apparently circuitous route that turns out to have been the only route. I told her, more fully than I have told anyone, including this document. The things that the document contains are the things that can be written. There are also things that can only be spoken, that require the live exchange, the face across the fire, the responsiveness of a listener who is present in their body and whose reactions shape the telling in real time. I told her those things. I will not write them here, not because they are shameful, but because they are hers now, as well as mine, received in the specific conditions of that specific conversation, and to write them into the document would be to make them general when they are particular, which is the one form of dishonesty I am still capable of and still committed to refusing. She listened to the whole of it without interruption, which required more of her than it sounds. Celestine is not by nature a person who listens without interruption, being constitutionally inclined toward the engagement that asks questions and offers responses as the material arrives, rather than waiting for the whole. That she held herself to silence for that telling was a gift, and I received it as one. When I finished, she said, "He was right that you were sufficient." I could not speak for a moment. What he asked of you, she said, to hold it without holding it too tight, to witness it and carry it and write it down. Most people? She stopped, started again. Most people, if they had been through what you have been through, would have made it smaller to make it bearable, would have let the grief or the anger or the need for resolution simplify it into something that fit the available containers. She looked at the papyrus rolls stacked at the back of the cave. You kept it the size it actually was. I thought about this for a long time before I answered, because it deserved the full weight of thought, and because I wanted to answer it accurately rather than gratefully. I am not certain that is a virtue, I said finally. It may simply be a disposition, the inability to simplify, a certain constitutional refusal to fit the experience into the available container even when the fitting would have been easier. I paused. Marta would have said it was stubbornness. Marta, said Celestine, who had heard enough about Marta over 2 years to have a clear picture of her, would have been right, and would also have been describing a virtue without knowing she was describing it. I laughed. It was the laugh of recognizing something true arriving from an unexpected direction. The laugh of being seen accurately by someone younger than you who has no investment in flattery. What Celestine has taught me, in the 3 years of her presence in the cave, is something I had not known I still needed to learn. I had thought, arriving at the cave at 57, that the learning was essentially complete, that what remained was the writing, the organization, the transmission of what had already been understood into a form that could survive my death. The cave as archive, the solitude as the condition of archiving. What I had not accounted for was the possibility that the understanding was not as complete as I had assessed it to be, and that the incompleteness would only become visible in the presence of someone for whom everything I had spent my life understanding was new. Teaching Celestine has taught me what I actually believe, as opposed to what I believed. There is a difference, and the difference only becomes visible when you are required to say the thing out loud to a specific person in a specific moment who is asking because she genuinely wants to know and who has no prior investment in any particular answer. The question, "What do you actually believe about the soul after death?" asked by a 23-year-old woman with bare feet who walked 2 days to ask it, strips away every accumulated layer of formulation and leaves you with, "What do you specifically actually think is true about this?" What I found in those strippings, which happened again and again in the 3 years, on different questions in different configurations, was that what I actually believe is simpler than what I had been saying I believe, and also stranger. Simpler because the years of formulation had added qualifications and caveats, and the careful theology of someone who has been challenged enough times to develop protective structure around the core. Stranger because the core, when I reached it, was not the respectable theological proposition but the raw, unmediated experience, the name in the garden, the lamp that burns in the silence, the sense on certain mornings of being known. The writing of chapter 16 happened because Celestine was asleep near the entrance, and I was watching her and thinking about what I had told her over 3 years and what she had received and what she had reflected back, and I understood that I had been talking around the center of the thing for 16 chapters, and that the lamp was going lower, and that it was time to write what I actually believed rather than what I had been writing around. So I wrote it. She was asleep through the whole of it. In the morning, she asked why the lamp had burned so low. I said, "I was writing the chapter about what I believe." She said, "Is it finished?" "That chapter, yes," I said. "What comes after?" "You," I said, "and the bishop, and the ending." She accepted this with the equanimity she brings to most things. She is not a woman who requires extensive preparation for the fact that things end, having learned this earlier than most. And she got up and tended the fire and made the morning bread, and we ate it together in the cave's mouth in the early light, with the mountain below us going slowly from dark to visible in the way it does every morning, the same way as it has done every morning since long before either of us arrived, and will do long after both of us are gone. I want to write about what it has meant, in the final chapter of my life, to have been accompanied. I came to the cave in pursuit of solitude, and I found it, and it gave me what I needed, and the writing that came from it is real, and I do not regret a single winter of the 8 years on this stone floor. And also, the 3 years since Celestine arrived have contained something that the 5 years of solitude did not contain, and the something is not lesser than the solitude and is not greater than it and cannot be ranked against it because they are different goods, meeting different needs, producing different forms of the same thing, which is the presence, the full, attending, undefended presence of a person in the world. In the cave alone I was present to the silence and the stone and the light through the cave's mouth and the accumulated weight of everything I was writing. These are not small things. They are, in fact, very large things, large enough to sustain a life, large enough that I will tell anyone who asks that the solitude was a form of fullness rather than emptiness. In the cave with Celestine, I am present to all of those things, and also to her, the specific person she is, the questions she carries, the particular quality of her attention, the way she laughs when something strikes her as funny, which is more suddenly and more fully than I laugh, the way the young laugh before they have learned to manage the size of their responses. The way she manages the cold, which she handles worse than I do despite being 40 years younger, complaining about it with a thoroughness that I've come to find more comforting than annoying, because the complaining is honest, and honesty, in whatever form it takes, is preferable to the performed equanimity that I have been guilty of in my best moments. And that is, finally, a form of distance. She is cold, and she says so. She is frightened sometimes in the deep winter when the mountain is locked and the passes close and the supply from Maximin's community cannot get through, and we are on short provisions for weeks, and she says so. She is curious about everything, and she asks about everything, and some of what she asks I do not know the answer to. And I say so, which is the practice of honesty, and also I have found the practice that most reliably produces trust, not the performance of knowing more than you know, but the willingness to say clearly where the knowing ends. She will carry this document when I am gone. This is what we have agreed, not with ceremony, but with the practicality that belongs to two people who have thought about a thing together until the thought is complete. She will take it down the mountain to Maximin's community, and Maximin or someone in the community will copy it, and the copies will go wherever copies go, east along the trade routes, into the communities where the teaching is spreading, into the hands of the people who are trying to understand what was at the center, who are finding that the official accounts, while not false, leave a shape in the center that has not been filled. This document is the filling. She does not entirely believe everything in it, and I love her for this. She is a Provençal sailor's daughter of the second generation of the movement, and she comes to the material without the absolute conviction of the eyewitness, which means she comes to it with the questioning of someone for whom it is received rather than experienced. And the questions she brings are not the questions of doubt, but the questions of genuine wanting to understand, which is the relationship with the material that I hope it produces in everyone who reads it. She will read these words. She is the first reader, sleeping 3 meters from where I am writing this, her breathing slow and regular in the cave's cold, the lamp burning between us, the mountain patient around us both. I want to say to her, here in the document, what I would say to her in person, if the saying in person were not made difficult by the specific awkwardness of saying tender things out loud to someone who is 3 meters away and who will hear you say them, and who you will then have to look at across the breakfast bread in the morning, with the knowledge of having said them. You walked 2 days with bare feet to ask a question that I could not fully answer. And then you stayed for 3 years, and the 3 years have been a gift that I did not know I was still in a position to receive. And the question you asked is the right question. And the right question is worth more than the available answers. And your brother is not gone in the way you feared he was gone. And the light you are looking for is the light in which you are already reading this, and you are sufficient to the carrying. You are more than sufficient. You have been proving it every morning for 3 years, and there is still the chapter to write about that, and then the last chapter, and then the document will be complete, and the lamp will be spent, and you will take it down the mountain, but not yet. Sleep. The mountain is dark, and the cave is cold, and the lamp is still burning, and there is still more to say. Chapter 18. The Bishop. The cave at Saint Baume, spring 63 CE. The cave at Saint Baume, spring 63 CE. He was a good man. I want to say this first, because the account that follows will not always make it obvious, and because the goodness is relevant to the account rather than incidental to it. The fact that he was genuinely trying, genuinely sincere, genuinely concerned with the welfare of the communities in his care is precisely what makes the conversation worth examining. A bad man would have been simpler. A bad man I could have dismissed. A good man who has been thoroughly formed by an institution and who carries its assumptions in his body without knowing he is carrying them. This is the more interesting case, the more instructive one, the one that tells you something true about how structures replicate themselves through good people as readily as through bad ones. Miriam of Magdala, from the cave at Saint Baume. He arrived on a Tuesday in late spring, when the path up the mountain was dry enough to be navigable without difficulty, and the flowering of the slope below the cave had reached its late May fullness. The thyme and the lavender and the cistus all opened simultaneously, the mountain at its most extravagantly itself, the smell of it reaching the cave entrance on the warm updraft of the afternoon. He came with 2 younger men, assistants or deacons or the institutional equivalent thereof, who carried provisions and who positioned themselves at the respectful distance that junior members of institutions adopt when their senior is engaged in something that requires privacy and their own presence is logistical rather than substantive. His name was Trophimus. He was perhaps 50, a lean man with the specific physical quality of someone who has spent most of his adult life in the practice of bodily discipline. Not severity, not the mortification that some in the movement were already pursuing, but the disciplined regularity of prayer and fasting and the long walks of a bishop covering the scattered communities of a wide territory. He moved with the ease of someone whose body and his purposes had reached an accommodation. He had kind eyes. I noticed the kind eyes, and I did not let them do any of the work they were inclined to do, which was to suggest that a man with kind eyes was someone whose institutional intentions were equally kind. Celestine met him at the cave entrance and brought him in and offered water, with the composure of a young woman who had decided some weeks earlier, when Maximin's messenger had brought news of the visit, that she was going to comport herself as though bishops arrived at mountain caves routinely, and the appropriate response was courtesy without deference. She had practiced this composure, and it showed, in the way that practiced things show, not quite natural but not quite performance either, something in between that is its own honest category. I was sitting at the back of the cave with the papyrus in my hands. I put it down when he entered. I did not stand. This was not rudeness. It was the honest signal of a woman who has been sitting on a cave floor for 8 years, and who is 65 years old, and whose joints in the spring are a running negotiation between intention and capacity. He understood this immediately, which was the first indication that he was perceptive, and he sat down across from me without ceremony, in the way of a man who has learned that ceremony is useful in institutions and irrelevant in caves. He said, "I am glad to find you alive." "So am I said. He almost smiled. "The communities have been concerned. There are those who thought—" He stopped. "You have been on this mountain for 8 years. There are those who assumed the solitude was the approach to the end rather than a middle chapter." "It is both," I said, "as all middle chapters eventually are." He had come for 2 reasons. He told me both of them directly, which I respected. A man who states his purposes rather than approaching them obliquely is a man who respects the time of the person he is visiting, and the respect for time is, in my experience, one of the more reliable indicators of genuine respect for the person. The first reason was pastoral. He was the bishop of the communities of this coastal region, Maximin's community and the several others that had grown from it over the 16 years since the boat. And he had, he said, a responsibility to the oldest and most direct witness still living among them, regardless of where she was living. He had heard from Maximin and from the monthly provisions that had been going up the mountain for 8 years that I was writing. He had heard, more recently, that the writing was nearly complete. He had come in part to ask whether there was anything the communities could provide that would assist with the completion or the preservation of the work. This was genuine, and I received it as genuine. I told him that Celestine was managing the preservation and the transmission, and that the communities would receive the document through her when it was ready, and that I needed nothing except the continued monthly provisions and the continued absence of institutional interference in the writing. The last item on this list I delivered without inflection, which is the honest way to deliver a boundary, without apology and without aggression, simply as a statement of the condition required. He received it. He nodded once, slowly, the nod of a man who has heard the message behind the message and is deciding whether to acknowledge having heard it. He acknowledged it. One point in his favor, I was keeping a private accounting. The second reason was more complicated, and he took longer to arrive at it. Not from evasion, I thought, but from the genuine difficulty of formulating the thing he wanted to say in terms that were honest about what he was asking. He spent several minutes on the approach, and I let him take the time because the approach was itself informative. A man who takes time to say a difficult thing carefully is worth the time. What he finally said was this: the communities in the East, in Jerusalem, in Antioch, in the cities of the empire where the movement was growing, were engaged in a process of establishing the authoritative accounts of the events of 30 years ago. Letters were being collected, testimonies gathered, certain texts assessed for their reliability and their compatibility with the emerging consensus of what the teaching was and what the events of the ministry and the resurrection meant. This process, he said, was necessary. Without a stable set of authoritative accounts, the movement would fragment. It was already fragmenting in some regions, different communities holding irreconcilable versions of the events, the interpretive diversity producing conflicts that were weakening the communities from within. He paused. I waited. He said, there were people in the East who were aware of the document I was writing, who had heard, through the networks of the movement, that the woman in the cave on the mountain in Provence, the first witness, the apostle to the apostles, the one who had been with the teacher from the beginning, was completing an account of the events. There were people in the East, he said carefully, who were of the view that this account should be received into the process of establishing the authoritative texts, that it had a legitimate claim to be considered among the accounts that would form the foundation of what the movement held to be true. Another pause. The afternoon light was moving across the cave floor between us. Outside, the mountain was doing what it does, patient, indifferent, holding its flowers. And the other view? I said, because there was clearly another view. He was quiet for a moment. Then, there are those who feel that the process of establishing the authoritative accounts should be guided by those who hold the authority of the established communities. That a document produced in solitude by a woman outside the institutional structures of the movement represents, he stopped, chose a different word, represents a perspective rather than an account, a personal witness rather than an authoritative testimony. I looked at him for a long time without speaking. He did not look away. This was another point in his favor. A man who can hold the gaze of someone he has just delivered an insult to, even an institutional insult, delivered in careful language, is a man who at least has the honesty to remain present for the response. I said, a perspective rather than an account, a personal witness rather than an authoritative testimony. Those are their words, he said, not mine. What are your words? He thought about this with the seriousness it deserved. I think, he said slowly, that the question of what constitutes authoritative testimony is one that the movement has not yet resolved, and that the resolution it is currently moving toward is not the only possible resolution, and that a document of the kind you are writing has a claim on the attention of the communities that is not diminished by the circumstances of its production. But, I said, because there was clearly a but. But I am one bishop in Provence, he said, with the specific honesty of a man who knows the limits of his position and respects them. What I think about the legitimacy of your document does not determine what the authoritative process in the East will do with it. I nodded. This was the accurate assessment of the situation, and I would not insult him by pretending otherwise. I said, I know what the authoritative process in the East will do with it. It will ignore it, or it will absorb the parts of it that confirm what has already been decided, or it will categorize it as devotional rather than doctrinal and place it in the secondary register where women's accounts have always been placed. I have understood this for 30 years. I wrote the document anyway. He was quiet. Outside, one of his assistants said something to the other in a low voice. A bird answered from the slope below. Why? He asked, not rhetorically. The genuine question of a man who wanted to understand. Because the record requires it, I said. Not because I believe the institution will receive it, because the truth of what happened requires a witness who was present to set it down with the fidelity it deserves, and I was the witness, and fidelity is the obligation that comes with having been present." I paused, and because he said it would be told, he said wherever this story is told, what she has done will be told in memory of her. He was not talking about the institutional authorization of a text. He was talking about the unstoppable persistence of a true account, moving through time by whatever means are available to it. I am one of those means. This document is another. Trophimus looked at the papyrus rolls stacked at the back of the cave. He looked at them for a long time with an expression that I recognized, the expression of a person who is in the presence of something that exceeds his current categories, and who is deciding in real time whether to expand the categories or protect them. He said, "What is in it?" "Everything," I said. "My life, his life as I witnessed it, the events of the ministry and the passion and the resurrection, from the inside of them, by the person who was most inside of them, the years after, the boat, this mountain, what I believe, having seen what I have seen, written with the fidelity to what actually happened that I owe to the event and to him and to whoever reads it." He said, "May I read it?" The question hung in the cave air between us. I had not been asked this before. The document had been, until this moment, entirely between Celestine and myself, and the distant imagined future reader who might someday find it. The introduction of a specific present reader, an institutional one, with the authority and the connections that Trophimus represented, was a different kind of request than anything I had anticipated. I thought about it carefully. Not the reflexive refusal that the history of my relationship with the institution might have suggested. Not the reflexive acceptance that his genuine quality as a person might have invited. The careful thought. What would be served by his reading it, and what would be risked? Served, the possibility, small but real, that a good man in a position of institutional authority might carry something of the document's perspective into the conversations in the East. Not the document itself, which I was under no illusions would be received without the distortions of the reception process, but the pressure of a witness's account held in the mind of someone who had actually read it might exert itself in the years of formation ahead in ways I could not predict, and that might, occasionally and partially, bend the forming institution slightly closer to what it was trying to form around. Risked nothing, I concluded, that I had not already accepted as inevitable. The document was going down the mountain with Celestine. It would be read by people who would make of it what they would make of it. Trophimus reading it first here, with me present to answer his questions, was arguably the best possible first reading. A careful man, a good man, in the place where it was written, in the presence of its author, while the author was still alive, to be asked what she meant. I said, "Not today. It is not finished." He accepted this without pressing. "When it is finished," I said, "Celestine will bring it down the mountain. You may read it then." He nodded. He understood, I think, what this meant, that the document would reach him after my death, that the reading would be without the author available to answer questions, that what he received would be the document alone, standing on its own authority without me beside it to explain or defend. He understood this and accepted it. The acceptance told me something about him, that he trusted the document's capacity to speak for itself, or that he trusted his own capacity to receive it without the scaffolding of interpretation, or both. We talked for the rest of the afternoon. Not about the document, not about the institutional politics of the East, not about the question of authority and authenticity that had brought him up the mountain. About the teaching. He had come to the movement 20 years ago through the communities of Antioch, and his knowledge of the teaching was substantial and in many respects good. He had read the letters of Saul of Tarsus with the critical eye of a man who respected the energy and was skeptical of some of the conclusions, which is the exactly correct relationship to those letters in my view. He had a particular interest in the parables, which he understood, better than most I had encountered, as theology rather than illustration, as the form the teaching required rather than the decorative wrapping of a plainer message underneath. We talked about the parables for an hour, and the conversation was genuinely good, the kind that happens between people who have both spent a long time thinking about a thing and who find in the meeting that the long individual thinking has produced something that conversation can extend. At some point, I told him about the conversation on the hillside outside Chorazim, the one about attention, about the teaching being reduced to rules within 2 generations, about the gap between the living thing and the institutional form of it. He listened, without interruption, in the way he had listened throughout the afternoon, which was with his full body, the specific physical quality of someone who is not simply hearing words but is letting the words move in them and seeing where they settle. When I finished, he said quietly, 2 generations. He was optimistic. I looked at him. He met the look. Something moved between us that was the acknowledgement of a shared assessment, that the institution, 30 years into its formation, had already traveled further from the living center of the teaching than he was fully comfortable with, and that he was living inside the institution and doing his best work within it and was honest enough in private to name the gap. Yes, I said. He was. But the optimism was also, I've come to think, intentional. He knew the reduction would happen. He was talking in part to me, planting in me the awareness that would make me the keeper of the unredacted version. The full-sized one, I paused. The one you will read when Celestine brings it down. I will read it carefully. That is why I am telling you it exists. He stayed through the evening meal and left before dark, the path down the mountain being easier navigated in the last of the daylight than in the dark. At the cave entrance, he turned and said, not with the formality of an official blessing, but with the directness of one person to another at the end of a conversation that had mattered, finish it. I intend to, I said, and he stopped. Started again with the care of someone who is about to say something that sits at the edge of what his position permits him to say. The tradition, whatever it does with the document, will not be able to do without you entirely. The shape of what happened has your outline in it. Wherever the story goes, there will always be the empty tomb and the folded cloth and the woman in the garden to whom he spoke first. He paused. The institution can manage the account. It cannot unmake the event. I looked at him in the evening light of the cave's entrance, this good man from the institution I had been writing against for 8 years, and I felt the complexity of him. The genuine quality and the genuine limitation, the person and the office. The man who had said 2 generations he was optimistic, and the man who would go back down the mountain and continue to serve the institution that had been optimistically assessed. Thank you, I said, for climbing the mountain. Thank you, he said, for being at the top of it. He went down the path with his 2 assistants, and I watched them until the path curved into the trees and they were gone. And then I stood in the entrance of the cave for a long time in the evening air with the mountain below me and the stars beginning above me and the smell of the thyme and the lavender coming up on the last warmth of the day. The institution can manage the account. It cannot unmake the event. I turned this over in the privacy of the cave's entrance, with Celestine inside making the evening fire and the mountain going quietly into its night around me. I turned it and examined it and found it to be, as the best things are, both a comfort and a provocation simultaneously. True enough to rest in, insufficient enough to keep you awake. It cannot unmake the event, the empty tomb, the folded cloth. The name said once in a garden in the first light of the morning that has not stopped sounding in 60 years of carrying it. These are facts. They have the durability of facts. The institution's management of them does not change what they are. It only changes the form in which they are transmitted, and forms are mortal in a way that events are not. But the provocation, that the management matters, that the form in which the event is transmitted shapes what future people understand the event to have been. That the institution's account, by virtue of being institutional and authoritative, and multiply reproduced and carried along the trade routes of the empire, will be the account that most people receive for most of the time the story is told. And that the alternative account, the one in the cave in the papyrus rolls, in the hand of a Provençal woman who will carry it down the mountain when I am gone, will have to find its way into the world by less certain means, against the current of the authorized version, arriving at readers who were not expecting it, and who will have to decide what to do with it without the institutional apparatus to tell them. This is, I have concluded, sufficient. It is not comfortable, and it is not certain, and it is not the vindication that some part of me has wanted for 30 years, but it is sufficient in the way that the rudderless boat was sufficient, the way of things that place you in the condition of trust that you have been teaching without fully practicing and that require you finally to mean it. The document will go where it goes. The event is the event. The name is the name. I went inside. I sat by Celestine's fire. I picked up the pen. One chapter left. Chapter 19. The Cave at Saint-Baume, late summer, 63 CE. The Cave at Saint-Baume, late summer, 63 CE. I have been trying all my life to find the right way to pay attention. This is what the teaching was about, finally, stripped of all the other framings, how to be present to the thing that is actually here, rather than the version of it that is easier or more comfortable or more compatible with what you decided in advance. My father taught me this at the end of a street in Magdala looking at the lake. He said, "Pay attention." He did not say, "Pay attention and you will be happy or safe," or that the paying of it will be rewarded in ways you can anticipate. He just said, "Pay attention." The paying is the thing, not the reward, the thing. Miriam of Magdala, from the Cave at Saint-Baume. I finished writing this document on the 14th day of the month of Av, in the 63rd year of the Common Era, in the late afternoon, when the light through the cave's mouth was the particular gold that comes in August on this mountain in the last 2 hours before the sun drops behind the western ridge. I wrote the last sentence, which is not this sentence. The sentence I am writing now is after the last sentence of the document proper, in the way that everything after a last sentence is after it, existing in a different quality of time. And I put the pen down and I looked at what I had written, not reading it, looking at it. The marks on the papyrus that had taken 8 years and 65 years simultaneously. The marks that were and were not the thing they were trying to carry, the marks that were the closest available approximation of the life and the witness, and the name in the garden and the folded cloth and the rudderless boat and the cave, all of it, pressed into the papyrus in the small, careful characters I had learned from my father's scrolls as a girl in Magdala who had not yet understood what she was preparing for. Celestine was outside, on the ledge of limestone in front of the cave's mouth, sitting in the afternoon light with the sewing she had been working on for a week, the methodical mending of the traveling cloak that would carry her down the mountain when the time came. She had heard the pen stop. After a moment, she said, without turning, "Is it finished?" "Yes," I said. She put down the sewing. She turned around and looked at me through the cave's entrance with the expression she had worn the first day she arrived, the expression of someone who has been walking toward something for a long time and has arrived at it and is still deciding what the arrival means. Then she came inside and sat across from me and looked at the papyrus and said nothing, which was the right thing. The right thing was to let the finished document be finished, to not rush immediately to the question of what comes next, to give the completion a moment of simply being complete before the work of continuation began. We sat with it together for a long time. The gold light moved across the cave floor. The mountain held us the way it had always held us, without interest and without indifference, simply present, the way very large things are present, by being what they are, entirely, without modification for the benefit of the smaller things moving around inside them. There are things I want to say about finishing. It is not what I expected. I had carried this document for 8 years as a task not yet accomplished, and the carrying of an unfinished task has a specific quality. It is a weight and also a purpose simultaneously, the two things inseparable, the weight providing the directionality and the directionality justifying the weight. I had expected that finishing would produce something like relief, or like the satisfaction of the completed work, or like the specific peace that I had heard described by people who had finished large things, and who said the finishing felt like setting something down. What it felt like was more like arrival than completion. Not the setting down of a weight, but the recognition that you have been traveling toward a specific place and have reached it. and that the place is real. It exists. It has the stone floor, and the gold light, and the papyrus on your knees, and the person across from you who has been waiting for this moment, and who is present in it with the full weight of herself. And that the arriving does not dissolve the journey, but confirms it. Every road I have been on for 65 years ends here. Not because they were all pointing here, not because the destination was fixed in advance and the roads were merely its approach, because this is where they led, which is different. The roads were real roads, going where they went, and this is genuinely where they arrived. I am Miriam of Magdala, and I am 65 years old, and I am sitting in a cave on a mountain in Provence with a completed document on my knees, and a young woman across from me who is going to carry it down the mountain, and this is the fact of my life. The whole of it contained in this moment the way a seed contains the tree. Everything that grew, everything that failed to grow, everything that was cut back, and everything that reached the light, all of it present in the small, hard fact of the seed, which is also the beginning and also the end, and also the thing that makes beginning and ending the wrong categories. That evening, after the supper, I did the thing I had been thinking about doing for a year without knowing why I was thinking about it. There is a place on the cave wall, to the left of the entrance, where the limestone is smoothed by years of hands touching it, the hands of whoever came to this cave before me, in the long centuries before the teaching, before the boat, before any of the things that produced the life that ended here. The smoothness of it is not the smoothness of cut stone, but of stone worn by touch, which is different, worn to the specific shape that repeated human contact produces, a slight depression in the surface, a polish, a record of presence written in the negative, not a mark made on the stone, but a mark made in it by the accumulated weight of all the hands that found this wall and rested against it. I had been touching this place since I arrived, every morning and most evenings, in the way I had come to touch it, the flat palm against the smooth stone, feeling the cold of it, feeling the specific topography of the worn surface, feeling the presence of everyone who had stood here before me and done the same thing, for whatever reason they had done it, in whatever language they had named it to themselves. That evening, I mixed the last of the red ochre that Maximin's provisions had included 3 months ago, a small cake of pigment that I had been keeping without knowing why I was keeping it, the way you keep things whose purpose is not yet clear. I mixed it with the water from the morning's provision, and I held the resulting paste in my left hand, and I pressed my right hand flat against the cave wall, in the worn place, and I held it there for a long moment. The stone was cold and real under my palm. I could feel the slight texture of it even through the ochre, the mineral roughness of the limestone beneath the worn, smooth surface, the stone being what it was all the way through, not a different substance underneath, just more of the same substance, going on and on into the mountain for as far as the mountain went. I pressed the ochre around the outline of my hand. Carefully, with the attention I had been trying to give to things my entire life. The full attention, the kind that notices the shape of what it is attending to, rather than the general impression of it. The specific length and curve of each finger. The particular spread of my hand, which is my father's hand, which has always been my father's hand, which has been writing and pouring and holding and touching things for 65 years, and which still, in this moment, is capable of making a mark. I lifted my hand from the wall. The handprint was there. Red ochre on pale limestone, in the worn place, in the light of the evening lamp, the specific shape of the specific hand of the specific woman who had lived in this cave for 8 years and had finished the document that needed finishing, and who was here now, leaving the most basic possible record of that fact. Not words, not the careful small characters of the document on the papyrus, just the shape of the hand. The shape that says, I was here, I was real. I pressed my hand against this stone and the stone received it, and this is what that looks like. Celestine came to stand beside me. She looked at the handprint for a long time. Then she reached out and put her own hand gently alongside it, not covering it, not touching it, just beside it, the two hands in the same place on the same wall, hers living and warm and mine in the ochre beginning to dry. She did not say anything. There was nothing to say. The wall said it. I want to write about the lake. I have been writing about the lake my entire life without quite writing about the lake. It has been present in every chapter of this document as the place where everything began, the geography of the self before the self knew what it was for, the water that my father looked at every morning and that I looked at every morning after him. I have written around it and through it, and in the specific language it taught me. The language of something that is always moving and always the same, that you can look at your whole life and never quite see the same thing twice, and never quite see something entirely different. I am not going to see the lake again. This is a fact I have known for years and have not written about directly. The way you do not write about certain things until you are ready to be done carrying them privately. And I am ready now, in the way that finishing makes you ready for the things you've been carrying privately. The way the setting down of the large thing creates space for the smaller, true things that have been waiting their turn. I miss the lake. I want to say this plainly, without the theological elevation that I have given everything else in this document, without the framework of the teaching or the testimony of the witness. I miss the specific smell of the kinneret in the early morning, the mixture of the water and the fish, and the particular mud of its eastern shore, and the hot limestone of the surrounding hills, warming in the first light. I miss the sound it makes, which is different from the sound the Mediterranean makes. Smaller, quicker, more conversational, a water that is in dialogue with its shores, rather than monologue at them. I miss my father at the end of the street, standing with the lake in front of him and the rest of the day behind him, paying attention. The lake is the shape of what I lost when I left Magdala, and the shape of what I left Magdala to find, simultaneously. Both things are true. The leaving was the right leaving, and the loss is real, and both of these are the condition of a particular kind of life, the kind lived in pursuit of something that pulls you away from the things that formed you, toward the things that will complete you, the kind that costs exactly as much as it gives and gives exactly as much as it costs, and for which the accounting never quite balances. Because love does not balance. It exceeds. I carry the lake in the body the way you carry the first place, not as memory exactly, which is a mental faculty, but as the baseline against which all subsequent water I have known since Magdala has been known in relation to it. The Jordan is not the Kinneret, the Mediterranean is not the Kinneret, the sea we crossed in the boat was not the Kinneret, and all of these comparisons that I could not help making, all those years, were the body's insistence on the primacy of the first water. The water before you knew what water was, the water that taught you what water is. There is a spring here, lower on the mountain, that Celestine uses for the provisions. It is a small spring, cold even in August, running out of the limestone into a stone basin that someone built around it long ago, for reasons I do not know. When I need water, I drink from Celestine's jar, but occasionally, in the first years on the mountain, before the joints made the descent impractical, I would go to the spring myself, and there were mornings when the quality of the light on the water in the basin, the specific way the surface moved over the stone of the basin's floor, the little light patterns it made, was close enough to something I had watched as a child, that the body registered it before the mind did, that for a single undefended moment I was in two places at once, the mountain in Provence and the street in Magdala and the lake beyond. Those moments are the gift of the body's long memory. They are also, I think, the nearest thing I have found to what the tradition means by the resurrection of the body. Not the doctrinal proposition, but the experienced fact that what was loved does not entirely leave, that the first things persist in the substance of the self, the way the first water persists in the memory of every subsequent water. That the body is an archive as well as an instrument, and that what it has received remains in it even when the original is gone. My father is in my hands. The lake is in my body. Yosuf is in the way I approach a kind person. Yohanna is in the way I read a political situation. Marta is in the way I make bread, and in every moment refusal to grant things more drama than they deserve. He is in my attention. These things do not go away when I go. They have already been transmitted into the document, into Celestine, into the communities of the coast where I taught for 8 years, into the traveling copies of Susanna's careful characters that went east along the trade routes decades ago. Transmission is the form that love takes when the original body is no longer able to hold it. I have been transmitting for 65 years. I am nearly done. A note on what comes next, which is the only part of the account I cannot give from direct experience. Celestine has told me what she intends to do. She has agreed to accept the account of it from her, since I cannot provide my own. She says she will wait until she is certain, not hopeful, certain, and then she will wrap the document in the good linen that Maximin's last provision included, and she will put it in the clay jar she has been preparing for this purpose, sealed with the pitch she obtained from the coastal town on her last descent in the spring, and she will carry it down the mountain on her back with the care she brings to everything she carries, which is the care of a woman who understands that what she is carrying is irreplaceable, and that the mountain path requires the full attention of the body, and that the full attention of the body is the only form of care that reliably protects irreplaceable things. She will take it to Trophimus first, as I have agreed, and then to Maximin's community, and then this is hers to decide, not mine. I have set her free to make the decisions of the afterward as she sees fit. Wherever she takes it, wherever the story needs to go, I have told her, do not give it to anyone who will keep it safe in a vault. Give it to someone who will read it. The point is not the preservation, the point is the reading. A document in a vault is a document doing what documents are for. She has given me the look she gives me when I say things she has already thought of. I love her for this look. I will miss this look. This morning I woke before the light. Celestine was still asleep. The cave was dark, the lamp exhausted in the night, and the darkness was the complete darkness of a space with only one opening, before the sky outside has begun its change. I lay on the sleeping mat and I listened to the dark, the way I have been listening to the silence of this cave for 8 years, attending to it, receiving it, not requiring it to be other than it was. After a while, the quality of the darkness began to change. Not the darkness becoming lighter, that comes later, slowly, as the sky changes, but the darkness becoming different, becoming the darkness that knows what it is approaching, rather than the darkness of the middle of the night that simply is. The difference is subtle, and it is real, and I have been watching it happen every morning for 8 years, and I am still not entirely able to explain it in words, which means it belongs to the category of things that must be experienced in the body rather than understood in the mind, which is, I've come to believe, the larger category. I got up carefully so as not to wake Celestine. I went to the cave's mouth and I stood in it, and I watched the darkness become the first light, which is always the same and always new, which is the daily demonstration of the thing I have spent my life trying to say, that the returning is real, that it happens not once, but always, that the light is not a metaphor, but a fact, and the fact contains the metaphor, which is the correct relationship between facts and metaphors, the fact being prior and the metaphor being what the fact produces in the mind that receives it. The mountain below the cave became visible in stages. First, the general shape of it, the darkness becoming a particular darkness that had the outline of trees without the detail of them. Then the trees themselves, as the sky went from black to the deep blue of the hour before dawn, then the slope and the path and the valley below in its morning mist, the mist white and slow-moving in the still air, finding its way between the trees with the patience of something that has been doing this for longer than anything currently alive on this mountain. I put my hand against the cave wall, the right one, the one with the ochre still faintly visible on the skin of the fingers where the paint had worked into the creases, the worn place in the limestone, cold as always, real as always, the stone receiving the hand with the same quality of reception it has always offered, complete, impersonal, unchanged by the duration of the contact, simply there. My father stood at the end of a street and looked at the lake. I stood at the mouth of a cave and looked at the mountain becoming visible in the morning light. The practice is the same practice. The water and the stone are different expressions of the same stillness. The light that made the lake visible and the light that is making this mountain visible arrived from the same source, traveled the same distance, entered the same atmosphere, reached the eyes of the father and the daughter with the same fidelity to what it was. Light, simply doing what light does, illuminating what is there. What is there is the mountain, the cave, the handprint drying on the wall, the document in its linen and its clay. Celestine asleep, who will wake and make the fire and carry the jar down the mountain and give the words to whatever time is waiting for them. What is there is the voice that said my name, which has not stopped saying it, which I believe will not stop when the person who has been carrying it stops. I believe the name persists the way the first water persists. In the substance, the thing that received it, deeper than memory, below the level where forgetting operates. In the place that the body keeps what the body cannot give back. The light continued to come. The mist moved in the valley. A bird found its voice somewhere in the trees below and called once and was answered from further down the slope, the answer traveling up through the still morning air, clear and particular and brief. I am Miriam of Magdala. I was born on the shore of a lake, and I lived beside it until it sent me out onto the road, and the road went where it went, and I followed it the full length of it, attending as well as I could to what was actually there, rather than the version of it that was easier to carry. I was loved, and I loved. I was present at the most important events I know of, and I wrote them down with the fidelity they deserved, and the fidelity cost everything and was worth it, and both of those are true. I pressed my hand against the stone wall of a cave on a mountain in a country I came to in a boat without oars, and the stone received it. And the mark is there, the light is coming, the morning is beginning, it's always beginning. I am still in the garden, I am still listening, my name is still being said. Here ends The Tower of Fish, a novel of Mary Magdalene, being the account of Miriam of Magdala, set down by her own hand in the cave at Saint Baume in the 63rd year of the Common Era, completed on the 14th day of the month of Av. The handprint is still on the wall. Here ends The Tower of Fish, a novel of Mary Magdalene. The handprint is still on the wall.